And ladies and gentlemen, we are live on a Tuesday. We got two new members today, Mr. John Herndon and Mr. Donnell Dink. So wait,
Don't
what do
forget
you
to say
go
the
by,
ladies.
Donnell?
I go by.
You already in the doghouse, Hot Rod. So Donnell, you go by Dink or Donnell?
I go by Dink. I go by Dink.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I go
All
by
right.
Dink.
All right. Cool. 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 All right. We just glad y'all are here with us tonight. And the first thing we're gonna go into tonight is this 30 visits, right? What do you guys think? We're gonna go around the whole to everybody because we got a lot of good guests tonight. What do you think about these 30 visits? Are they really who the Cowboys really want? Or do you think these are smoke screens? And we're gonna start with you, John.
I think it's a combination of both. The one thing I know during draft season, no one wants to tip their hand. Last year, Tyler Smith was not shown for any form of interest. He was in, but it wasn't a lot of interest. Reason you don't want to tip your hand because teams will jump you. So it's a lot of lying. But I do believe 30 visits can kind of point a direction where a team may decide to go. I know a friend of mine named Devon mentioned how many wide receivers were coming in. He assumed that meant that the Cowboys were going to sling the ball a little bit more. And I'm more like, no, based on this current regime. If you look at how the current regime is, I don't believe they're ever satisfied with any type of particular position. So this is not against how these players have played, but just how they've selected. When they drafted Nashawn Wright and Calvin Joseph, they didn't prevent them from drafting Blaine the next year. It's the same thing with the linebacker crew. They continue to stack that. So what I believe, they're trying to just do their complete due diligence for every type of position. I think there are positions of weakness that they need to upgrade. But I think with the receivers that they're bringing in, to me, that's more of saying about Tolbert, Gallup, and Simi, as opposed to if they're going to sling the ball 45 times a game. So I think there are going to be a lot of things, but not just the 30 visits. One visit that people always overlook are the local visits. Every NFL team has local visits. So that's beyond 30. So a lot of TCU guys have came in. They're not on the official visits. Also, you want to look at combine interviews as well. So I think it's a possibility that it could be. Now, if this was Jason Garrett, he used to always tip his hand. Every 30 visits, pretty much every guy that was drafted was a 30 visit. McCarthy is not the same. So I think it is a position that they're revealing, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to go after this exact particular player. I'm done. If anybody want to bounce off.
I'm going to go with you next, Hot Rod.
Okay, so as far as the 30 visits, I agree with John. They're not necessarily trying to tip their hand. However, I am for we need linemen, offensive and defensively. We need center guard. We need a nose tackle. We need a one technique. We need a space eater. So that's my biggest concern. With John, as far as the whether the 30 visits or the players that come in from the local visits, you can actually get and steal some great talent when you do that. You may find like a running back from a small school that you didn't know about. Matter of fact, we had a guy years ago, and he was like a running back, and I can't remember his name. And he actually did good for us, man, and gave us some good production for a few years. So that's a good way you can always sneak in. And a lot of those guys will go undrafted. And next, we just pick them up and they're on the team, and and they're giving production to us. So hopefully there are some players that I've been eyeing. I've been looking at. I'm not sure who was in the 30 visits, but I know it was a lineman from UCLA, man. And at first I was with the guy from Florida, the lineman, and the guy from TCU. But then more and more I watch the lineman from UCLA, I'm like, man, he's a monster. So look like we got some options. So hopefully, man, one of those guys will be available. I'm all for drafting O lineman with the first round, and then But that's somebody we need a left guard. I mean, that's kind of what a lot of people are overlooking. But we need a left guard. We need to start at left guard. So hopefully the team will address that and not look at the flash of maybe someone that may show up early. But I think, man, the game begins and ends in the trenches. So that's what I'm hoping for.
I mean, I agree with that. I'm a big guy with trench warfare. When you mentioned the running back, do you remember what year that was for Dallas?
He had to be in the, I'm gonna say around 2010. He was like a little scat back. He was a quick guy.
Lance Dunbar?
Probably
He was-
Dunbar.
Probably, maybe Dunbar.
Lance Dunbar. Bingo.
Lance
Lance Dunbar. That's him.
So when
Yeah.
you mentioned the line, you said Floyd.
Yeah, Lance
You
Dunbar.
talking offense or defensive line?
I think the first draft pick we should go offensive lineman. I think we need a left guard, a starter. We did pick up a guy on free agency. I don't know much about him, but we need a starter. We need a mauler, in my opinion. We big boy left guard that's the line. In the NFC East, all the teams we're playing against, they got big D tackles that push that line, and that was actually where we was weak all season, and it showed when we playing against division. And you know, so first thing first, you got to win your division and have the guard. You know, we are kind of weak at center, and we can't continue to have that guard and the center being pushed in Dak's lap. And also, same thing, we trying to run up the middle and everything, man. And the running backs can't, you know, they can't get any traction because they're getting pushed back every play. So
They got some guys out there. I don't. When you say the left guard position, are you talking strictly a left guard? Because I do believe whatever offensive lineman they're going to draft is going to be somebody that can flex. Meaning is, I'm just
definitely flex. However, right now, currently, that's where our hole is that left guard. I mean, we got a center, we got a right guard, we got our two tackles. And I'm assuming Tyron is going to be kind of the swing tackle, Tyron Smith. I think Tyler Smith is going to start. My opinion is going to start at left tackle. However, he does have that flexibility to play left guard. I get that. But I think we need a center guard. We need a center guard because I think right now, this is where we're the weakest. That center and that left guard.
You think? Oh well, I don't think center's a weakness. I have no problem with Biotish, but I do agree with you with the guard position. I'm real iffy with right tackle too, because there's too much injury and uncertainty there. I mean, when you look at it, I love Terrence Steele, and it's not. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but he is coming off a major injury. So ACL injuries usually take a long time. Also, Tyron Smith last year he got hurt blocking the wind, so I'm not really confident with that. I know a lot of people have gotten on Josh Ball. I mean, his tape from last year, I had no problems with it, but still, he's a young player. So for me, I agree with you. I mean, there are some positions. There are guys I've looked at in the draft who play right tackle who also have been shown the ability to flex inside. I do agree with you, too, about a center, because if Biotish goes down, like last year, we had nobody that could play center. They were just having guards who couldn't snap. So flex is real good. There's a kid from Wisconsin, Joe Turberman. He's a big, powerful center, but he has the flexibility to also play inside. Steve Avila.
What's his name? I'm sorry. What was that name?
Joe Chipperman. He plays for Wisconsin. He's a center. Steve Avila, who's a TCU kid. A lot of people look at him as a left guard, but people don't realize he's also played center. He also has the ability to flex inside the center, and he's played right tackle. So I think they're going to try to find flex, but I agree with you completely. The trenches is all where I'm about. I'm always about that. Protect the quarterback, destroy the quarterback. So I'm always
So what you're saying, and you're right. I like Biotish. However, I think Biotish would benefit more if he got a real big, strong left guard.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I totally
Biadasz is
agree.
his feet. You know, Biadasz gets pushed back a lot. So he needs that.
But it depends on who you're talking about. If you're talking about like Jordan Davis pushing him back or Vita Vea, they push everybody back. I'm not saying that I'm completely with him. I do think him following Travis Frederick is a hard thing because we look at that dude, he was just all world. But I don't have as much problem with center, but I absolutely agree. Get two powerful guards around him and it protects him a lot more. But he's very good with other things. He's good with line calls, protection calls. It's a lot of stuff with that I can't overlook. But he's not as powerful, but I agree with you. I do believe they're going to look for a Marlon, but I also believe they're going to look for somebody that can move. If they're doing a West Coast offense, they're going to want their linemen to be able to move and pull. So I always keep that in mind that there's a possibility of it.
So y'all,
agree,
y'all,
you focus.
Yes, ma'am.
No, go ahead.
No, you had a question.
No, I'm listening because some of these players you throwing out, I'm writing down. You was moving just a tad bit too fast for some of these players and then let me just explain about myself too. You know, I'm football, NFL all day, but when it comes to like these college players, this is when I start looking at them and watching tape. So, you know, just slow it down for me. I don't know about nobody else, but I can
you want me to put the names in the
so
chat?
I can jot. So I can jot this and so next time I come around, I can be on the same level as you spitting that truth that you spitting about these players. But at the end of the day, it sounds like y'all would rather have in the draft picking an offensive line and worried about the offensive line first before we start looking at that defense.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, because we need a run. We need a run stopper. You know that too, right?
No, you can find guys late. I mean, I'm not really one to obsess and say, all right, the first pick has to be an offensive line guy. There are a lot of high quality guards that are not being talked about in linemen that will go late, who will be starters. I mean, Kansas City, a lot of the teams that made the playoffs, they had dudes that was playing in the 4th and 5th round.
Right.
People didn't know about them. So it depends on what they're looking for.
Right.
Now, here's the thing. When we talk about Terrence Steele, first thing I was telling people, y'all do realize he was undrafted. Like, he wasn't drafted at all. So it just depends on what they figure. Like, if I agree with Hot Rod. I'm a trench guy. So for me, I'm always going to draft 300-pound protectors or 300-pound destroyers early. That's just my philosophy. But some teams think differently. And McCarthy has shown, not just in Dallas, but in Green Bay, he's drafted guys late and turned them into Pro Bowl players. So everybody is not, I don't know if he's going to go first round, but I agree. I do believe the need needs to be addressed. The same thing as far as a run stopper or a space eater. But I don't know if they're going to get a traditional nose. But there are some quality nose guards. But I will drop those names in that chat.
Please do a sister solid and drop those in there so I can be hip and up to date with that type of.
Not only that, I'm gonna send you the YouTube
is it 2 minutes? I'm sorry, Phil. Is it 2 minutes? Are we 2 minutes in? Because I didn't curse. My bad.
You all good. You all good, okay. And you were next to comment anyway, so you next.
Okay, well, no, as far as the 30 visit, I agree with everything both said. At the end of the day, you do find some diamonds in the rough. With that, I'm trying to think. Didn't we get Malik Davis from the 30 visit? And it was who did we get? It was a safety that I thought that we got. What was it?
Marquise Bell.
Marquise Bell.
Mm-hmm.
So I do agree. You can find some diamonds. You can definitely find some diamonds in the rough when that comes, because let's be honest, some players just get overlooked because of those big name players that you just don't necessarily think about. As my fam here was dropping names, I'm like, oh, okay. So those are those players that you may not necessarily think about, and you get on those type of. So I think it's a good thing. I'll look to see what we do, but me myself, I'm a defense type of gal, so I'm going to always be biased when it comes to who we should be picking up and what we should be addressing. But at the end of the day, I do think that we need a good run stopper, some big bulky I'm trying not to cuss as much, but some big bulky motherfucker
Big
that could be like run. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you get what I'm saying? We missing that because we make running backs look like, you know, like I always said, Walter Payton or some type of shit. So at the end of the day, I think we could get something. It'll be interesting to see if we do. Like Rod, I'm not sure of all the names, but I do know that there's some players out there that people are overlooking. So hopefully we'll do what we normally do in the draft. I think we draft very well. I think we set the standard when it comes to drafting because we draft positions that, you know, most teams look or most fans look and be like, what the hell are they thinking? So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. Hey, John, it sounds like Danny wants your defensive tackle from Michigan.
Isaiah Smith.
Yep.
Yeah, Mozzie's nice. I really like Mozzie. I think he fits the scheme because I think they want defensive linemen that can move. I don't know if they're going to get a traditional space eater that's just some big dude that sits there, but there are some quality guys. There's a kid from Texas too that's really nice. I think he's either probably going to go in the 5th round. He doesn't put up a lot of stats, but as far as what you want to be able to anchor, I've seen this cat deal with 3 offensive linemen. Mm-hmm. So we need somebody like that, somebody young. I know we got Hankins, but he's 31. They need somebody young. They need a younger player for that position. Right. So there's some quality guys out there. Hopefully they'll address it. I have a feeling they will. They've been trying to do it since McCarthy's got here, but it's usually been a lot of dudes that's aged or Bohannon hasn't worked out, John Ridgeway hasn't worked out. So I expect them to try to address that this year. But I'm all on the Mozzie train. If they can take them at 26, I'll be fine with that. A lot of people won't, but I'll be fine with it.
Hey, Danny, me and John go back and forth because I want the offensive line and he wants the defensive line. So you kept talking about the defensive line, and I was like,
here we go. You already know.
But see,
I've been screaming that since day one.
I can't find a Mozzie. Like, there's nobody like him in the draft. So if you get him early, you can still get you a guard. Like So,
but
I'm cool with
we'll hey, Hot Rod, we ain't gonna get Osiris Torrance though, right?
Take him. any big boy up front, I'll take him. But okay, but I was high on Osiris Torrance first, then the boy Avila from TCU. But then I started watching this boy from UCLA. I said, wait a minute, hold on now. So and he actually might slip. He might be like a second or 3rd rounder. So I'm really feeling. I think he's a mauler. I mean, he's like everything. He's looking to pancake everybody. I was like, that's my kind of lineman right there.
UCLA.
Wait, UCLA. His name is Antonio Mafi.
Yep. Willie Washington said. Willie Washington in the chat says Mafi is a beast.
Okay, Willie. Okay, yep, Rod. I'm writing. I'm writing this shit down.
By the time the draft get here. Okay. By the time
I've been watching
here, we're gonna know everybody.
I know, Phil. That's what I'm trying to say. School me. Let me know. I'm trying to find out because I don't really get into until I start hearing name drops, and I'm quick to go watch them tapes and everything else. So I think it's just a good feeling. I'll be honest this year that, to be honest, we need positions, but we're not pressed like we've normally have. Like, we can kind of have our pick, right? Like, do we pick the top player that's just next on the list, or do we, go after the certain positions that we want to fill? I mean, to me, it just feels good this year to kind of be in that position.
Right.
I'll take a kicker right about now.
Hey, not in the first round.
In the first round.
All right, let's let Dink get a word in. And before you get a word in, what you got in that cup though, dog?
This one?
Yeah, that.
It sure hell ain't damn lemonade. I can tell you that.
I know that's right. I know it might be something mixed with lemonade. I know that's right.
This right here, hey, this some home. Hey, this is some moonshine I'm sipping on right now. Just a little bit of moonshine.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah.
if you got that moonshine, let's hear what you got to say.
Well, the question was about the 30 visits, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, like John and everybody said, man, it's a combination of things, man. You know, they're not gonna tilt their hand. They're evaluating the players that they like, and it's a combination of like they got their eye on whoever that 26 pitch is going to be. So keep that in mind. They already got a list of players for that, and then they got people they're gonna work their way back on back through the second round, third round, so forth and so forth. But what the Cowboys are really good at, what Will McClay is doing is drafting the players they need. So when I see all these guys coming here, I already know some of these guys are going to be undrafted free agents the Cowboys going to pick up. And then some of them, of course, going to be guys they draft. But I do want to say this. Whoever is at 26, whoever the baddest SOB is, they need to grab him, period.
Right.
Now, I'm like John. If they can get your boy, the Mafia, grab him. But if it comes down to like, just best available player, take him. I don't care who it is. Grab him.
Gotcha.
Because it's so many. Like if it's, let's say at the 26, you got a choice between Meyer, the tight end, you got Kincaid, and you got Washington. What you gonna do? And now that's a good position to be in. Because now you can say, okay, which one do we really like?
Washington.
Which one fits our need? Yeah. So I can deal with that, if it comes down to that, best player available, in that scenario. Or you can name some more players out there. But I'm glad you asked this question though. Is one player on here, and I talked to John about this, and it's Josh Downs out of North Carolina. Okay. I truly believe that's one underrated player. Whoever gets that kid, they have a hell of a player. I live in North Carolina.
I don't think he's underrated though. I don't think he's underrated.
No. I think he's underrated because he's I don't think he's gonna be a second round pick. He might make the third out, and I can see him going the fourth round. What I'm saying is this dude plays bigger than his size. And by me living in North,
go fourth. I don't know if he'll go to the fourth. I don't think he's gonna go to the fourth round.
He plays bigger than his size. You hear all these other guys, other receivers, that's better, bigger. I've watched this guy play because I happen to live in North Carolina. Not that I'm a North Carolina fan, but the kid can play. I mean, he makes big plays. I mean, you put the ball in his zip code, he gets it. And he puts me in the mind of future Hall of Famer Steve Smith. Not saying he's going to be him, but the way he comes out and attacks the ball and play, the kid can play. And if the Dallas Cowboys get him in the later rounds or lucky to get him, I'd be one happy camper. I would really be happy. That's one player I would love to see them get to go in the offense. That would be like my pet cat, so to speak. I'm like a lot of y'all, man. You can't get away from the trenches. So if we can get somebody in the trenches, offense or defense, I'm good with that. But if it comes down to the best player available and it's a skill position player, I'll be happy as hell. I'm not even gonna lie. I'll be like, okay, cool. We play with house money now. Right. We normally, pick the right player when it comes to that. So I feel good about that. And I feel good about this draft, man. It's funny y'all talking about this because I've been thinking about writing an article about how the Dallas Cowboys, they hit on these hidden gem players. Like they hit on Bland last year. They hit on Hendershot. They hit on the other kid from Wisconsin. I mean, guys, late round picks, undrafted picks. I can go on and on. I think Marquise Bell from FAMU is going to be a hellraiser. I think when he hits the field, he's going to be good. So when I see this list of guys, I'm like, yeah, I could see Dallas getting some of these guys, either undrafted free agents, late round picks, because I think they got a talented squad right now, roster of deep players that they still got to show themselves. You got the wide receiver Hutchinson. I think is going to be good. The other kid Tobert, I think he's going to be good this year. So I feel real good about the players they have and the players that they had the 30 visits, man. I feel really good about them selecting the right players. I really do. I feel really good about this draft than I have in several years. Really. Yeah, I really do.
Nice.
Yeah, because I mean, We got
That's how
Brandon
I
Cooks.
feel.
You
I
know, we
feel
got
the same way.
huh?
I said no. I just agree with you. I just said I feel the same way.
Yeah,
I know
because
people
we
always
got
say,
Brandon Cooks. If
Yeah.
Gallup can get himself together, which I don't think he will, but we get somebody like Josh Downs, for example. I think that kid is gonna blossom in this system. I really do. And if they can get their hands on that kid, like I said, I'd be happy. And y'all will be too. Just go watch his tape. The cat can play. The dog, he's a dog. He can play.
What round would you want to take Josh Downs in?
Down.
Hell, if he's in the third round, I'm getting him. I'm grabbing his
third.
ass. Yes, sir.
Okay.
With the West Coast offense, he will benefit greatly in that. Kid runs great routes. He got good speed, good hands, high IQ. Got the whole route tree. He would just fit in perfect because you have Brandon Cooks taking everybody deep. Then you got CeeDee Lamb. You put this dude on the field, man, he'll eat up your third, fourth cornerback all day long.
Okay.
I mean, I saw him rip through Clemson defensive backs, all the top programs. The cat can play, and I just think he'll be a great complementary piece to Dak Prescott and the West Coast offense. I think everything will really gel together. And then, of course, we got my man. Hopefully, he'll come off from some injury, healed that he can play. The running back, Pollard, and you add him to the mix. I just feel really good about what the Cowboys got and what they will draft. I really do. I've not felt this good about a draft in a very, very long time. And I've been a Cowboy fan since I was 4 years old. So that's all you need to know. I mean, me and John talk all the time. Like the squad they have right now, I have not felt this good since the Jimmy Johnson era.
But that's
they're not better. They're not better than them. But I'm just saying, in terms
that's funny that you say something about Gallup. Like I hope he get himself together, but I don't see it happening. That's interesting that you say that about Gallup.
I'm a Gallup fan. See, I tried to explain this to some Cowboy fans. His production was going down, but his ability to play was still there.
Yeah.
Well, now they don't met each other at the crossroads, and it's awful. Maybe because of his injury, but also his production is going down. See, in 2021, he didn't have that many touchdowns, but he was still getting separation. He could catch.
Them first downs, moving the chains. It's about moving them chains.
And like this past year, I'm really hoping it just was his injury, and this is just a blip on the radar.
I got you.
Because he didn't. The Cowboys were last in the league in separation. The wide receivers. That's awful.
Yes, and
That's awful.
and that's something that people don't necessarily always want to talk about. But at the end of the day, I truly think that is important when it comes to that wide receiver and quarterback combination. But I'm not gonna do my Dak speech tonight. But
go ahead.
I do think Phil. I do think that a lot of times we don't necessarily see that them receivers don't be getting that separation, and Dak is throwing the ball to a certain spot, and them receivers don't be there sometimes. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Oh no, we're gonna talk about that before we get off. We're gonna talk about Mike Martz. Mike Martz talked about all 17 of Dak's interceptions, and we're gonna.
I saw that video. I saw that.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that before we go off tonight.
I want to address Michael Gallup. So you want me to do it now or do it when we talk about Mike Martz?
No, go ahead. The floor is everybody else.
Talk about it now.
Yeah.
So I've watched a lot of them interceptions, but I want to address Michael Gallup. First of all, and this I'm going to put it a lot on Kellen Moore. You got to know your players and use your players at their strength. Michael Gallup is not a comeback receiver. His best receivers is running straight line, running the post, or running the slant. A lot of them interceptions were Michael Gallup on a bad knee that he was rehabbing, and then he injured the other one. He's doing comeback patterns, and he's never his strong suit anyway. So him doing, because a lot of them patterns, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, it wasn't even a natural for him. So that you compound that with the pass isn't pinpoint accurate, and next thing you know, you got to pick. Because some of them patterns, and I think we can all agree on this one. We watch some of these patterns, and whether they were interceptions or not, just when the play, be like, what kind of play is that? What kind of pattern is that y'all running? So I think a lot of it, and this is going more into what Mike Martz was saying, and a lot of it was play design, but some of it also on the receiver. So I'm not going to just beat Dak into the ground though he he had some responsibility because at the end of the day he threw the pass, but it was a combination of a lot of different things. It was more than just that. So that's all I gotta say about that.
Oh, I thought we was talking about Michael Gallup. Okay.
Well,
that's what I was saying.
It's a mixture over here, John. It's a mixture.
Go ahead, John.
I have my opinions about it. I've talked about it a lot. I didn't know where he was gonna go with it because he stopped. I thought he was gonna stay on Gallup. It's cool. I was just wondering. Yeah, it's a mixture. It's a lot of different things, man. But I guess we could talk about that later. I don't know how we do the show. I don't know because I could talk about it for a long time. I mean, I think this.
What you got to say about Gallup? Come on, let's talk about Gallup. Go ahead. Hey, John, I know this is your first time on here. We freestyle on here, so.
Oh yeah, but I don't like to dominate either. I'll get back on what hot rod is. This is just my opinion. I never liked the Kellen Moore hype, and I'm not doing it in retrospect. You can go back and look at my Twitters and I'll talk about it. To be an offensive coordinator in the NFL, you need to have a lot of experience and not just designing or calling plays. We all can sit here and design plays, but creating a type of particular scheme to stress a defense is something completely different. And usually the best offensive coordinators start off as offensive aides. Then they become wide receiver coaches, then tight end coaches, then linebacker coach, now offensive line coaches, and then quarterback whispers, and then they become coordinators. He was 2 years removed. So if you look at a lot of the stuff that they were doing, everything was stationary. And what I mean by stationary is, hopefully I'll use my finger. If you run a route that is just straight and stay there, and everything is to the back of the quarterback, there's a certain area that's more difficulty for a quarterback to be able to throw into. I think Prescott's a good quarterback, but I also thought the offense was based on Tony Romo and more of a lot of the things that Romo is really good at.
Right.
And so I do agree the receivers don't get separation, but when it comes to that, the biggest thing is I'm going to use the Patriots. I'm just going to use the Patriots for a minute. Is that the Patriots always didn't have supreme talent, so they manufactured routes. So we never did rub routes. Here's the thing that's so interesting. For a team that runs the football as much as we did, we're average in play action. We're average in motion. We're average in rollouts. Rollouts is something that Prescott is strong at, so why are we average at it? If you run the football as much as you do, why don't you do play action? So that forces off the running game. If you want to exploit a team and find a weakness or to help the quarterback, you want to see if it's zone or man, you run motion. If you run motion, the DBs goes with it. So everything is really highly stationary. And if you're going to use stationary routes, you have to have supreme talent. Now, when you look at it, Kellen is from Scott Linehan. Scott Linehan's with Jason. But I say Scott first because Scott is the one who taught Jason. If you look at Detroit, they ran the same type of schemes. But they had Calvin Johnson at the time, who at one point was the best receiver for 10 years. You have to manufacture offense. And the things that we were running was not manufacturing offense. Separation, they did lack separation, but it's hard to separate it if your route is stationary. So if your route is stationary and I'm a DB and I'm going to sit on something and it's a 10-yard hitch, you're not separating anything. You're just standing there. So I'm just going to be able to tip all of that off. And as good as Kellen is with play designs, he never stretches a defense. And when you stretch a defense, the first thing you're trying to do, I've always learned from a coach, you try to point out the weakness on the team. And you continue to attack that weakness and you force that team to adjust to it. Then once they adjust to that, what you're doing is you really want to set something else up. We never did that. There are times we would do something, and you guys are Cowboy fans. Remember the game where Tony Pollard went off, I think he had 3 touchdowns? He caught a touchdown on a wheel route. And so right there, that's put on tape. So now coordinators are going to see that, but we never went back to it for the regular season. So that's what you want to do when you're doing schemes. You want to show stuff. Here's another one. I'm not the biggest Noah Brown fan. I've told people I didn't think he was good as a number 2. But if I'm going to put him in there, the first thing I'm going to try to do is line him up against a linebacker. A linebacker is going to have a little bit more difficulty covering him as opposed to a corner or a safety. So there are things you're trying to do to exploit that. Now, as much as that is on Kellen, there is a lot of things that's on Dak Prescott. So if you're going to run a 50-yard goal with Noah Brown, the first thing the quarterback should say is, we're not going to do that because that's not to his strength. We're going to try to help things and put these guys in positions to exploit it. Yes, we did not have the best talent last year, but I've seen teams with equal talent or less talent, and what you want to do is try to exploit what's out there. So when you look at it last year, also, a strength of ours was the tight end, but we never ran 3 tight end groups except 2 run. If you go and look at the Jacksonville game, Hendershot kills an edge rusher. I forgot the rusher's name, but I think his last name was Allen. He goes on a wheel route and exploits it. And that's early in the game. So I'm sitting here like, okay, that's a way to take an edge rusher off because now he has to cover him. But we never go back to it. So that's a big thing with Kellen. And so a lot of people would say, all right, we had the number 1 offense. But that's fool's gold, because if you drop 50 on a team, suddenly your rankings go up. So I always say, what's his record against some of the top coordinators? What's his record during fourth quarter? What's his record in red zone execution? So that's the stuff that I look at. I'm like, anybody can, you 28 points. That's fine. That's nothing. But it's like, who are you doing it against and what moments are you stretched in? Here's a big example too. So let's look at the San Francisco game. I'm going to use the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator. So 2 years in a row, we played the same team. 2 years ago, they punked us defensively. So you see the difference. And you saw the way Dan Quinn, who had went up against Shanahan many times. So he studied all of his tendencies, found out the things that he can do, and we held all their playmakers under their act. Kellen Moore is going up against the same defense, and he's worse the second time around. It's like, dude, this is where you're supposed to completely study. So there's a play, and if you go back and look at it. Go look at the San Francisco game. Anytime we put CD in the scene, Fred Warner drops on the scene. So if that is the case, what you want to do with your route execution, you want to attack an area of space. So if it was me, every time I drop CD, I'm going to send a guy in a crossing route because that area, Fred is always vacating it. But we never attack it. Everything is vertical. And so when you do that, and I'm not a guy that's a defensive coordinator, but if I see this, are you trying to tell me the guys who actually get paid money at 80 hours of film study don't see this? So that's the thing. I think a better scheme will help, but I do wonder about Michael Gallup. But I think a West Coast offense, which is to allow receivers and playmakers to be on the move. And what I mean by that is catch the ball and you're doing something after it. Go back and look. A lot of the times when we catch the ball, that's it. It doesn't matter whoever it is. That's it. If it's 12 yards, they catch it, they really don't get a lot of rack. But what you do with the West Coast, it helps. It also will help the quarterback because if he's doing a 3-step drop, meaning he's dropping back 3 times, that ball is out. He's going to have at least 3 options. When you look at that, he's waiting because the receivers will either run and they're stacked on top of each other. And so it's like, where's the spacing? That's bad spacing. That's bad execution. That's bad play design. I think Kellen has designs. I think he has ideas. But as the great Bill Parcells one time told Sean Payton, I don't need 50,000 plays. Let's get 12 good ones. Let's get 12 good ones that we can execute. And then you do variation off of those 12.
Yes.
You know another word I hate?
Yes.
I hate when people say we got to be more creative.
Yes.
You don't have to be more creative. It's only so many. What you need to do is learn how to execute.
Yes. Especially in the red zone. Especially in the red zone. And stop going about them field goals and settling for that shit. And I had said, John, like I think 2 podcasts ago, like everybody used to get on the dink and dunk. As long as we moving the chains and getting down, I don't care how we get down there. It could take 12 or 15 plays, but we taking time off the clock and we executing when we in the red zone.
And that's all that matters. I don't care about a 50-yard bomb or a 2-yard pass. The job of your team is to score touchdowns.
There you go.
Sometimes it can be boring. I don't care about boring.
I don't care about that.
You gotta hand the ball off 50 times.
I don't care. I don't care about that. And no, our quarterback shouldn't be throwing as many times as he should. It's about execution, the run. It's like you say, it's a mixture of everything. But Phil, I'm just asking if there's any way, because we just got some knowledge dropped on us. And you know,
We
I
got
really
a mic
enjoyed
drop
that.
moment, right?
And I'm trying to figure out if you'll let me share my screen and see if I'm allowed to just at least give this little clapping type of situation, because I think that is huge and very important.
Let me say something real quick. John, you have said every word, every comment I've made, everything for the past 3 years. You my man. Because that was, I've been saying,
Ron,
Phil, how long have I been saying? He said everything I've been saying for years about everything. The show was over.
Hey, John, what did I tell you? I was like, you gonna love my folks on here because you say everything that we've been saying for years.
Yeah, I never liked the hype.
Single thing. He hit everything about the offense we've been saying for years.
For years, yeah. So Danny and Hot Rod, you see why I bought these two with John and Dink on. Because they are us. You know what I'm saying?
No, I ain't like John. That's John Madden.
You said that's John Madden.
I call him John Madden, aka the Cowboys Whisperer. Now you see
I wouldn't be here without Dick. He the one put me on.
John, I almost caught the Holy Ghost, babe. I'm telling you, babe.
John be preaching.
That's what I'm saying. I muted myself. When do I mute myself? Like I muted. I wasn't interrupted enough, and I need a shot off of that.
Because John, I don't know if you noticed, Hot Rod stood up for a minute.
Oh, I saw, and I had to keep my composure because I wanted to laugh, but I just don't. I mean, I understand. I mean, because there are things I found out why they kept Kellen Moore, but I just think they shouldn't have.
Kellen Moore was a backup.
Right.
Like, would it because he had some college? I don't know what they thought, but we all know that that's what Jerry does. We all know Jerry likes those type of people, you know, them puppet type of thing. So I'm not surprised that we bought Kellen Moore in and we kept him as long as we did. Just like we keep too many players always, or he does anyways. I still think some of them have something on them, because there's no way that you can keep the players that we've kept as long as we have and then not look for replacements. Like we wait until the last minute and look for a replacement and try to patch holes. But you know, like John and Donald said, I know we say it all the time as fans, and I think that's one of the things that people are, y'all always excited, but God damn it, I'm motherfucking excited. And that's
I'm not always excited.
Me neither. That's not true. I'm always optimistic.
I'm never like super optimistic.
Because John don't believe in hope. He'll tell you.
Yeah, I don't believe in hope.
I'm with you on that, John. I get that.
Yeah, I'll do. But I will never dampen everyone else's excitement, but Dick knows. People
Thank you,
like,
John.
I believe he's gonna bounce back. I'm like, nah.
I appreciate that because I talk too much shit, and so I gotta keep up the face to be like, oh yeah, we doing some shit this year. Just watch.
Yeah, but if you think about it, the excitement for me is that we won what 25 games, counting the playoffs last 2 years. I look at the way the roster is constructed. I look at the fact that Coach Big Mac, you know, he got some cojones. He got rid of a lot of people, and he's building his team in his image. The defense looks good. Last 2 years led the league in interceptions. We're good in the sacks. And I just think we're just getting better. Like I said, I haven't felt this good about the possibilities since the 90s. Like, of course, things can happen, but for the first time in a long time, I actually can say we got a good coach. We got a good quarterback. Got a good system. Like, things are starting to really come into focus. And, you know, I'm not saying we're going to win a Super Bowl, none of that crazy shit, but I'm just saying, I just feel good. Like, okay.
No, don't do that.
You know what? I'll say this. I will say this.
Did you call him Coach Big Mac, though? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I heard what I heard.
Yeah, Coach Big Mac. That's what I call him.
I like that.
Coach Big Mac.
Okay.
When I write my articles, I call him Coach Big Mac. That's his name.
Yeah, I do think they're trending in the right direction.
Yeah, they're trending in the right direction. And
it's been... There are some things they've been doing since Mike got here that during Jason's time you would have never seen. Like, I mean, just
Correct.
when they cut Jalen Smith, and I'm not saying that Jalen deserved to be on the roster, but like what Danny says, usually Jerry has it appears he has a thing that he falls in love with his players. He has a very hard time separating from them, no matter what they do on the field.
Correct.
Yep.
And so I think, you know,
Definitely.
I do a projected 53 at the end of the year, and I always say what Dallas is going to do and what I would do. So a friend of mine was asked, he said, "You would cut Jalen?" I was like, "Yeah, I would cut him." I was like, you can't roll out there with what you've seen on film." He said, "Well, who would you replace him with?" This is where we have Michael Parsons. I said, "You just draft somebody. You can draft somebody that can do better than that." And so I think he played 2 games for us, and they cut him. And I was like, okay, that's kind of surprising because normally we don't do that.
Nope.
So in this past offseason, Jerry started talking as Jerry normally does, and talking about keeping Zeke. And everybody asked me, Dick would know. He was like, "What would you do?" I was like, "Well, personally, I would have cut him 2 years ago." That's the
say that again one more time for the people in the back, real quick.
Yeah, I wouldn't have extended him either. But that's just me. I used to get a lot of heat from that.
Me
so
too.
For them, we hear sister. So from when they talked about it in the off season, which is a good thing because I would say this is line season. You don't want to ever tell everybody what you're doing. Don't say anything. Keep everything. If someone tells you something, give them a lie. And so for they said, well, he's a very important piece. And then a day later, they cut him. They didn't wait to camp like they did Dez Bryant. They cut him before we even did a draft. And so that's a real big thing. And then you see they move on from Kellen. No big announcements. Just a memo. Done. And so 2 years in a row, 12-12. We lost against San Francisco, but the way they played this past season was really, really good. They was in the game. The offense just didn't do anything. Yeah. And so to see that, and then to see Mike McCarthy move on from some of his closest friends. I always judge coaches by that. Can they move on from people that are really close? Because if they are, they really are about winning as opposed to keeping their relationship. So for him to move on from Joe Phillips, his O-line coach, I was like, okay, it says a lot. For moving on to guys that he has relationships with.
Yeah.
I always study that stuff to see how it is. Of course, I agree with you with Jerry. I think there are things that he likes for whatever reason. I don't think he's a football guy. I think he's a great owner, but he's not a football
businessman. Great businessman.
Great business.
Sure. Yes.
And so they are trending in the right direction. I think they are. I think they do have a great football coach. And I've been in Chicago. I used to see his Packers team. And I do see some similarities between these Cowboy teams and his Packers teams. And so I do think they, barring injury, they have an opportunity. They can make a deep run. So, yeah, there's a level of optimism. But I don't ever get super excited about anything because I'm more like,
I don't do that.
Let the season play itself out. But I'm also not pessimistic either. Because Dick can tell you, even when we lost Prescott last year, I told people, don't worry. I've seen McCarthy win with a guy named Matt Flynn. And I was like, they'll be fine.
Yeah, he just need to get his time management in. I don't know if it was, I guess, and that's funny that you said it about McCarthy, and I guess I'll pose this question to you then, John. My problem with McCarthy, of course, time management wise, and then I just didn't think as a coach, he stepped in enough when he saw Kellen was calling them terrible ass plays. And I go back to the San Francisco game. Like, I don't understand how, that third play call and 3rd and 1, and we want to throw instead of running when you got a multi-million-dollar running back and it's just some questions that I just didn't think McCarthy as a head coach. I think he should have stepped in and just kind of took over. We know we know he calls the games. We know when McCarthy, I don't know about y'all, but I know when I'm watching the games, I know when McCarthy's taking over and calling plays and kind of taking it out of Kellen's hand versus when Kellen is calling the plays, because Kellen plays are predictable. Those are the Jason Garrett, Tony Romo plays. We all sitting on our couch know what's about to be ran versus when McCarthy, to me, takes over, you get a different little flavor. So I hear you.
I'll try to address that.
I hear you on McCarthy, but McCarthy has some questionable ways as well that I'm just not 100% sold on him necessarily being the coach that we may need for this squad. He got this year to prove it, but
okay, I'll address that.
Well,
Okay,
thank
so I'm
you,
gonna go
John. I
with
appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm gonna go with
Appreciate that.
the play calling first.
All right.
First. Okay. So the play calling part, this is just something I believe from afar. I don't believe he ever called plays. Like I don't
Really?
believe he was doing that. Nope. Here's the reason why.
I agree.
Let's
I agree.
compare him to the past coach, and I'm not talking just coaching. I'm just going to talk about something both coaches said, which was really which was alarming, but also insightful. If you remember Jason's last year here, someone asked him, "So what's going on with the offense?" And the first thing he said is, "This is Kellen's offense." A lot of people got on Jason, say he was throwing him under the bus. I don't think he ever wanted Kellen more. He was talking about Kellen. He said, "This is Kellen's offense." You remember this year, McCarthy said the same thing, which is, in my opinion, they both with Jerry. And actually, I know from a source that Kellen was part of this. Now, I agree with you. I think he should step in, but also we have to look at this too. I think the whole Dallas situation is completely different than how it is elsewhere. I'm not saying for the good. It's just different because here's another thing. Let's get away from the play call a little bit. There's no way anybody can tell me that 31 other teams would have had Ezekiel Elliott as a feature back as opposed to Tony Pollard, but you never saw it throughout. Some Bill Parcells said about Jerry Jones one time. He said you need to provide him a lot of information for him to understand it. Now, I do believe that McCarthy at one point was like, okay, this is the guy they want to have. I will get on him at times, but I'm going to just sit back. He's either going to evolve or he's not going to evolve. And I think at the end of the year, he probably came to him, and I don't have any insight on this, to say, look, this is the guy you wanted me to inherit. This was part of the job. These are the results. And as we saw, it was kind of lacking. It was lacking in a lot of areas. Now, people forget, he brought Brian on. Brian Schottenheimer was the offensive advisor. I think Schottenheimer at times was there as far as having an influence, but I don't think Mike was. Because the way that offense was ran throughout, there was no McCarthy stuff that I saw. Now, I know you mentioned the timeout part. So here's another thing. As much as people love Sean Payton, I can point out Sean Payton's flaws as far as situational football. He has a lot of them.
Agreed.
Here's one I'm gonna give you. Remember the game, the last time that they played in the NFC Championship, and it was against the Rams. And a lot of people talked about the penalty. They was talking about they should call this penalty and whatever. That was a throw. The first thing I told everybody, I was like, why would he throw the ball at 1:35? If you run the football, you go down, you kick a field goal,
you take time off the clock.
Football. So here's the thing. I think every coach has flaws. Like every coach does something. Every coach has some type of thing that you can point at. But here's the thing about it. And I know you're a fan. So I forgot what year it was. I remember Mike McCarthy came down to Dallas with a guy named Matt Flynn.
2013.
Here's another thing.
Why you had to bring that up?
Rush.
Why did you bring that up?
I know.
Hold on. Because she said she didn't think he was the guy to lead it.
I'm messing with you.
I'm gonna get some intel.
I'm not.
Hold on. I'm gonna get some intel. So remember we all had Cooper Rush with Jason Garrett? And Cooper
Never
Rush.
heard of him.
Yeah, you remember Cooper Rush. So he was a backup quarterback in pretty much all Cowboy Nation.
Yes.
To get rid of. Last year we lose Prescott, and this dude goes 4-5 with him. He's the head coach. He goes 4-5 with Cooper Rush as his quarterback. Now that doesn't mean that Cooper is better, but that's still McCarthy. Here's another thing. Remember when the defense used to say they were hot boys and all that stuff? They'd get on social media and they'd get pumped. You notice how that stuff went out the window when McCarthy got here? You notice that the culture is different. You notice how when all the draft picks come into Dallas, all they talk about is winning on the field. That's Mike. His teams, I mean, everything's not perfect, but it takes a long time to clean somebody else's house when it's been stunk up with a lot of stuff that you inherit. He didn't inherit like a great football team. He inherited an entitled team. He inherited a team that assumed that they could win, they could stand on. He inherited a team that folded. They're a much tougher football team, more physical football team. And also, if you remember his time in Green Bay, he went to 4 NFC Conference championships. Now, I know people say, well, he didn't win. Yeah, but he got beat by San Fran or Seattle, two of the greatest physical bully teams ever. So you got to look at that. I know people do this too. Well, he only won with Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers was the guy he developed. Aaron Rodgers wasn't Andrew Luck coming into the league. He developed this dude. He sat him for 3 years. When he inherited Green Bay the year before, Brent Favre was completely washed. Also, if you go back and look at him as a play caller with New Orleans, he had a guy named Aaron Brooks. His best year was under McCarthy. Mike is the right guy for us. And this is the reason why. He's not going to let his ego get involved, like Jimmy or Bill, which are great coaches. I'm not saying he's on that level. But they didn't know a way to coexist with Jerry. But he's also superior to what Jason Garrett is. He's had 12 back-to-back 12 seasons won. Now, I know regular season is not it. We want playoff success. But here's another thing. During his time, he did something with Dak Prescott that Jason Garrett had never done with Tony Romo. He won a playoff game on the road. We haven't did that since, I don't know,
92?
92. So there's a lot of things there, but sometimes it takes a while to change a culture. He inherited a team that had a lot of guys who were self-entitled, who were Jerry, who thought they could just put on the star and win. So I believe he is the right guy for this football team. I mean, there are things we've seen. We can all, because we all have problems. We all have things that we can work on. And I'm not going to disagree with you. The town calling.
Oh, it's okay, John. You can disagree with me. It's a friendly disagreement here.
Oh, of course. I'm not meaning is the play calling part. I mean, as far as the timeouts, yeah, he needs to be better at that. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. But here's another thing. Since he's gotten here, we're top 5 in special teams. We used to be horrible with Jason. Our special teams is better. For the last 2 years, we've led teams in turnovers. Now, I know people will say, well, that's not on him. But yeah, he was the one who hired him. A guy that a lot of people wanted to get rid of in Atlanta. So, and we also draft the best talent. We don't do reaches like Taco Charlton and Mike McCarthy. So, yeah, the eye roll. So you know what I'm talking about. He goes out and get the best talent regardless of the position. Him and Will seem to fit much more together. So I think he is a really good football coach, a great one, not an all-time great, but a great one for this football team.
Yeah, and two more things I want to add about Coach Big Mac. When he was in the NFC North, he dominated that division, and that was not a weak division, like the NFC East had been. And then number 2, he beat the damn Cowboys on a regular basis.
Oh, come on, Don. You don't gotta. We know. I know. You right.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all got evidence to see what he's doing.
That's just
Matt Flynn.
I mean, look at how he used to just come. Matt Flynn.
With a dude named Matt Flynn.
Matt Flynn sounds like someone that belongs to a disability class. I mean, he come and just whooped our ass, man. Like. I mean,
I'm gonna ask you this.
So how long do we give Mike? Because for me, this is my kind of last season, and then
who gonna go get it?
I don't know.
Hold up. Wait a minute. The guys won 12-12 back to back.
I get where you coming from, John. You kind of halfway got me back to my sanity of like, okay, maybe I give Mike.
I mean, so why?
But I'm just on the ropes with Mike. I don't know, because I look at coaches. And I think we blame players and things of that nature, more than we necessarily put the blame on coaches. And at the end of the day, he's the head coach. And
I agree with you on that.
If we can't get to past where we need to get past, then at some point, there's been games where we came out 1 week and we done kicked ass, the Colts game. You get what I'm saying? And then come out flat as hell the next week.
So let me
we didn't practice, like we wasn't motivated, and you get the coaching when it comes to that. Just bonehead ass play, undisciplined.
It's a combination. It's a combination of that.
You put that on the coach. Why are we playing like we're playing? Oh wait a minute! I done went flash. My computer was like, they ain't like that. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, all right, but
it's a combination. It's a combination of things like that. You gotta think about the first year that we had when he inherited. I'm gonna make it short, Hot Rod, because I know you want to jump in. when we first got here, the first year he came here, and they brought in Mike Nolan as the defensive coordinator. And no, hold on. Nolan has actually been a successful coach. But the first thing I told people, hold on, let me go. The first thing I told people, I didn't think the defense was going to be good because I think it was week 3. The first thing Jalen Smith said is, "Oh, this is too complicated." Now imagine if you was at a regular job and you told your boss that your 3rd week start, "Oh my God, this is really complicated." It's a combination. I agree. Coaching is really important. So when you say that, though, let's look at what he did with Dalton Schultz. He developed him. He was never developed under Jason. Look at what he did to Cooper Rush. He went 5-1 with this guy in the regular season. Jason could, but sometimes you can coach guys as much as you want, but he can't prevent a guy from getting off sides. He can't prevent dudes from doing lazy routes. And if you do that, you got to have players to replace those guys. Like, so I understand what you're saying, but when you look at all great coaches, they always have great players also. And so you need guys who are smart. And it's just, there are things that he can't control. You have to blame some of the guys on the field because it's just like, son, what are you doing? This is stupid. I'm not the one. You shouldn't do a personal foul. You shouldn't jump offside. There are certain things that's on them. Like bad routes, that's on the player. Now, I agree with you. There are forms of discipline that are questioned because it's like y'all should be a little bit smarter than this. But it is a correlation. I can't move on from that. And if you do move on from it and say you want to move on from him, a Super Bowl winning coach who kicked our ass on a regular, who's won 8 out of 11 divisional titles, who did back-to-back 12-12 seasons, who took a dude that most people wanted off the roster and went 5-1 in a regular season, who are you replacing him with?
Y'all don't ask me questions like that after you done put down and keep coming with the old one Mike and all his numbers and all of that. I can't argue with facts and numbers. I just, at the end of the day, I just said what I said, John, and that's just how I felt, at that particular moment. But I'm gonna give Mike, I give Mike his props, his dues, yes. But me and you are going to agree to disagree. I still think that Mike has something to do with some play calling when it came to a few of our games last year. And that's why they felt comfortable letting Kellen Moore go and putting that back into Mike's hand of now having the play calling going forward. So we'll see how our offense looks different with Mike behind the scene of the play calling. But I feel as though the offense will look different. Because
the West Coast is definitely going to be different.
Mike
did totally different.
Yeah, the West. I'm gonna drop the
Mike
link.
believes in running the ball, and he believes in complementary football. The same way that what we did with what's the backup quarterback name? I can't think his name right now.
Cooper Rush.
Cooper Rush. The same way we made it simple is the same way to me that we can have that same type of offense with Dak, which I really didn't understand, and I blame it on Kellen of why we kind of went away from that type of stuff because we wanted Dak to be that pocket passer, which we all know he's not. But we'll see. But you make good points, John. I appreciate that. It makes me think about some shit. So I appreciate that. And Rod, I know you had something to say too.
I don't forgot now. But look.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
But a lot of the offense and our struggles and the issues we had, I believe, did fall on Kellen Moore. And I think McCarthy basically gave Kellen Moore a lot of leeway and rope to basically hang himself. Yeah, I mean, we can a lot of Dak interceptions, and I'm watching, and I mean the corners say they're actually sitting on routes.
Yes,
and I'm looking tape. I'm like,
yes, Rod.
I'm like, plays goes back to not last season before last when we played Arizona, and Buda Baker for Arizona Cardinals said we. All play.
He sure did.
We know all their routes. So basically what John was saying back in the 49ers, you know, in the playoff games, and he was going right back where he knew CD was going to go. He was just dropping right, and we never adjusted. Some of those things, that's not on McCarthy, that's on Kellen Moore. You calling the plays, you designing the plays, so there was never an adjustment. So I think it has to do with everything. It's partly on Dak and the receivers because they all need to talk and say, hey, the receivers need to be going to Dak and going to Kellen Moore and going to say, hey, they're sitting on this route. You know, we got to do something.
But remember,
and the receivers don't go back to the ball. They don't help the quarterback out. I thought receivers supposed to help bail out your quarterbacks, and I just noticed that a lot of our receivers weren't doing that. It was like once they ran their route, they were there. It was not when you watch, you know, tight ends and stuff like Kelsey and all them, and you know, at the end of the day, it's your receivers and your tight ends are actually out there trying to help. They run it with you. When you scrambling, they scrambling, trying to get open. And I just felt that a lot of our receivers and tight ends just did not do that to help the situation. And I hated
that comes down to route concepts. Like
don't compare. Andy Reid, like you said, Andy Reid as a
West Coast guy.
Yeah. Kelsey is wide open 95% of the time, and we still don't know how Kelsey can be left wide open. But that's just the way Andy Reid.
He gets himself open though.
But they scheme.
Yeah.
They scheme.
It's the scheme.
So
it's the scheme.
And he's a superior talent. So it's a lot of different schemes. I agree with you that I do believe if you're throwing a route, and if a DB is going to jump it as the receiver, you need to fight that and be like, he's not getting the ball. But we also don't have a lot of bully receivers. Like a lot of our receivers are like 6 feet and under. We don't have nobody like 6'2", 6'3", like a real physical type receiver. I agree with High Rod. The offense is not even going to look the same. The rhetoric itself and the language will be similar, but that's what they'll know. But that's not what we'll see. The West Coast is all about motion and attacking areas of space. We didn't do that under Kellen and Scholarland. And if you remember when Amari Cooper won it, it was a Philly game. He talked about breaking the route and changing.
2018.
He kept saying it. He was like, look, they sitting on this. And Prescott was like, nah, just run it. And so it's a lot of things with that. It's complicated to know what's going on down there. Because the quarterback should be comfortable with certain things. And if he doesn't voice it, then that's the thing. But the OC has to put his players in the best position. And I agree with you on this. As a head coach, you at times got to step in. But things in Dallas are ran a little bit differently than they are elsewhere. That's why I keep telling people, like, I know what you guys are saying, but it's a lot of things. Because you got to realize, this is the only team that ran off 2 Super Bowl winning coaches. He fired one and ran off another. So things in Dallas are sometimes a little bit different. You got to sit and explain sometimes.
And McCarthy inherited Kellen Moore. Basically, McCarthy was told Kellen Moore is going to be your offensive coordinator.
Yes.
That don't happen.
I got official. Yeah, and I have official word on that. That was part of the hire. Yeah. You got to realize, remember when Wade Phillips was the coach? He inherited Jason Garrett. That ain't the way it's supposed to be done. The coach is supposed to come in and pick his guys. No matter what we think. Because even you got to remember, even when Jason was hired, he hired Bill Callahan first. Even though I think Bill Callahan is a great football coach, the head coach should come in. Whether I agree, he should pick his own people. He has to be comfortable with who he wants to run with. And if he doesn't, now you got a mess. Now, as a head coach, the first thing you would do is, and most coaches probably would do, would say, "Hey, it's not my offense," and that's the way to say, "This is not what I would run. This isn't what I would do." And so that's what Mike he's been telling us. This is Kellen's offense. He was like, "I'm not calling this. This is Kellen's," because it doesn't even look like anything Mike has ever ran. None of the West Coast concepts or principles I've ever seen him do is the stuff I've seen in Dallas. I'm like, what is this? But I have seen this before. We all have, because it was ran under Scott Littlehan and Jason. It's the same stuff. So it's like you got to adjust.
Same offense we've been running for 30 years.
Yeah.
When
you see that, but Norv stuff wasn't like this. Norv ran stuff that was completely different than what Jason is. Jason runs. Scott is Jason's mentor, so that's what he likes to run. Yeah. And so, that's what it is. So when he inherited Kelly, he said it in his last year. He was like, "I'm not running this. This is Kelly's offense."
Yeah.
Basically saying this isn't me. But I agree with you. If I'm a head coach, if you hiring me, I'm running what I want to run. And if you don't want me to do that, then I'm not the guy for you. I'm more like I would take charge. Like if I don't like something, we get
Yeah.
And
That's maybe I want to see. I don't know.
But coaches, the tight ends ate well. And what's the boy Jordy Nelson used to cook.
Right.
Jordy
And that's another.
Nelson
And I'm glad you brought that up because if you look at Green Bay, they didn't take wide receivers early. Ike would just take dudes, and you'd be like, "Who is this dude? Where did he get this dude from?"
Yep.
So that's why I keep telling people, it's like y'all need to look at what he did in Green Bay because what he did in Green Bay is similar to that team. It's very similar to how they doing.
Oh, I think about it all the time of what he did in Green Bay and to us all the time, John. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, John.
I swear, and every year he had a different tight end that was killing.
Every year.
And the tight end he really wanted was Jarwin. People forget that they signed him, but he got hurt, and so Schultz just happened to be the guy that was just there. But that's not the type of guy that he likes. He likes guys a little bit more dynamic than that. And also like do-way tight ends. I keep telling people, as much as I like Dalton from Utah, he does not necessarily fit what he likes because he doesn't like just strictly receiving tight ends. He like guys who can block and
block. I was about to say block.
So that's
Here we go.
A boy from Georgia.
Here we go. Georgia. Here we go.
So it's a lot of tips of what you may see. I think the kid from Georgia. I think the kid that's also from Notre Dame.
That's Rod. Yeah.
Those guys kind of fit what he would probably want to pick. But so it's kind of hard to say what he's going to do. It's the same thing with running back. He may not go for a running back in the first round because he used to find guys later.
I don't think we need to though. But
No.
But here's once again, we always got to remember how things in Dallas is not necessarily how everybody else.
Oh no, I agree. I say yes. I agree with you on that.
Bijan falls.
Bijan
falls at 26.
Jerry gonna snatch him.
I would not be surprised they snatch him.
Yeah. But Jerry has gotten better with not just picking players for the name's sake. I will, I give him that always.
Yeah, but he keeps players for merchandise.
But he keeps players. God damn, he keep players.
Wait, do you think that's Jerry or do you think that that's Will and Steven?
No, I don't think that's Will and Steven.
No, I think that's straight Jerry. I really think that's straight Jerry.
Really on the fence, even with the extension for DeMarcus Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
And players have mentioned like, oh, he's kind of stingy with the money. His daddy ain't like that. His daddy used to just either give away draft picks, keep guys. Steven is winning. That's why I was like, always listen to what they say. Sometimes you'll see the reflection. You see how things a little bit differently under his reign as far as his influence. I do believe Jerry still has influence, but I don't think he's the GM. That's just a title. He's not steady tape. Right. But I do believe at times he come into it. If this was just a Jerry operation, we would have signed Odell Beckham.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you could tell that Jerry has for a few years now. I knew Jerry was kind of stepping back when he didn't bring in Johnny Manziel. So I knew right then and there. I was like, oh, okay. Maybe Jerry is not in the rain calling the shots anymore.
Yeah, Steven is always trying to win the deal, which is what he should do if you're running the team, regardless. That's what you're supposed to do. So some of the moves that he's making, you can kind of see the difference between how Jerry used to do things and how Steven. Because even with this trade and the thing, I always go back and look at the Robert Quinn thing. Remember when we traded him for a 6th-round pick and Miami ate money? I'm like, that's a real good move. Because you're not giving up a lot of money. You're not giving a high draft pick. Remember, Jerry was the guy who gave up three picks for Roy Williams. Gave up 2 firsts for Joey Galloway. Extending dudes beyond their time. Van Der Esch, signing things like that. And so you see that. You see the different influence. The only problem I have with him is he talks too much. But that's just been something he's been doing for years. It's not going to change.
And John, you
mentioned always do that.
Yes, Phil knows this, and everyone knows him. I said I would have when Zeke held out. I said I'd have let him hold out. I would have never gave Zeke that.
I'm with you with that because I said the same. Because I told everybody the same thing. I said if he wants to hold out, run with Tony Pollard. But people was like, "Who's Tony Pollard?" I'm like, just look at his tape.
Yep.
I would have never gave Zeke that money.
Nope.
I'd have never. I'd kick box
because players
let him stay in Cobb and let him stay in Cabo.
he probably would have sat out for the first 2 weeks and he would have came in. Because if he
There you
sits out
go.
all, he loses all of his money, but you still will control his years. He
Absolutely.
was now to be like, okay, go ahead.
And I
honestly,
think you could have got Dak for
probably would've
cheaper.
traded him.
I think you could have got Dak
Yeah.
for cheaper. I think you could have got Dak for
If they would have
cheaper.
did it, but they
yeah.
waited.
Um,
I wish he was. I told.
should've
I
gave
said in
that.
2018. I said I would have signed him to a 5-year deal
Yes.
for $100 million guarantee. Everybody said to me, "You are completely crazy." I said, "The longer you wait with quarterbacks,
yes,
deal
the
goes
market
could've
value.
signed-
There
They
you
could have
go,
signed
John.
Dak. They could have signed Dak for $20 million a year.
Yeah,
Yeah, you could.
And
You
he
got
would
to
have
get
took it
ahead
and
of the
been
market.
happy.
And he
Right.
would have took it because he was making more than that off his endorsement, off the
Yeah.
endorsement deals and
But this
everything.
before he was
Well,
even
not
getting
only that, but he
like
wasn't
that.
even making. He wasn't making any money
He
off
wasn't making no money. then.
regular deals. So, yeah, if
Yeah.
you would have did that, it's also like when they made the trade for Amari Cooper. I didn't understand why you didn't do an extension. Like put an extension in place when you do the trade. So by the time what they did is they let him run out his deal, and then they reset the market with him by giving him a 5-year deal for $100 million. But if you would have did it with the extension, because he wanted out of the Raiders. So the thing is, sign the extension, they probably would have got him for $12 million then. So having buyer's remorse for what he was doing for $12 million is completely different than you sitting there and wanting to pay him $20 million.
That's
So-
your man, Cat Boy, waiting till the last minute for everything.
Yes.
I don't know if that's Steve. I don't know if that's Steve. I don't know. I don't know.
All of that is Steven.
I don't know. I don't
Catboy
know if
Jones.
that's Steve. I don't know if that's Steve. Steven is, but see, Steven is real stingy with money. That's why I'm like, I don't
But he
know.
want
if
to wait till the last minute, and then
I don't know because I've seen Jerry do that before Steven showed up. Remember when Emmett held out?
Held out.
A
Yeah.
lot of- So I have more evidence. The only way I can say if it's Steven, and I'm not wishing this, if Jerry is no longer on the planet, then I can sit back and say, okay, let's see how it's ran, and his daddy's not around. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know because Cowboy is the one who got Brandon Cooks for a low deal. Cowboy who's got Gilmore. Cowboy who's got Robert Quinn. His daddy never did deals like that. His daddy never did deals and got guys. He always wanted to win the deal. So I don't know. I know a lot of people call him Cowboy, but I'm like, he's trying to save money on the cap. Jerry was never like that.
He's
Remember,
trying to
he
save
signed-
money like he worked with the government though. I'm like, damn, man.
I'm
What
okay
the
with that though.
hell? I'm like, bro, what the hell are you doing? And I
I'm
get
okay
it.
with that.
Yeah, I know it's better than Jerry because I ain't gonna lie. Jerry would sign me to a long-term contract. I'm 51 days.
Remember
old,
when
so-
Jerry signed Romo to an extension? He was coming off
Yeah.
a back injury.
Yep.
Remember that? And then a year later, Romo played 1 year, and then after that, we had dead money. Steven don't want that. He's always went on record and said, "Nah, I'm not gonna be in salary cap here." So Steven is real stingy with his money.
Well, I think the reason why they call him Cowboy because it's certain deals Cowboy fans like. Come on, bro. Like you mean to tell me you want to pay that? You know,
Like,
not the
give me an example.
I gotta think of one, man. I didn't write this one down, but that's
Okay,
just,
so let's do this one then. A lot of Cowboy fans wanted Odell Beckham.
right.
So you paying him $15 million. We got
I
Brandon.
can't. I won't pay Beckham now because that
No,
injury history.
but a lot of Cowboy fans probably
Yeah,
wouldn't
they
do that.
would. I wouldn't.
You got Brandon Cooks,
No,
and their
this-
stats are very similar. One
Yeah.
dude is much more healthier, and we're paying one dude $6 million.
the Cooks deal. I applaud them all day with that one. All
Absolutely.
damn day. Because I didn't want OBJ. I didn't want him. I love the
Me
Cooks
neither.
deal.
But even the Gilmore deal, even the trades, he doesn't like trading high draft picks.
Yeah.
People wanted to do that with DeMarcus Hopkins and trade a third round. It's like, dude, are you serious? No.
Well, I think with these two deals, man, I applaud him so much because to me he was really shrewd in how he did it. He's
He's
still got some
always shrewd. That's the thing. He's always shrewd. I don't have a problem with it.
but not when he get these type of players. He was able to get two really good guys that could still play.
But he got Robert Quinn too. Remember?
Yeah,
did
he got
that deal.
Quinn.
Hold on.
I can give him Quinn.
Hold
Yeah.
on. He got Malik Hooker for $5 million.
Yeah.
He got Kurst for $5 million. And people wanted to trade a second round pick for Earl Thomas.
Yeah.
So he's
I
always...
want on the Earl Thomas boat.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
like a lot of Cowboys fans wanted those moves, and it's just like, dude, I'm okay with being screwed. Other teams do it all the time.
Yeah, I think it's the Cowboys fans. We haven't won a Super Bowl since the end of the '95 season.
You ain't gotta tell me. I remember, bro.
Yeah, no, but I know what I'm saying. I think a lot of
Don't make us feel. Ugh.
I think a lot of fans are just like, man, they just want something to happen, so they don't
Yeah.
really think about things through like you were thinking. Like, man, That's not a good move.
Yeah, but I don't want to be a 1 year dynasty. I don't want to be like. I don't want to
But I
win
think
one
it's
Super
those
Bowl. The
Cowboy
next year we
fans
crap.
that didn't experience.
I'll
hasn't
take a 1 year
experienced.
dynasty right now. It's been 30 years.
I
Me
think it's
too.
those
I'll
Cowboy
take
Me
fans
too.
a 1 year dynasty.
Nah, I'm greedy.
Me too.
I'm greedy, fellas. I want.
I'm greedy. I want to
I want
dominate.
back
See,
to
Give
back.
me one
I
first.
want back to back.
Give me
Give
one
me back
first.
to back.
Give me one.
But hold on, I'm gonna ask you this.
Give me
this
one.
Is for Phil and Hot Rod. So would y'all want to be what the Rams were?
Ooh.
I
They
take it.
they got a chip. Yes.
Yep.
Oh
Yeah.
God. Okay,
I
y'all.
take it.
I will fire both of y'all off my team.
Yeah.
No. Let me
Going on 30 years now without one.
let me explain this.
Contention.
But would you want to have? Go ahead, Phil. I'm sorry.
So you know me and my quarterback
Yeah, I
thing,
know.
right? So
Right,
you
I
know I'm all about looking down the road, right?
But it seems like you.
However,
you want to build a team for longevity, right?
I do. But being that we haven't had one since 95, I know we try to stretch it into 96, but the 95
No,
season,
95 is it. Yeah.
yeah, give me one. Just give me one.
So what I'm saying is,
You would
what
take
you want,
one
but what
over
you want-
actually having a dynasty, though. Wouldn't you
Yeah.
like want to have that ride versus that one? Wouldn't you want to have that ride though for the few
So,
years versus
all right.
the 1 year? So you
right.
can't, because you've experienced. It's not like you all haven't experienced 3 or 4 in
I
your
got
lifetime.
you.
I know I have.
I got
So,
you. So
wouldn't
would
you
you?
want to have that expansion again? That was a good ass feeling, like back to back, and we was on top, and it's like we going in the right strides. Y'all can't hold on for like another 2 years.
Yeah, I'm with you all the way, but let's take it like this. I have a daughter that's 23 that's never seen the Cowboys win, right?
Got you.
Okay.
Win a Super Bowl, right?
Right.
I think she would. Just thinking about this, she'd rather get one Super Bowl instead of a drought of 30 years.
But she wasn't even alive during 30
That's
years.
that's my point. She's never seen them win.
Okay, so here's the thing.
There's a thing called
Whatever
DVD.
your lovely daughter's name, she's not on this cast. I'm talking
Right.
about this group here.
I got you.
So you dudes would rather have just one and then be a trashy team.
Right, John.
I want multiple. I'm greedy. Look at Kansas City. They didn't win. They're going after several of them. I want a lot. I want
I'm
a
with
dynasty,
you.
like Danny's saying.
I'm with you. That's why you draft the
We ain't
quarterback
Cleveland.
every 5 years. Draft the
We ain't
quarterback.
Cleveland.
Okay,
I
but
ain't
look.
talking about no every 5 years. I'm talking about potential for 10 years.
Okay,
We ain't
look.
Cleveland. We don't. I'm assuming we all around the same
Okay.
age. We done
Yes.
experienced
Example,
multiple championships.
Yes.
Okay, but here's
That's
this
what
example.
that's what we used to. That's what I'm
Yeah,
used to.
y'all don't
as a
understand. It's
Cowboy
like y'all in
fan. I'm
Cleveland.
just saying.
Like y'all
Okay,
in Jackson.
okay.
I'm used to
But look at
excellence.
this. Look at Philly. Philly won a few years ago.
They trash.
They done blew everything up.
Thank
you,
John.
Nah.
And they
Hold
got
on. I will
And
piggyback on that.
and how did Philly do it? Because they
Hold on, let
drafted
me
another
piggyback on
quarterback.
that.
Exactly.
Philly situation was this. They didn't necessarily blow that up. I always tell people that I'm gonna tell you why. If you go back and remember, they wanted Carson Wentz to stay there.
Mhm.
He requested a trade. So
Right.
organically it just happened because they got rid of him because he didn't want to be there. They didn't
Right.
suddenly just start the year and say we trading him. They were
Right.
forced into the trade. That's what happened. And
They still blew it all up though.
Yeah, they had to blow it up because a guy forced his way out. If they'd have kept him, I'm gonna ask you this: if they'd have kept Carson Wentz, you think they would have went to the Super Bowl?
Nope.
No.
Win.
Exactly. I'm just saying it organically happened. Like it's just saying if someone loses a star player, organically you have to do. They didn't have a plan. They didn't start out. They just moved on because he did not want to stay there. It's not like what you
They
do.
have a totally different team.
I get that, but here's the thing: 30%. But 30% of rosters change every year. So
well, look at what they've changed this year. Look at all the ones that they tried to go all in last year and thought that they was going to pull it out, and it didn't work out for them.
No, but Dallas is on the same.
But I don't agree. No, John, I'm on your side. I'm just saying they went all and then it didn't work out because at the end of the day, the goal for them was to win the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
And to me, it did not happen. They went all in. Now they're stuck, and Yes, they got most coming back, but they had to get rid of some key players this off season. So
They got a lot of draft picks though.
But
it'll
at
be
the end of
interesting. It'll be interesting to see. But I'm with you, John. I get everybody on the Philly thing, but I
Here's the
just
thing
think
too.
it's
It's
by
the
chance.
biasness. I'm with Danny.
And that's probably because
I
they're in that
don't talk
division, and I don't like
about-
nobody.
but at the end of the day, they've been closer in the past 5 years. We've been in almost 30.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Is this the Olympics? So we giving presents for second place here? We want to win championships.
They got a chip.
It's about
They got a
championships.
chip. They got a chip though. They
got lucky.
And we got
Okay, they got a chip for the Super Bowl.
And
Oh,
they've
but
been
here's
the
the
two.
thing.
And
I'm
they've
sorry.
been the 2.
Oh, they've been the 2. What's their
But
record? Aren't they like 1-3? Oh,
We've been rebuilding for 28 years though. When we gonna finish building the house?
We about to do something this year, I believe.
the house
We
is
still got the building fund for the church. How when we gonna build the church? We
in the
collecting
end,
for the
But
building
as a
fund.
Philly fan, they never experienced what we have experienced as
Exactly.
Cowboys fans. They spent 50, I say 75 years, but I'm just being an asshole. But 50 something years trying to chase for fucking one where I can at least know if I die today and tomorrow, I know on my cast is going to have them 3 Super Bowls that I have experienced on my Cowboys versus that one ass
get
Super
enough of
Bowl.
them.
And
Can't get
everybody
enough.
can say, if it's so easy, my thing is, if it's so
not.
easy, why are we still at the top when it comes to Super Bowl wins? If it's so easy. So again, I will take that experience of the 3 that I've experienced over that one. And you keep saying, well, they in 2 years, okay, they won 1 and they lost. So still give me my 3. That experience to me, and back to back, you don't have too many teams that can say that they were back to back Super Bowl champions. So
and so here's
for
the
me,
thing.
that's what I want. I want to have that back to back type of Kansas City Chief, and if I have to wait a little bit longer, for
It's
me
gonna happen.
personally,
We're on the
I
right.
can wait.
We tread in the right direction, like John said. We in the right. I ain't felt this good about the Cowboys in decades. So, and I don't give a damn about Philly. Philly got lucky as hell this year.
Thank you,
They
bro.
got lucky. I'm
Everybody,
gonna tell you
I
how.
get you on that.
I mean,
I'm
here's
saying they got
another- here's
lucky.
another thing.
You got lucky.
They ain't
As
played
much
no
as
lucky.
much as we talk about, we haven't won in 25 years. San Francisco ain't won in 26 years.
Yep.
So, but they still trying to. They got a level of excellence. Everything Danny said, I agree with. Fellas,
Ho.
they didn't win.
San Francisco, they've been the 2.
They didn't win.
I got you, but wouldn't
But
you
they
rather
did,
wouldn't you
They
rather
did.
be
Hold on, I
in
gotta
two?
take. Hold on, I gotta take one of y'all at a time. I can't.
Would
fight
y'all
both
rather
of
be in the dance though? It's not like we're not getting in the dance though.
Damn.
Like we are not like some teams that don't get in the dance. Once you get in the dance, anything is open. So I'll take that to know that at least my team is going to make it to the dance. To know that anything can happen when it comes playoff because we're all 0-0. So I will take
in the
that.
dance. We're in the
any
parking
day.
lot.
Nah,
So, no,
bro,
no, what-
we not
what-
in
no,
the parking
no.
lot.
So
Nah.
what she's saying is they've been in the dance twice. They lost to the Ravens, and then they lost to the Chiefs.
Nah, she talking about the playoffs. I'm assuming.
No, she's talking about the Super Bowl.
No,
right?
no, John, no, Phil. John on my level, right? Me and John right here. John know exactly what I'm talking about.
You
I'm
only
just
saying that because he got that DeMarcus Ware jersey on.
I
That's
mean, I mean, that's
Get
a whole
outta
nother
here.
conversation.
Yeah, that's
but
all.
when I said the dance, I didn't say the big dance. I just said the dance. So
Okay.
the dance, like John said to me, is we're making the playoffs. So at least we know each year we know we are at least guaranteed more than likely to make the playoffs. So to me, at the end of the day, that's what you strive for in regular season, right? So anything can happen outside of that because everybody is 0-0. So I can't be so upset that at least I know that we're still going on and we're still striving to get to where we need to be. I would take
I'm with you, fellas,
know.
and I agree with Danny. Listen, I want us to be in the NFC Conference Championship game. I want us to advance beyond this. But you two are all the Cowboy fans. Don't lower your standards and act like we in Jacksonville. Y'all just want one and done. We've seen multiple. Even the head coach came here. He's like, I'm not here to win one. I want to win multiples. So let's get our standards out. Let's not be like Philly. Just because they won one in the last 80 years, we want to get multiple ones. And I think they have an opportunity. That's why they're trying to get the team to be younger. They're trying to make a young team to go on they want to go on a run. They don't want to just get one. They want to get multiples. I'm all for that. I'm not into that. Let's go all in, and then next year we trash. And then your daughter gonna be experiencing that feel. Oh, I got one, and now she's 60. Well, we still ain't been there again. No, we want.
Man, let me get one, and then we can talk about all this other stuff later. I'm sorry.
I'm with you. I want to get that one.
I'm sorry.
But I'm also like, I want.
Let me hit it. Let me hit it, and then if we figure out whether we love it, go together later.
But also, what Daddy said, it's hard, man.
You might hit it to get the STD though.
Hey, Dink, put that robe on, yo. Put the robe on.
Man, the robe. I think the robe upstairs, man. It's upstairs. I put the robe on. I become a total different character. I'm drinking too. You don't want that shit.
I want that D. I need that D next time. Damn it! I want the robe and everything.
I put that robe on. It's a whole different program.
That's what we like. That's what we need.
No, you don't. Trust me, you do. I put that robe on, and you gonna see hell come out. Because I become a whole different person then.
Yeah, you don't want your page removed, Phil.
I don't want the page removed. That because then I go in. Then I feel like I'm on stage.
After 2 minutes.
I was going to say. Long as you put the robe on after the first 2 minutes, we good.
I don't know. My grandma cursed soon as she opened up her mouth, man. I got that in me, so I don't know if I can do that the first 2 minutes, man. Now I'm messing. I'm just joking, man. I'm joking.
Hey, so look, all right, so I'm gonna go back to some stuff that I wrote down while y'all were talking. So you guys don't think that Tyron is going to start at left tackle?
No, I don't.
If he don't get hurt.
Okay, so you think he's going to be just the swing tackle to start the season?
Yeah, he should swing.
Okay.
Hold on. I don't know if he'd be the swing to start.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if Terrence Steele is going to be healthy yet.
Okay.
That's what I mean. If Terrence Steele is healthy, he's your right tackle. But you got to realize he's coming off an ACL injury. That was
all right.
It takes a while to come from back there. So no, I'm not. I want to be clear.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah, go ahead. I'm not saying that.
This. So when Steele, let's say Steele misses the first 2 or 3 games, when he comes back, is he starting or is Tyron starting then?
If they're both healthy, you're saying, right?
Yeah,
right.
They're both healthy.
If they're both healthy.
Here's another thing. I don't know who they draft. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say it's a guarantee either one gonna start.
All right, so let me give you this. Tyron is healthy.
Okay.
Steele is healthy. And we draft Osiris Torrance.
Woo! Terrence Steele is your right tackle.
Uh-huh.
I think he's a better right tackle than what I saw from Tyron Smith.
Okay.
So Tyron is swing.
If he's on the roster. Because I don't know if he's on the roster.
No, think about this. They just restructured his contract, right? So you know they told him something under the table. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if
they have to have told him something.
But if it's under the table, that don't mean he has to be on the team.
So I think that's more dead cap money then.
Yeah, maybe, but it was dead cap money when they got rid of Zeke and Jalen.
I think Tyron's going to get bonuses based on the number of games he played.
Right.
Thank you. So that's why I was asking the question, because if you know his salary is really incentive based.
We did that with Sean Lee years ago.
Right. No, I get that, but I'm also looking at a guy last year who blocked air and ripped off meat off of his bone. So he may not even be on the roster.
Okay.
I just don't know if he's gonna be healthy.
Okay.
He's just been breaking down. But I'll go with the positive scenario. He's fully healthy, nothing's wrong. Yeah, he'll be the swing tackle. He should be.
He'll be the swing. So you put Tyler at left tackle.
Unless they draft the left tackle. But on your scenario, no. If they draft Osiris, then Osiris is your left guard. Tyler Smith is your left. The Addison middle, Zach, and then Steele is your right.
Okay. And then you have Tyron as your swing. Okay. All right. I like it.
At 26, the tackle's gonna be gone. Ain't but like 2 of them, and the
Right.
tackle's gonna be gone.
Right.
I can't say that. Like 2, like who?
It ain't too many good tackles coming out this year.
Well, drop some names. Tell me who you think are good or not. Because I think different.
I think what I would like to get is the boy Skoronsky, but he's probably gonna be gone.
Ooh, yeah, he'll be gone. But
Yeah,
if
but a
he's
lot of-
there,
Yeah,
He's
but
a
a lot
god
of people,
center.
a lot of people don't view him as a tackle. A lot of people view him.
No, he's gonna be a guard center. Skoronsky is a guard center.
right. So who else?
you think so?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if he's gonna be a center, but a lot of people look
They
at
can
him
be
as
gone
a
though.
guard.
The quarterbacks can go, then the tackles, the D tackles, and that's so weird.
Okay, so you said there's not a lot of tackles. So give me some names that you say. You said there's only 2. 2 who? Give me the
Let me do
names.
my research.
If you don't know the names, give me the school that they played with.
I can't even remember that. Stand by. I got you.
I mean, you want to drop some
Skoronsky
names?
Skoronsky is good though.
Oh,
He
yeah,
is.
he's a monster.
Somebody heating up some food.
Not some popcorn, I
I
got.
think that's Donald because he went out of camera view.
Dink.
Well, look, while you looking at it, I got some comments. So Javier says that 3 of the 30 that were drafted last year, or I'm sorry, 3 of the 30 that came in last year were either drafted or it was Malik Davis who was undrafted that still made the team from the 30 visits last year.
Yeah.
He also said Biotish got bullied last year, so I guess he wants to.
I'll say this: he got so bullied last year, he gave up 1 sack.
Okay.
I mean,
All
if
right.
he's playing against a weak, like I agree with Hot Rod, if he's playing against he has a weak or uncertainty with his guard position, it's going to be a problem. And then when people say he's bullied, it's like bullied by who? Because the names they're going to drop, Via Vega, Jordan, those dudes bully everybody. So
Right.
it's like, no offensive line is going to have 5 Pro Bowls.
Mhm.
But there are things that he brings to the table that they like.
But if you get a Vila, would you move him to center next year and not bring Biotish back?
It's a possibility.
Right.
But
That's what I'm thinking.
But then again, if you move him there, now you got to void at left guard again.
Right.
Okay, so all right, so I got the list.
Okay, go ahead.
So they got Skoronsky as a tackle, but he's gonna be a guard center in the league.
Okay.
He's gonna be a guard center. So they got Skoronsky. They got hold on. What's that?
You said there was only 2.
Paris Johnson.
Okay, Ohio State.
Yeah. The dude from Tennessee, Donnell Wright.
He's a right tackle. He's swinging.
I like him.
Do you?
Okay. Who else?
And there was one more.
Well,
Anton Harrison from Oklahoma.
Okay, so you forgot Broderick Jones from Georgia.
Yeah, Broderick Jones from Georgia. That's right.
Yeah. Then you got Tyler Steen from Alabama. You got Blake. That's a good, also a tackle. I mean, they're good tackles here. Blake Freeman.
But I'm talking about, but all of them, a couple of them may be, but yeah, your tackles, Red. There's a couple of them, but most of them going to be gone before they get to us.
Not really. I mean, it depends on how the draft. This is how I look at the draft. Excuse me?
I said most of the tackles always run the table.
Not necessarily. It depends on
wide receivers, the tackles.
Here's the reason why.
Will someone going to be available? Yeah. So
say that again.
I said, will there be someone available at 26? Absolutely.
Right.
But,
so you said, okay, I don't want to cut you off before you finish.
No, it's okay.
So what are you saying? Because you said it's only going to be 2, and I'm like, oh, it depends. It could be more than necessarily that. Each year, teams always do something stupid.
True.
Multiple teams. They reach for quarterbacks. They reach for players.
Yeah, you're right. Because
and
7 quarterbacks might go. 7 quarterbacks might go in the top 15. So
right, and it just depends on what Dallas views as far as a guy that they look for. So I'm not going to disagree with you. there will be runs, but sometimes teams do runs on a corner. Like somebody do the first corner, now it's the second one, now the third one. Sometimes it's like that. I don't think this is a strong wide receiver group as far as top heavy. I think it's a good group. So it depends. I think the tackles are nice, but it just depends on who's going to go and when they're going to go and who's going to make a run on it. Like, but I think they can find one, but I don't necessarily know if they look at it and say we need to get a tackle at 26. They may be more like you're saying, they may go guard, or they may decide they may go nose tackle at 26.
Well, we all know there's always there are a shortage of O linemen in the NFL anyway. So O linemen they're gonna go like hotcakes. So everybody needs O linemen.
Yeah, but everybody knows
no one's deep at O linemen.
No one is, but no one ever thinks that way. Also, we've seen teams who got offensive line issues and they go out and get a quarterback. You like, dude, what are you doing?
So now you got a point. You definitely got a point.
I agree with your philosophy. I'm with you, but the league doesn't do that.
You got a point.
Let's go get some wide receivers. Like, okay, but you ain't got nobody to block for the quarterback here.
You're right. Because I was watching the Bengals draft the wide receivers every year.
and that kid's getting killed. So what they do is, here's another thing. I always look at what people do in free agency. People assign guys, it's just like you signing a dude that ain't as good as the dude in the draft. And other teams would be like, thank you very much. So now a player falls to us. We'll get him. You could have got him, and we move on. Go ask Minnesota and Denver. Would have been smart. No, Carolina and Denver would have been smart 2 years ago to draft a quarterback. That you could have got you a quarterback. But instead, Carolina fired their coach because he decided he wanted to recycle trash, and Denver gave away a ransom for a dude who may or may not be washed. When you could have got a Justin Fields, and you could have just moved on and been okay at the position.
You're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because you're right. Because that's how
Yeah, and I think there's some.
We got parts.
Some guys need more development, but I think they're guys that because I think Blake Freeland is from BYU. He's talented, but he may need a little bit more development than Paris Johnson per se. But here's the thing, though.
We need plug and play.
Right. But here's the thing. So let's go with this one. So I'm going to go with, because I know you got excited about a particular player. You got excited about the tight end Washington.
Down in Washington.
Right. So let's say you get you a offensive line tackle in the second round. All you do is you put Washington on his side. He's going to be able to
absolutely.
So Tyler Smith, I'm fine with. Go and deal with whoever. But we got Washington on the other side. So that was the reason why I said I would like him, because I think he can help whoever could be the lesser of the tackles.
I'm not worried about the tackle. I'm worried about the guard. I'm worried about the push in the middle.
But here's the thing, though. If you look at tackle, we have one healthy tackle. One healthy proven tackle.
True.
You got a dude coming off an ACL injury, and you got another dude that ain't been healthy, ain't played a full season since 2015.
But we have nobody at guard.
You can find guards late, though. Yeah, your tackle is important. I mean, you don't remember when Dak Prescott had post-traumatic stress syndrome against the Lions a couple of years ago? That tackle position is important. I'll find a guard.
You talking about from Chaz Green?
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dude, he was getting killed. So that tackle position, what you want to bring in, 45-year-old Jason Peters and stick him out there again?
Hey, man, bring Big Pete back, baby.
I love him, man, but that age. So
no, there's some fans that be like, bring Pete, bring him in.
Yeah, I'm concerned with both. I want them to draft 2 offensive line. And I do agree with you.
I agree. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we do need a guard and a tackle.
So you said you want 2 offensive linemen?
I want 2 offensive linemen. I want 2 offensive linemen that have this type of flex position. So this is why I like Steve over the kid from Florida. Steve has played tackle, center, and both guard positions. This is the reason why I like D. Wright, is that he's played right tackle, but he's also played left tackle, but he's also played left guard. So I want guys that can have some type of flex, that type of ability. Now, I want to just, once I get them, put them at that position and let them play that position. But if something arises, you want to be able to at least not have a drop-off. Because if you have a drop-off on the offensive line, Prescott's not going to have time and then the running game and all that stuff, just everything just goes.
I need somebody 340 pounds at left guard that's not going to getting pushed in my quarterback's lap. That's
Sound
the
like
problem.
I don't need a 340, dude. I can take a 300.
Sound like you talking about Osiris Torrance, buddy.
Hey, look, man. What's the boy for the Giants? Was that Richardson, their D tackle? The two Bama boys
In Washington,
in DC, and the young boy
from Philly.
Was Jordan Davis. Was that Jordan Davis?
That's Jordan Davis.
Yep.
Man, we need some big boys in the middle, man.
Right.
That's gonna be, I'm not even talking about what's name for Tampa. I'm talking about in our division. We gotta win our division. We was already getting beat up in the middle. Look at our running game. We wasn't running on any of them. Think about it. We weren't running on any of them.
You ain't gotta convince me. I agree. But I think they can find a guard late if they decide to go late.
Yeah.
They're quality guards out there.
Y'all.
I mean, because you mentioned, didn't you mention the kid from UCLA?
Yep.
Antonio.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ain't projected to go high. There's a kid also that's from Alabama. They got a kid, Jordan McFadden, that's from Clemson. They got some quality guards out there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with them getting one.
I'm thinking the kid from UCLA. I think we can get him in the second. Honestly,
you talking about
Mafia? We can get him in the second. Yeah,
I think he'll go. Actually, I think Antonio Mafia go later than the second round. I don't think he's gonna be a second round.
We got somebody in the comments saying that Mafia might not go past the middle of the second round.
Well, we'll see if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I just think it's a deeper edge group, and I think a lot of edge rushers who don't go first are gonna go second.
Okay.
I like Mafia, but there's some technical things that can be fixed coach wise, but I don't know if he's gonna go.
Yeah. But he's a mauler.
He's very powerful.
What's the size on Josh Downs? Because the description y'all gave me, it sounds like he's a smaller version of D Hop.
Oh, he's very small. He's like 5'8", 170.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's way smaller. Okay.
Yeah, he's a small guy.
But he make big plays though. He make big plays. He can play. He can play. Yeah, that's why he's visiting. I believe I believe he's in within their an opportunity to get him, they're gonna get him. I can see that happening. I really do.
You like him better than you like Jordan Addison from USC?
No, I don't. I think Addison, got a better upside, but at the end of the day, I think Downs, will fit our system better. Okay. I give Addison the edge, but I don't want to see us getting Addison. So I think somebody like Josh Downs he's plus, man. He's a great contributor. He gonna surprise a lot of people. I
don't think he gonna surprise anybody because he can play.
Yeah.
I want to know how many wide receivers do y'all want?
I was thinking the same thing. Because
all I mentioned was one. I only mentioned
we got 7 already.
So they ain't done shit.
Hold on. So we got CD.
Right.
I ain't talking about CD. You know that. I ain't talking about CD.
Nah, I think he's talking roster. I think they're talking roster.
So who's our number 2?
Cooks.
Cooks is number 2. Who's 3?
Gallup.
Tolbert. Is Tolbert number 4?
You got to show
you can't. You putting one guy that looked like he on decline, and you putting a rookie who didn't do anything.
I'm just trying to map out how many receivers we have, like Hot Rod said.
Oh, you mean on the roster?
Oh,
yeah. Because we can't cut Tolbert yet.
No one ever said you will, but
all right. So Tolbert is a 4th.
Semi Fioka.
Third year hasn't did anything.
I won't count Semi yet, so don't count Semi yet.
You on the roster?
Hold on, don't count him yet, because you got to count Turpin.
I was about to say, would you count Turpin?
So Turpin,
he's a returner. He ain't no,
but he still counts. He still counts as a wide receiver on your roster.
He doesn't. He's a return guy. He's a special teams guy. He don't count. He doesn't count as a receiver.
They didn't even use him as a wide receiver.
He ain't on the depth chart as a receiver. He's on the depth chart as a kick return. He needs to focus on that.
But they did. I thought they did use him on like 1 or 2 plays as a
they did.
No,
They
1
did.
or 2 plays for the entire 17
But
games.
they use him as a receiver though.
But I'm trying to figure out where you got him listed as on your.
He's not on my
your
depth
roster.
chart receiver. He's not on my
So
depth chart.
you just put him as kick return or punt return.
He needs to learn that. Stop running in the kick.
All right, so
That's
so
what he
we
needs
stuck.
to learn.
So we had 4 with Tolbert,
Right.
right?
Semi Fioka.
So Simi is 5.
5.
You got the Hudson dude.
Houston, Hudson,
Houston.
Right.
Yeah.
Houston's on the practice squad.
All right, so all right, so we got 5 then.
And I believe Josh Downs will come in. If they get him, he gonna be balling. I believe he can do that.
So you would go with 6 receivers, because the reason why I'm asking is because they bought in those 30 visits. They bought the little guy from Boston College, right?
I think
They brought in Quentin Johnson. They brought in
That's
Flowers.
from TC. That's from TCU, right? Quentin
They
Johnson.
brought in Jonathan Mingo.
Uh-huh.
They also brought in.
They brought in Zay Flowers, a wide receiver, and Jalen Hyatt. They
brought in Rashad Rice from Ole Miss. Yeah, so they ain't.
Hold on, they brought in. Didn't they bring in the other guy from Tennessee also?
You talking about Hyatt?
Yeah, they brought in Quentin Johnson, Jonathan Mingo from Ole Miss.
If I'm not mistaken,
there you go, Tillman. That's what I'm talking about.
And they brought in Rashee Rice from SMU. They brought him in too.
And then they just brought in the guy from Ohio State.
Right. So
Jackson, what's his name? Jackson Smith.
Out of all the receivers you listed, who are you comfortable with? Of the 5,
I like the receivers that we already have.
Yeah.
You mean as a group?
Yeah,
I don't.
All 5 you comfortable with?
Yeah,
so let's go on the back end.
For me, I would take an offensive lineman over the receiver, and this is why.
You can still get an offensive lineman. Nobody's saying you can't do that.
But I would take the offensive lineman first. You know why?
No, I'm not saying that. I don't care. I'm not saying we have to take a receiver first. I'm not saying you have to take a receiver.
But you saying with the core that we have now, a receiver.
I'm good with him because
I'd rather.
I'm not good with him. I'm not.
You're not neither.
This is
receiver.
They got to
listen. Listen, this is why I brought you 2 on here. I don't want everybody to agree with me. Right. So
I'm with Danny.
The fact that you're not agreeing with me.
Here it is. Well, your top 3 draft picks is probably going to be a starter, correct? So you draft a receiver, let's say in the 3rd round, he's not going to play.
Why you say that? Hold on.
Who you going to sit down?
Okay, so I'm gonna go with what you. Hold on, let's go with what you saying. I'm gonna answer that. Okay, so the dudes that we know they can ball, CD. So we don't even need to talk about him. We know he'll ball. Okay, he's a baller. Okay, so I got a guy that's off an ACL injury. We physically don't know what he's gonna do. Then I got a rookie in his 2nd year who only played, if I'm not mistaken, regular season. I don't know, 3 snaps.
Right.
And then you talking about Semiosi, who's going into his 3rd year. He's totally unproven. So you just said your first 3. I agree with the philosophy. Your first 3 picks you want to be started. But if I'm not mistaken, Blaine was drafted where? What was Blaine drafted?
5th round.
5th round. He was a starter last year. He took over the position. So you say who may not be on the roster. If you get a dude that is a blue chip, and I'm not saying he has to be a 1st round pick or a 2nd round pick, he may not even be a 3rd round pick. He may be a 4th round pick. But if he comes in, he takes someone off the position, then he just takes someone off the position. The linebacker we had, Clark, he was 5th rounder. He took a spot. So it's about competition. It ain't about just going into it. So when I say receiver, please do not think I meant 1st round. I like big guys.
I get that. Okay, but let me address this with you. If you just said, we've been talking about Magic Mike being the coach and everything, what did we just say? What type of offense we going to?
Hold on. How many nicknames is Mike McCarthy going to get, yo?
As many as with.
I'm going to have to start taking notes on that one.
We'll be running the rock and going 2 and 3 tight end formations. Where you going to play all the?
You talking about last year?
I'm talking about this year coming up.
Coming up.
Hold on. You said 3 tight end formations. You said that?
2 and 3 tight end formations.
Why do you say they're going to do that? I'm just asking first.
Because
I want to make
sure the ball. Because we're going to be
but here's the thing.
Be multiple.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He likes diversity. He doesn't necessarily want to just run that. So you diversity want still pass that. No, he wants diversity as far as his wide receivers. Go back and look up at Green Bay, like you mentioned earlier. You said Jordy Nelson. So they like quick twitch dudes that run that West Coast offense. Simi ain't quick twitch. Gallup don't see
ain't quick twitch.
Who?
Jordan Nelson wasn't quick twitch.
He was quick twitch.
Jordan Nelson was a speed guy.
No, he still had quickness to be able. I'm not talking about down the field. I'm talking about coming off the line. He wants dudes that have the ability of the quickness. It's kind of like a Cole Beasley. Cole is not going to burn anybody, but coming off the line, he has quickness. So they can address that.
Jordan Nelson was fast, not quick.
Okay, we'll have to talk about that. He was quick off the line. He was quick off the line. No, as far as him getting in the foot race, yeah, he was football fast, but he wasn't what I would consider a burner. He's not Cooks. Cooks is considered a speed guy. So a lot of the guys that they're targeting are guys who can get, once they get the ball, they're doing something with rack. Jordy was like that. Once he got that ball, he did something with rack. We haven't seen Tober do that. We haven't seen Simi do that. Yeah, they can't even get on the field. We saw Gallup hasn't shown that. CD has, and so has Cooks. I do not believe they want to go into it. So here's another thing. What if one of those 2 guys go down? Who are you bringing in? So I do believe they're going to draft a wide receiver. I'm not necessarily going to say it's the first round, but I do believe they're drafting a wide receiver. We can't go into the season with that. You just can't. That's hope and prayer. You're dealing with hope and prayers now. If you're gonna do that, then you should say, "Oh, we got a guard on the roster." Nah, you can't do that.
And I'm not saying not draft a receiver at all. I'm talking about burning your top 3 picks on a receiver. I didn't necessarily say they had to do the first 3 rounds. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I do believe they're going to draft a wide receiver. But let's do this. Let's say Steve, Avila, and Osiris is gone. They're gone. So I know you guys say you want a left guard. Say all the top-rated tackles are gone. And you got the kid from Ohio State. He's there at 26. The receiver.
Jackson Smith, in Jigma.
Yeah. You don't take him?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now you just mark the first round pick on a receiver.
He the best player. If he the best player on the board.
Yeah.
So it just depends on how the draft is. I'm not saying they need to reach for a receiver.
Right.
But it depends on who's there. We don't know. We don't know how it's going to play out.
Yeah.
So if it's a guy that's there,
if he slides down to 26, we
if he
good.
slides to 26,
we good.
You got to take it. And I know what you're saying. You say, well, how would he get on there? Talent always gets on the field.
Yep.
Like talent gets on the field. You don't stop talent. Talent is gonna be like, who you got there? That don't matter.
You just saying you got the world class receivers, but your quarterback on his back. And we all talking about quarterback's back was in shock trauma.
But I just sat here and said Avila Cyrus is gone. So who you getting?
No, I'm saying the best lineman available at 20.
Then what you're doing is you're doing a Taco Charlton thing, because then that's a reach.
It ain't a reach.
Reaching. That's a reach.
It's not a reach. Give me a 3.
So when the defense was trash in 2020 and they picked CeeDee Lamb, that was the wrong move?
Technically, yes. But it worked out.
Because it was the best talent.
You asked me a question, I answered it.
No, I know that. But if you go out and just say get the best guy available, that would have been the kid.
No, I said the best lineman available. I didn't say the best guy available.
Okay, so you get a dude that has a 4th round grade, you're gonna draft him in the 1st round?
It ain't gonna be no 1st round grade on a lineman at 26.
But I just used the 2 guards that we like, and they're gone. So who you get?
45 minutes ago, talk about all the linemen that's in the 1st round.
But I keep saying this. I can find guards late. You don't hear what I be saying. I be like, you can find guards.
How late is late? How late is
They
late?
give me 2nd, 3rd round. Larry Allen was a 2nd round pick. So I'm saying is me and you are together. I'm with you. I like big dudes. I'm not saying I don't want a big dude. I'm with you. But I'm saying they may think and say we can get a lineman late. So let's get the best available talent first. That's all I'm saying. I will always draft quarterback killers and quarterback hunters in my first 2 rounds. That's just me. But I know that they may decide to say, all right, we can this same guy that you guys want us to get in the first round, we can get him in the second. And let's get the best talent in the first round. That's all I'm saying. They may decide to do that.
I hope they don't.
I mean, if it's the best talent, then yeah, I think you should do best talent. Always go best talent. If you go for need, man, you reach, man. Yeah. You go for need, you reach, and then you get a dude that ain't a day one star. Now you got to develop this dude. Be like, we got to develop him and try to hope.
I mean, and I know you use Taco as a thing, man. Taco was just horrible. They should.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that what they did is they didn't reach. They needed a defensive end as opposed to just saying, let's get the best dude. Whatever that is, get the best dude. Like when they got Michael Parsons, we needed a corner. They was like, no, we ain't reaching. We're going to get the best talent. So I'm with you. Hear me out. I am in the 300-pound dudes that destroy quarterbacks and protect them. So I don't want you to think
340.
Nah, I'm fine with a 300 dude. I don't necessarily need a 340 dude. If he that's super special, that's cool. But they're 300-pound dudes that are powerful.
Yeah.
But if those quality guys are gone, you have to take the best talent. The best talent dude is going to get on the right. Because I know what you're saying. You guys mentioned that. But that kid from Ohio State, he better than the last 3 dudes y'all named. He'll get on the field. And then y'all just had depth because he going to get on the field. But I would probably go, for me, if all those quality guys, I would go with edge rusher. Because I'm into getting after the quarterback.
You talking about Nolan Smith, right?
Maybe. It depends on who there. I'm going for a dude that's causing havoc.
We got 12 edge rushers, man.
No, bro, you can't ever have enough quality quarterback killers, man.
You gotta have war daddies.
Put it this way.
We got 5 edge rushers now.
Yeah, but think about the end of the year when I needed Dorrance Armstrong and Fowler to give me something. Dorrance stayed on 8 sacks for like the last half of the season. So give me a young dude. I need young. I want to pull a Oz on the opposing quarterback. So I'm all about killing the quarterback. That's the more. And here's the thing: if I don't get an edge rusher, give me the best dude that's inside that can be disruptive. I like to destroy. I'm into destroy and mutilating the quarterback like Godzilla. So I'm all about that. So I'm with you. I'm in the protecting.
Give me a 340-pound D tackle then.
You said which tackle? You said what D tackle?
I said give me a 340-pound D tackle. I
don't necessarily need a dude that's 340. I can give me a guy that's 300.
Hey, you want Mozzie from Michigan?
I want to run stop.
Yeah.
I want to run stop.
I want to disrupt.
Yes, that's what I
want to do. That's just disruptive. I want both. I'm greedy. I want both. Give me a dude that can blow the run up and be disruptive. Mozzie. Unlike the rest of the D tackles, he's a dude that actually can move down the line. As much as I love Jordan Davis, go back and look at his tape against Alabama. When they sped it up, his stamina got good. So those 340 dudes are good. I'm with you. I can find me a dude late, but them dudes' stamina gets a little bit late.
You trying to find everybody late?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you can.
There's a lot of diamonds in the rough late, obviously.
And it's all about just fitting dudes that fit your scheme.
Oh, the lineman, he trying to find late.
Nah, I ain't saying all linemen. I'm just saying you can find dudes late. You can find late dudes.
Hey, it sounds like if he was the GM, we'd be doing a whole lot of trading back, right?
Trading back.
No, not necessarily. No. It depends on where I'm at.
No. I'm not having a problem with it, but the fact that you know all of these guys that we can trade back to get,
right?
You get extra picks with that too.
No, if I was a GM, there would be players that I would have traded before Dallas let them go. Like when Jay Lewis and Anthony Brown had that great year 2021, they had those real reasonable deals. They played their best football. I would have traded both of them. 2016, when Jason Witten played he played good. Sean Lee, I'd have traded both of them. I would have traded them. I would acquire picks. I would be going to this draft with 12 picks. Now, if I have a top 10 pick, I'm not trading out of the top 10. That's blue chip. So I'm
Jason Witten was only 25 years longer than he should have been.
Right.
Yeah, but that goes back to what
I wouldn't do comp picks. I would trade dudes a year earlier.
But that goes back to us holding on to players. That's the problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and a lot of teams do that. Dallas is not the only one allowed, but yeah, they do that. You're holding on to guys, and I'm more like, I can replace this guy.
Sean Lee, we held on to Sean Lee too long for me.
Way too long.
Yeah, so I'm always in there. But at certain positions you can find late. You can find those guards late. You can find guards late. You can't find elite tackles late.
Ooh, I can't wait to this draft. I can't wait to this draft.
I'm gonna drop some names.
Get good late.
I'm gonna drop some names for you.
Why can't we find a receiver late? Why can't we find a receiver? Why can't we find a receiver late?
I never said that you can't find a wide receiver late. You can find wide receivers late. Here's a wide receiver that was on Dallas. Miles Austin. He was undrafted. Rod Smith was undrafted.
Yeah.
You always find a receiver. Don't think I'm a receiver happy dude. I'm not. I get in Twitter all the time. People are like, what are you talking? Like, dude, I can find a receiver late. I'm like, crazy. Y'all can find wide receivers late. Well, what about Tobin? Okay, so you're gonna mention one dude when there's a whole bunch of other dudes that have been late. So you're just gonna mention this one dude. Now, give me some guys who can run routes. Remember, Cedric Wilson was a sixth round pick. Just give me dudes that can run routes.
That was my man.
And they can do
it. And catch the ball. And catch the ball.
You find route runners.
I was saying to Cedric Wilson go.
Yeah, they can play. You get a good route
runner. Wilson reminded me of Kelvin Martin back in the day.
Yeah, that was another guy that was fouled.
Watch out for Quentin. Hey, if Quentin Johnson's there at 26, don't be surprised the Cowboys get him either. I'm gonna tell you.
I hope they don't.
But they might. Reed wrote an article about him, and I felt the same way you did. And I was like, man, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised they go after him.
I wouldn't take him. He'll body catch. I don't like body catches at that level.
No,
he's got all the other attributes, but that body catching. I think they bringing him in.
Like the boy Travis Williams was like that.
I was just about to say T. Will.
The thing is, the difference between Quentin and Terrence Williams is a much better blocker, and he's a little bit more quarterback friendly. And what do we get him? The third or the second round? You can get a body catcher later. I hope they don't get him, but we'll see what happens. I don't think he's a first rounder, but I think he will go on the first round because of his attributes, size and speed and all of that. But he doesn't know how to run routes.
Yeah, I don't like body catchers.
Nah, stay away from him.
Yeah, I want a big daddy down there, man. I want a big baby down there. Somebody just like 350.
That's some good. That's some good.
350. That's right. Dink, tell him 350.
I would love it, but I know that I just feel like it ain't gonna happen. That's the only reason we gonna.
Why you say that?
Not at 26 is what I'm saying. I just don't. I mean, I know it can fall our way. I just don't think it's gonna fall our way. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, like who though?
I mean, like, well, what's old boy, your boy Mafia from UCLA? I would love to have him. If we got him, I could, man, I'd be happy. I'd be happy with him. Huh? The guy from UCLA.
Mafia. Okay.
Mafia.
All right.
Yeah. I get him. I'm drinking moonshine every damn day.
And I'm drinking with you.
Mafia is what?
On the screen.
You talking about?
We have to go live. If that happens, Phil, we gotta go live.
He's like 280 pounds. He's 280 pounds.
No, but he's good. I mean, I know he's not no Warriors. I'm just saying he's good though. I mean, he would fit the bill what I'm looking for. But
I thought you want a big dude. He like 280.
Mafia?
You talking about the kid from USCA, right? The 3-tech?
Yeah.
He ain't big.
Yeah, he look
the guard from UCLA.
Damn, he look big.
No, I thought he's talking about the D tackle. You talking about the guard?
The guard.
I know what you talking. I'm talking about Dink.
Oh,
yeah, I'm talking about Hold on. I got my names mixed up, bro. I got my list right here. Mafia. I'm thinking of No, not Mafia. Not.
You talking about? You talking about?
I'm thinking No, I got the position down wrong. I'm not talking about him. I can't even read my own damn writing right here.
That's what's in that glass.
That's what I was about to say.
Say his name. You say his name. I know what you're talking about, man. I can't even.
Mafia is 6'4", 339. The guard.
No, I know the guard. I thought you
the guard, not him. Not now. If we do get him on offense, I can deal with that. But I'm talking about on defense. Not
I don't know who that is.
Not him.
I
do like Lacey, Tyler Lacey. I like him out of Oklahoma State. I do like him.
You got the kid from Baylor. He fits with Hot Rod.
Yeah.
Makes. He's 380. No, he 345.
That's it. That's what I'm talking about. That's it.
You got Dixon from Florida. He's a real destructive 3-tech. Mozzie from Michigan. I like him a lot. I think he fits what they like.
Yeah, we got something like that. I could sleep at night.
Yeah, there's a kid from Texas, Callbarn. He's like 350. He's a traditional nose. There's a lot of guys they got. There's a kid also from Penn State that's pretty good. They fit. They're just traditional nose tackles.
Yeah,
I like them all.
Yeah, we can get them late.
Space Eaters, yeah.
There's another kid. He's a complete space eater. He's Gerard Clark. I'll put his name in a group chat. This kid is really big.
Yeah, you talked about him plenty of times. Yeah,
he is big, physical. Here's this. Now I put him in the chat. Gerard Clark. He is like 350. Used to be a former tight end, became a nose tackle, flashes, super strong, anchors. So, but he's probably going to go late because he doesn't put up a lot of, most nose tackles don't put up a lot of splash plays, so they're not going to do a lot of sacks and stuff like that. So teams kind of overlook them until December come, and you need a big dude like that. Yeah. So I think they're going to go and try to get one. McCarthy had a couple of those guys in Green Bay. So I think they will try. I don't know if they're going to do it late. But I like Mozzie Smith. He would be one of my first 2 picks if it was me.
Yeah, we got Mozzie Smith, man. I mean, I'm sleeping good, bro. Like,
I have no problem drafting him.
Yeah, I mean, you can get an offensive defensive line with a 26th pick. I'm good. Everything else you can find second, third, fourth, fifth round.
Yeah, everybody else we can find late.
Yeah,
you can. You can find everybody else late. Yeah, you can. Except for elite edge rushers, you don't usually find them dudes.
True.
Yeah, no, for real, you really can find a lot of players late.
Somebody late, the edge rusher, the boy last year.
Sam is nice. I love Sam. I don't think he's ever.
Sam, he was a second round pick, wasn't he? Sam second round pick?
But I don't think Sam is ever going to be a dude who's going to put up.
Sam was late. We got Sam late.
No, he was.
They got him in the second round.
Second round. That ain't late.
Second round pick.
Yeah. It's like we got Diggs in the second round. We got Diggs in the second round.
Yeah.
A couple years ago. I can't wait to see how the dominoes fall. That's the beauty of the draft, but we get a big baby on the offensive line and defensive line. I'm good to go. First, I'm not gonna lie about that.
Yes, sir.
Not gonna lie. But if that don't happen, and that
I think it will.
You think it will?
Yeah, I think they will. I mean, you've seen they've been trying to do this. It just hasn't panned out. I mean, Bohanna was a big guy. He just plays too upright. John Ridgeway is another big guy, plays too upright. Cool. So they've been trying. It just hasn't worked out.
Ridgeway gone to the Commanders.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying that they selected him. So you see that they're making an attempt. I just think they may try a little bit higher this time. Somewhere with maybe the first 4 rounds.
Yeah.
But Clark he kind of fits that mode. Like Gerard Clark. And no one's really talking about him.
Yeah, we need the snowplow, man. Offense and defensive line in the middle.
Give me
I agree with you. I agree with you. Matter of fact, I'll put his clips in here so you can be able to see what he did last year. He is a big man, like a big violent dude. He can anchor. He can do everything that you would want from a nose tackle. Clean up things with linemen, all of that. So I'll put his highlights in the link. Look, and then you'll see some of the stuff he's capable of doing. Ooh. You can't miss him. He's the biggest human being on the football field. So it's not like you can't see him. He's number 15. He is big.
Look, we got a comment in the chat said Darnell Wright is the pick at 26.
I wouldn't have a problem with Darnell Wright at 26.
Yeah. Would you play him at tackle or try to move him in the guard?
I'll play him wherever. Like I like him at guard. I like him at tackle, but he can flex inside.
Right.
So they can do this. They can flex him inside. play the best healthy right tackle, move forward,
Right.
and then next year, if you decide you don't want Terrence Steele back, you move on from Tyron, you kick him out, put him at right tackle, go and get your guard. So,
And that's the best thing about everything.
Yeah.
We got everything covered. So that way, whatever you draft, you can look at that person as a replacement.
Exactly. That's
so
what
that you
should
don't
always-
have to re-sign
Exactly.
somebody.
or
Yeah.
reach, or and then
Yeah.
re-sign somebody that you can upgrade, like they did
Yeah.
with Dalton Schultz. So they were
I
so
love
scared to think they couldn't like upgrade that position. It's like, come on, y'all could upgrade that. He's
I
not
love
Kelsey.
it. Hey, look, we already passed 12:30, y'all. We still
Oh, I
talking.
wasn't even looking at the time.
Well,
Yo, this
Oh
has
no, I'm
been
watching
great.
this video here.
This has been great, man.
Yeah, hold
This
on,
is
Hot
great.
Rider. You looking at the video of Clark? I want you to.
Oh no, hold on. I didn't know.
I
What's
am.
his name?
I'm watching
Yeah,
it.
I put it in the
I'm
chat.
looking at it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you,
I'm
Danny.
looking at it.
Yeah, look at him.
No, John,
That's
I'm
it.
watching that.
That's a big dude that I don't think he's gonna go in the first 3 rounds, but I think he can help. He is a traditional nose tackle. He is a big, he's a big violent dude, man. Like I said, he's the biggest human being on the football field. And watch him dog walk with these guards and watch him dog walk these centers.
Yo, y'all are serious looking at this. Look, so we gonna bring this back on Thursday. Y'all back on Thursday? Y'all good?
Yeah, I'm good. Were we
All
ending this? Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, 'cause
well, I'm not on the
It's
East
like
Coast.
it's oh,
everybody
that's
on the East
right.
Coast.
That's
Where-
right.
If you're on the East Coast, I'm in North Carolina. Where y'all at? On the East
Most
Coast.
of us are in the DMV. I'm in Maryland.
Okay. I'm familiar with the DMV. Yeah.
Florida.
Got a lot of family and friends up there.
Oh, you're in Florida? So you what, Central Time?
Nah, he East Coast, right?
I'm East Coast.
Oh,
I'm in North
Florida's
Carolina. I'm
East?
East Coast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
like literally 4
East Coast,
hours
yeah.
from the DMV area. Yeah, I can take
Yeah.
I go up there all the I got family and friends in DMV area. So
Yes, sir.
yeah. All the way
Nah, I'll
from
come back there.
Alexandria all the way to Bowie, Maryland. I got family all up that way, man. So,
Okay.
yeah. I literally serious. Like you name a town, I got them family in there.
Nah,
all the
you
Southeast
said
DCs.
Bowie.
You
We know.
definitely DMV.
Yeah, like I got cousins in Alexandria. I got cousins all in DC, Southeast DC, Northwest DC. I got them in Bowie, Mary, Waldorf, Mary. I got them Capitol Heights. I got them in Landover. You name it, they
You
all
looking
over.
at that hot rod?
Yeah, Hot Rod serious too. Hey, so
What's
Dick,
up?
you know about some go-go music then.
Come on, man. I know about Chuck, baby. Come on, baby. Absolutely. What? Yes, absolutely.
I wouldn't know
I
about
know, man. Yo, when I was in the military, I had to take some classes up in Fort Myers and up in DC. So I'm very familiar with that place, man.
Okay.
One of my good friends was an honor guard. He's working at the White House. So yeah, I'm very familiar with that area, man. I got family and friends all up in the DMV area. All up there.
All right.
Yeah, man.
I want to get Hot Rod's opinion about my man.
Hey, look, cause
I
Hot
know
Rod
Danny
looking
listening.
serious, right? Y'all,
Oh, he a big
Hot
boy.
Rod and Danny, y'all both
see
look
Oh yeah,
like
you're a big boy. Yeah, he's snowplow. I just saw him. I like him.
Danny, do
He
you
pushing
like
that pocket. Yeah, I like him.
Yeah,
Pushing that box.
that's somebody that came off a plantation right there. That's a big.
Yes,
that's,
he is.
That Coastal Carolina.
Yeah,
Yep. I've been
yeah.
scouting here for the last
340.
3 years.
What I say? Hey. What I
I'm
say? y'all?
trying to
340.
get you what you want. I was trying to get you what you want.
Appreciate
Yeah,
you.
that
Big and quick.
yeah.
all right,
Give
so
somebody
what
340.
round you think we would be able to get him in?
I mean, I think he's gonna go late because the thing is, most nose tackles don't do a lot of splashing, so they don't get a lot of sacks. They don't get a lot.
And
of
he's from a small school.
It's from a small school. So, and then people like to talk and say it's a passing league. So people think strictly 3 techs. Few teams really invest in nose tackles. So I think he'll be there 4th, 5th, late. I probably would draft him a little earlier than that myself, but I think he'll go late because people they don't value that. A lot of teams don't value them big time nose tackles. You know?
Yeah, that's I don't know what they fed that boy down in South Carolina.
You know,
He's-
That's alligator.
he's
Yeah.
a
teams
tight
that
end.
what defenses value.
Exactly.
I say teams that do value, teams like the Ravens,
Yeah.
the teams run them 3-4s and got them big bodies. They value,
Right.
you know what
And
I mean?
so later
you're
on
gonna
in the
look
year,
like the Ravens
when
Pittsburgh
the playoffs
Steelers.
is going on, you're sitting there saying, why can't we run? Because you're playing against a team that invested in dudes with 330 pounds because that's what they like.
Yeah,
Teams don't
that's a
do
big boy right there. That's
Ravens,
And
Steelers,
young,
New England,
and young.
Patriots.
yeah, that's
They
yeah.
play
And young.
exactly.
Even Texans.
Oh hell, mercy.
Exactly.
Boy.
So I think he can be drafted late. Because I don't think people value that. But I value the great.
Yeah, if you go back and think about the late Tony
Saragusa,
Saragusa, you know,
man.
he was something
Belichick
like
can
that.
get him in the first, second round.
Yeah, Bill values that though. That's something that Bill values. So I think he can be there. I mean, if they want to get him in the fourth, he can be there. Some people will look at it as a reach, but I wouldn't because you see what he can do.
Right.
You look at him
in the second. I ain't waiting. I'm not waiting.
I wouldn't be mad about it.
You want to get everybody late.
I
think
he want to take the receiver that's 165 pounds, take him early, but he want to take.
I didn't say that. I never said I would take a receiver early. You tripping now. Don't put that narrative out there because my homeboys are gonna look at this and be like, John ain't gonna say no shit like that. Because I argue with them all the time. They want to take receivers. Nick, no, my boy Willie.
Yeah.
You don't feel no Willie, my boy Willie, who watching, he's let's get skilled dudes. And I'll be like, you want to get little dudes. Because he a little dude. Sorry, Willie. He a little dude. And I'm like, nah.
Really small? I thought he was a big dude.
I want to get big dudes. But I know that type of player they can find late. Now that a guy like Mozzie Smith, he's not gonna be there late. I don't think he's gonna be there late because he's a much more dynamic player. So it just depends on what
he
you want.
round one.
Right. And so it's like I think of the players that can go early, and then let's say you miss your target. So let's say Mozzie Smith is their dude. They miss him. Okay, you can get the best player, but you can get this kid too. So you still can get your nose tackle. He won't be Mozzie, but he can help you. And you can still get another player. So you always got to think about who you want to target. But if you miss that target, who you want to get later, who can still help you. Yeah, and as you see, he can help. I think he can help the team.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But I don't know if I'll draft him in the second round. But you can, Phil. I can give you some second round dudes that I like better. Like the kid from Baylor.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. He's more of a second round talent.
Yeah.
But the kid that I just saw, Clark, he's a real good player. Get him a little bit more coaching. But I think what he can do right now, he can help this team.
Nah, we'll take your boy in either the third or fourth round.
Exactly. I mean,
give me
walking these centers back. You see him walking these guards, man. I'm like, sign me up for that, man.
Yeah, give me Torrance or Avila in the first two rounds, and we good.
Exactly. And so you can still get this dude late.
Yep, in the third. Yep. Give me that dude in the third. Yep.
Right. So you
target Hot Rod. Look at Hot Rod. Hot Rod.
Right.
Like
you always got to
still talking
like who's there later? Who's there going to be?
It's gonna be so many players that late. It's gonna be a lot of players that late. Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you what McClay
teams in the first 3 rounds, and then 4th, 5th, and 6th and 7, they drafts are trash.
Oh, I can't wait to this draft. I cannot wait to this draft now. Y'all got me real excited about it.
We like two weeks away when Thursday gets here, right?
Yeah.
Will McClay gonna work some magic. I'm gonna tell you what Will McClay is really great at. That's when he signed his undrafted free agents. I'm telling you, one of the best at it.
Go into that too. Yep.
Yeah. That's where he makes his money because
right.
When John talked about earlier, he said the wheel route, and he said they didn't do that play again with the running back, right? Remember against Jacksonville, I think it was Hendershot. He ran a route like that.
Yep.
That cat, that's an undrafted free agent that can play.
Yeah.
And McClay that's his gift right there. He finds players like that every year, offense and defense. I looked at this list of players and I'm like, whew, man, if y'all go watch the tape of some of these guys, some of those guys that came to visit, they're going to be undrafted. Huh?
We didn't get a chance to trash Kellen Moore this time, man, so we had to trash him next time.
That's Thursday.
Opie's okay. Opie will be all right.
We're going to trash him on Thursday?
Thursday. We can trash him on Thursday.
All right.
I'll take it. I'm there for that one. I
got to trash Kellen Moore.
I might have a show that night. I'm not sure yet. But if not, I'll be on.
You can go right on.
That might be the whole topic for the whole
Yeah,
night.
I'd rather talk about Brian, the new coordinator. You know, we're gonna bring something to this, but we can, we can make it a comparison.
I know one thing.
Yeah.
I think everybody should do this though. Since the Cowboys got a West Coast offense, and I told John I did this. I went back and watched a lot of games on the San Francisco 49ers with Joe Montana and the West Coast offense. And I think if you watch that, you'll see how good Dak will be, how it will benefit him, cut down on the turnovers, and how it benefits everybody around him.
Okay.
I couldn't stand them then, but that offense, the West Coast offense, it's going to really be beneficial to the Cowboys offense, especially Dak.
It's funny you said that. I've always said that about Dak. I said I think Dak that's in the West Coast offense. I've always
absolutely
said that
all day,
from the
all
beginning.
day. Yeah, and people don't give
And
Dak
I think
this credit.
we should have made that transition.
What you say?
We
I'm
should
sorry. What you
transition.
say? They don't give what? That I didn't hear you. My bad, Rob.
I read a
Here we go.
stat, but
What you
I
say
I read a
about
stat.
the Dak? They don't do what?
They don't give him. He don't get enough credit for how
No.
quick he releases the ball, and that's why he would be good for the West Coast offense. He doesn't get a lot of credit for it. I read a stat about a year ago. I think it was the 2022. 2021, and he was one of the top quarterbacks that were releasing the ball. And the West Coast offense is about that, and I think he would be perfect for it. Perfect.
I think that skill set is best suited for the West Coast offense.
It is. He would be perfect for it. He would be perfect. And he would have the right weapons. He have CD. He got Cooks, and God forbid somebody else to step up and be good. I mean, I think he'll be great. I mean, seriously, I think last year was an anomaly. You know, we can talk about that to the cows go home, but really, the guy's never been a turnover machine.
You talking about the turnovers?
Yeah, well, a lot of those turnovers wasn't all on him. I think.
Well, PFF said that Dak Prescott was the number one quarterback who had interceptions that were not his fault. So we know that's not him. You know, we know that's really not in his. He's not a gunslinger like Tony Romo was. You know, like John said, the offense fit. See, Romo can do that shit.
He's a manager, but I don't think that's a problem with having that type of quarterback.
37 damn touchdowns. I don't know if that's a manager or not. That's more like somebody.
I mean, they all manage. They're all managers.
Yeah, they all manage. Yeah, but
they're all managers.
Go back and watch San Francisco West Coast offense with Joe Montana. I'm telling you, you will say, you know what? He needs that. He needs that. He really does. He really does. And just another reason why I feel good about this upcoming season. You know, I don't know how far they'll go, but
his offense with Jimmy G. I mean, the way this ran now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's that Shanahan offense that his daddy used to run.
Right.
Yeah, there's that zone scheme blocking and stuff. And he just got two dynamic players in Debo Samuels and CMC.
Yeah, but he also has a strong commitment to the run. And
he's committed to that. Yeah.
Rate is top 5 as far as play action rate.
Yeah, they were getting blown up by the Eagles. He's still running the damn ball. You know?
Yeah, because he's gonna stay committed to it. He's not gonna.
And think about, but though that offense changed, but think about how the Rams offense was when they had the other boy quarterback before they traded him.
Talking about
for the Lions now.
Golf. Yeah.
Oh, they were strictly West Coast on the golf.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they also wanted to get a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Yeah, they went more dynamic. They want,
I mean, there are things I can point to with Dak as far as, because I don't want to say the entire scheme. There are some throws I'm like, I don't know what he was thinking.
Yeah.
And I had never seen that from him before. I'm like, dude, who is this? Like, what are you doing?
It's a lot of things for that. Yeah. I mean, they just have to realize he's a good quarterback. I don't think he's an exceptional quarterback. But you can win a Super Bowl with a good quarterback.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I feel good about this season, man. I feel good about the draft and everything, direction they're going. I feel highly excited about it. Great coach, even though Danny, wants him gone, but Daddy, she wants Coach Big Mac gone.
Yes,
I didn't say I just said I'm giving him this year.
I'm giving him this year, and if he don't do right, he's gone. He's gone.
That's right. Goddamn right. I said it first. Yes, right.
Yeah, Dink, I agree with you. I think that everything that we did in the off season has made us be able to just pick the best player every round.
That's what you want to do every year. You want when you're building a team, you really want to hit the draft where you really are drafting for the best player available and for depth
every
purpose.
round.
Then you can get rid of guys early if you feel like it and trade them and all that. And then you say, okay, I'm gonna sign this cat because I got him.
Yeah.
And with McClay, the way this cat find players, I'm like, dude, I mean, do you ever sleep? I mean, nobody saw Bland coming out to play this good. I know I didn't. I watched the tape and all that.
I saw him in college. I saw him in college.
I
knew you could draft him late.
Yeah.
I just knew he was so late.
I am done.
hey, you know.
So done.
I'm telling you, man.
Hey, yo,
you know what?
we gonna put that in your name thing right there, John Herndon, aka draft him late. Yo,
Hey.
Now that you know me, Hot Rod.
Draft him late, John.
Hey, Hot Rod. Speaking of late, I'm gonna give you some Cowboy players back in the 90s on the Cowboys team that were late. And you're gonna be surprised. Larry Brown, 12th round pick.
Yes, real late.
Eric Williams, 3rd or 4th round pick, I'm not sure. Eric Williams, the guard.
Yeah, I didn't know Eric was that late. Okay.
Yeah. What's your boy? Big tackle. I mean,
you talking about Big Cat?
No. Offensive lineman, huge. I can't think of his name now. Went to Sonoma State.
Nate Newton.
No. Other big cat.
Sonoma State. So
played at night. Yeah, played for
offensive line, defensive line.
Offensive lineman. I can't think of his name. In
the
Hall of Fame now. Huh?
Larry Allen.
Reverend Gogan.
Larry Allen.
Larry Allen was the second round pick.
Yeah. Second round. I'm trying to think of some more players, man. Oh, Big Cat, like you said,
Big Cat,
Leon Lynn. He's another one.
Mm-hmm.
I just gave you a couple names. There's some more.
Big Nate Newton. Don't forget Nate Newton.
Yeah, Nate was late.
And Jimmy had
he actually was cut. He was on the street.
Yeah.
So they just picked him. March Stepnowski was late.
There's a lot of players.
That was a bad boy.
Don't forget Tourné.
Yeah, so it's a lot of players.
And actually, Tourné was a defensive player that they converted.
But see, you understand in the NFL, unlike the NBA, you got so many players. You got 22 positions to fill, right? So you can't get everybody in the first round. You can't get everybody in the second round. So somebody gonna be left over by default.
Right.
That's just the name of the game. So that's why John, I think, saying, "Hey, you can get this player late because it's so many of them."
Right.
You know.
And everybody doesn't fit everybody's scheme.
Yeah. Think about this. I want y'all to think about this. We got CeeDee Lamb, who was supposed to be a top 10 draft pick going into the draft. We got him at 17, I think.
Hey, don't forget this is the same draft. Our cornerback.
We got Diggs.
Diggs in the second round.
And if you had to do it all over, those guys would go so much more higher.
Yeah. And look at the wide receivers that went before Diggs, and you tell me, not Diggs, I mean before Lamb, and you tell me, do we want them versus Lamb? I take Lamb all day.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, I mean, it's all about dominoes, man. It's like, it's
the draft.
It's
the draft.
Speaking of changing positions, whatever, what y'all think about Isaac Alarcon going from O-line to D-line?
Love it.
You think
he won't be on the roster next year?
You don't think so?
Oh, no, but they got that. Don't they have that foreign player?
Yeah.
It's over. Yeah. He's had 3 years.
Oh, it's over.
If you put 3 years of a development in a player and now you're switching them to another position, that's a sure sign. And then what happened? They end up going out and signing a guy that plays his position. This is it. It's a wrap. They put 3 years into him. It's too bad. He started playing football late, and he didn't even come from a Division II school. I forgot what school he came from, but I don't see him being on the roster.
That's the cake dude, right? Eat the cake. Well, he like the cake or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That's the cake dude. Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna be on the roster. I think they moving him just for position purposes, for something for a camp body. It's kind of like Jones, the guy that they signed, the running back. I'm arguing with Willie about it. I'm like, why are you arguing about a dude they're going to cut? Like, these are just camp bodies. So I don't think he's going to be on the team next year. I think and if he is, it's practice squad.
But one thing I walk away with every year around this time is Will McClay. The guy's fantastic. I mean,
Yeah,
the way
him
he
and
finds
Scott, they
talent.
do work. They go to work.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
you know,
and him
so
and Mike are they're a little bit more with get the best player as opposed to just draft and need.
yeah. So
You know,
so
which
everything will be
Jason
okay,
did.
Danny. Everything will be okay, Danny. Everything will be okay with Coach Big Mac. And Hot Rod
I
and
think
Hot
of
Rod.
all the names.
What's
I
up?
think of all the names. That's my top. That may be my number one. That may
Coach
be my
Big
number
Mac.
one.
When I write my articles, I've been calling him that since he came since 2020. Coach
Okay.
Big Mac. So
Big Mac.
Coach
Coach
Big Mac.
Big Mac.
Yeah.
Big Mac.
Yeah, Coach Big Mac. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's Coach
I
Big
love
Mac.
it all. I
And,
love
and
it
Hot
all.
Rod, trust me.
Coach Big Mac got one more year for me.
Oh, hey, think about this. I want all y'all to think about this. We go into the season, right? I want y'all to think about two quarterbacks we ain't got to see in the regular season. Well, we might see one of them because he might go to the Jets. But Aaron Rodgers is not in NFC. Tom Brady,
Right.
thank God, finally retired.
Right.
So what quarterbacks we got to worry about besides the upcoming Jalen Hurts? I still think we can beat Philly. Outside
That's
of that,
it.
we got to worry about.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm just saying. Everything considered, John Madden. Everything considered. When September 13th, whenever the season starts, and we hitting that field, you know we got Jalen Hurts, and I can't think of no other damn good quarterback in the NFC besides him. So,
yeah, but we got beat by a guy named Brock Purdy. So
Exactly.
it's still about the team.
we did, but we also had Kellen Moore calling damn elementary plays in the damn sand.
Oh,
you know.
Lord.
I'm
Dak-
not disagreeing with you on that. You
That's
know I
true.
am. I take every year as a journey.
I know you. I know.
We gotta wait for the draft. We gotta wait for camp. It's a journey. It's
Yeah.
a lot of work, man. I don't
I
like
know,
talking
but
about
just like you said in the late rounds, this could be in the late.
I get that.
Yo, they like this. They like this all the time.
Yeah,
They
I
go
get
back
that,
and forth.
but it's a long. This is April. This is where you start.
Yeah,
We got a long.
Me and
way.
John be going back and forth. He say, "Dink, I know, but we got this." I say, "Well, John, just look at it this way."
I don't deal with that, man. I don't
And he
deal
be
with
like, "You like, Dink, I can't go with hope." I say, "Well, we got to think.
I
We
don't
got to
go
go
with
with something."
that. Can't go with hope. Let's see where we at in September. Let's see what our 52.
I tell you what, I feel good this year. Like I said, man, the Dallas Cowboys got the talent. They got the coaching, and they can beat anybody. It's just about putting the shit together, you know.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's
Let's
all
see if we
put
get
But
that
John,
left
like
guard
it's still
spot.
April though, so
Yeah, it's
we hear
April.
you.
It's too early.
We hear
It's
you,
too
right,
early.
John?
Yeah, it's too early. Let's wait. We got a lot of work.
No, John, we can't wait because we get late round picks, remember?
Touche.
And it gotta be this year. For Hot Rod and Field, it
You
gotta
know I'm
be
just
this
messing with you,
year.
John. You know I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I
man.
know. We got a
Yeah,
lot of work.
But
it's a lot of work.
and you know the thing about the NFL, man, every year is a surprise team, man. Like a team come out of nowhere. Like I ain't gonna lie, I didn't see Philly playing this good this year. I didn't think Jalen Hurts was gonna play as good as he did. To his credit, Brendan brother.
Well, that's because their coach played to his strength and brought people in to help him out. Like
that's what coaches do.
That's what coaches do, right?
That's what Coach Big Mac doing for that. That's what Coach Big Mac doing for that.
I saw Philly coming. I said Philly gonna be a problem.
I didn't see him coming. I didn't see him coming until I saw him coming. I didn't see him coming.
I didn't either. I didn't either.
I did. Philly and
they already had a running game. They had a running game. They had tight ends, and then when they got them, what's the name, Brown, that receiver, I said, "Oh,
well,
Lord."
I was thinking Hurts. If I knew Hurts was gonna be good, I was like, yeah. But I saw Hurts. I was like, I don't know how he's gonna do. You know, I really didn't. I didn't know. Based on what I saw,
on the D line, I said, "Well, shoot, we ain't running on him." I said, "We ain't running on him." And I said, "Man, we in trouble." And AJ Brown was a problem. I said, "Oh man, yeah."
Don't forget Hassan Reddick.
Yeah, Hassan Reddick
and Ndamukong Suh.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And Robert Quinn.
I'm like, you ain't running. I said, "You ain't running on him."
Quinn was washed last
year.
But
what I'm saying is you added all those pieces in 1 year.
Yes.
And Gardner Johnson at safety.
Yeah.
And like you said, AJ Brown. Look,
it's
a reason why they were able to add all those players, because they had their quarterback on a rookie deal.
Yep.
No, but you had a bunch of players who took less money who wanted to win a championship because they had a contender.
Nah, those players got paid though. Hassan Reddick and those dudes
Nah,
got
I
some
ain't talking
money.
about Hassan. I'm talking about Robert Quinn. What was his? How much?
Oh
money
yeah, but like you said, he didn't do much. But
Right.
but you got Sue and
Yeah, but the
Hassan
guy
Reddick and
Hargraves was the guy that they got that was nice.
there you go.
Jordan Davis, but they don't have
There you
Hargraves.
go.
Yeah, they lost him.
And where did he go? To
With
San
San
Francisco
Fran.
with
Right.
another
San Fran
quarterback. With
is the
another
team they
quarterback.
always look at.
Two
Yeah,
quarterbacks on a rookie
But
deal.
he quarterback on a rookie deal.
Yeah,
That's
When are we going to figure that out?
But
We
it isn't
figured it out
about
now.
it's not about a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Why
It's about
not?
hold on, let me finish. I'm going to
Okay.
piggyback on what Dana's saying, and you know I wrote an article
Hot
about
ride. You
all
know
of
we're
this
gonna
stuff.
get him.
Right. So what Dana said is, I'm going to piggyback on what she's saying. It's about keeping players for too long. When you build a team, you're supposed to have 5 as your core. You don't necessarily need to keep because you can't pay everybody. So I know what you're saying about the rookie deal. I get that. But also when you look at that, when a team usually have Super Bowl success, sometimes they try to pay everybody. And that isn't the way to go about doing it. So when you look at the thing with Dallas, Dak Prescott's deal has nothing to do with deciding to pay a wide receiver with an ACL injury the deal that they gave Gallup or Dalton Schultz or franchising or running back off of that or keeping Sean Lee around too long or Jason Witten. So what you do is you bring in young talent and you build around that. Yes, you think back to how Seattle was. As much as the success was, and I know you're going to say, it was Russell Wilson with the rookie deal. Yeah, but then once they won the Super Bowl, look at all the other guys they decided to pay. You can't pay all of those guys. You have to figure out what's your core, pay those 5 who are your most important, usually is your quarterback. I'm not saying every quarterback deserves to get franchise money. Let me clearly state that. But it's usually your left tackle. It's usually going to be your pass rusher. And it's going to be particularly right now still positioned as wide receiver. At one point, it was running back. You can bring in a running back all the time. So it just depends on that. But when teams decide to pay a gimpy linebacker $56 million, like Dallas did with Jalen Smith, that's wasted money. And you have to figure out what's your core. That's how you build. And teams don't do that. They decide to do everything. I know you're about to say the Patriot way. I don't want to hear that because the Patriots don't usually keep their first-round draft picks until their second deal. So they move on and they continue to build around.
They rotate.
Yeah, with that rookie thing, I get it, but it's about finding that right guy. You find that right guy, you ride that right guy, and then you find out who else is important.
Hey, look, I always said Jalen Smith led the league in making the tackle 9 yards downfield and celebrating.
and jumping on the pile.
Run for 9 yards.
Think about all the money that they've wasted in those areas. And then I know you could say, I'm not going to say Dak is elite, but when you look at some of the playoff games, except for the exception of last year and the year before, the majority of the time he wasn't at fault. It was about just building around him properly. And that's what you do. If you know you got that dude, build around that dude. But if he's mediocre, then you move on from him. I'm not going to rotate every 5 years.
Yeah, Jerry has done that. I mean, Jerry and Steven have overpaid mediocre players. So, yes.
Right. And if you do that, that's how you don't go nowhere. You got to realize when you're going to cut your losses. So that's like we sitting here talking. It's like, would you a franchise Dalton Schultz last year? No.
Hell no.
But I could take that $10 million and I can use that for something else.
Absolutely.
Would I decide to do Michael Gallup coming off an ACL injury? No.
No, I would have re-signed Cedric Wilson, and Michael Gallup would have kicked rocks.
Right. So it's about once you got that quarterback that you believe is your guy, you got to realize who he is and build around him. That's all I'm saying. But teams don't do that. They overpay at every position. And then you look at it like, oh, okay, why y'all in this position? Because you decide to pay everybody. You can't pay everybody.
I wouldn't have gave Dak that money, though. I'm sorry.
I mean, they put themselves in that position. I would have signed him earlier.
I agree.
Yeah.
They could have signed him way back in 2017, man.
You got to figure out who, because at the time it was like, before I was like, he doesn't seem like he the problem. So it's like, sign him early. But when they signed Jalen Smith, I was like, what? He's only had one good year. You had
those are deals that hurt you. Was those deals? Jalen Smith
and Zeke. And Zeke.
I would have signed Zeke. I would told Zeke, bye. Get the hell on.
They had Zeke for 3 years. I told someone that said, dude, in 2017, when that team was as bad as they was offensively, I would have traded him. I'd have got more value for him and built around the quarterback who was not really your problem. And since he's a fourth round pick,
Smith had a good agent.
Yeah, and he had one good year. He had a 2018 year. It was good.
One good year.
That's cool. Show me if you can do it again. And then he didn't do it again.
And then they let Witten come back.
And yes, Rod, yes. Make that make sense to me. Make that make sense to me.
When you start to add $5 million here, $6 million here, and $8 million here, then you start to compound it, and now you look at it and say, and I get you what you're saying. It's like, I need to get a rookie deal. Yeah, but if you get a rookie deal, all you're gonna do is just overpay for some more mediocre players around you. It's like find the quarterback that you like and build around him. You know, if you think he's that dude, and meaning is he that dude that the team play hard for? Is he a dude that's combat ready and all of that stuff? Everybody ain't Patrick Mahomes.
I was going to say that's what you sound like.
Yeah, but check this out.
But you paying your quarterback to the amount that you paying your quarterback. You saying he is the dude. The amount that Dak got paid, we understood that Dak was going to be the dude for a few years.
Oh, I have no problem.
So
with
no,
them.
yeah, and I don't have a problem with it either because they could have got him way cheaper.
Exactly.
And again, I put that back on the Cowboys organization. But I
And
agree with you. You now build around that quarterback. I don't know why people think in the NFL is such a bad thing to say that a quarterback needs people in order to be good. Okay.
Because you know why they say that? They try to do that.
They hold that Tom Brady or that Patrick Mahomes, like that type of standard, but not every quarterback is on those type of levels. So you deal with the quarterback you have in hand.
But when you say that, I always tell people, it's like, yeah, but Tom Brady was throwing to Gronk, and a lot of people consider him the best tight end ever. You throwing to Kelsey, you throwing to Hill. It's not like they don't have weapons. They don't roll out there and throw the trash.
They had Randy Moss one year.
Right. So they still have great talent around them. Yeah. That's just the way to try to discredit a quarterback. It's like this. Go ask Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay if he wouldn't have liked some talent that he could throw through.
I agree.
Yeah, so when people say that, I
can't stand when they say it, but
I can't even talk no more. We can't even talk. You're trying to discredit somebody.
And I don't like that. I don't get that because what's so bad about that?
And you gotta pay the quarterback his market value. Look at the quarterback for Daniel Jones. Look how much.
I was about to say Daniel Jones got his money.
We're talking about Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones from UPS. I mean Daniel Jones.
Yeah, but that was a mistake.
All day. That's my point. We're talking about Daniel Jones.
Yeah, because what they could have did is if they wasn't certain, they should have escalated his 5th year option. And they would have been able to have him for another year. And but once they didn't do that, he played the way he was, I'm like, they're gonna sign him. And now he got paid $40 million.
They had no other choice.
And I hear some Cowboy fans talking about that contract. I'm like, you Daniel Jones? Lord.
It depends. They put themselves in that position.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like, I always think this, if you have a roster, you should be thinking 2 years ahead of what you got. Absolutely. If you don't like that, you need to have that replacement coming in. You don't wait till his last year, like, okay, let's sign him. If you like him, you extend him early. If you don't, you better draft his replacement. And so when you get to that point, you can move on from it. But you're right. Once they didn't do that, they didn't draft a quarterback. Now they stuck with this dude. So it's like, are you going to draft a new dude who you don't know is going to be better than him? Or are you going to pay him his market value, which is $40 million?
Wait. So you brought up Aaron Rodgers, and would he rather a better receiver, right?
No, what I'm saying is go ask Aaron Rodgers for the last couple of years if he would like better talent to throw to. He would tell you yes.
Okay, so he could have fixed that. Take less money.
No, that wasn't about the money. It was Danny said that a lot of people talked about quarterbacks need help. And I agree with her. All quarterbacks need help.
Okay, so take less money.
That ain't his job to take less money.
But how can you have better talent around you if you take up all of the salary cap?
You draft. That's how you get new players in. You draft.
Nah, they
So
still
when you-
draft.
But
Okay,
but John, you made the point too about wasting money though on players.
Exactly.
But when you waste money on players that you know damn well you shouldn't be paying that money to, that's where you lose at.
Exactly.
So-
That's not his job. It's like we all have worked.
It's not his job, but you can help by
Okay,
taking a
so-
little
so
less.
hold on.
So
So hold on.
you telling
Hold on, hold on.
me you
Let me ask
telling
you
me
a question. Let me
that
ask you a
Aaron
question.
Rodgers couldn't
If
have
you got a
taken
team
a
that
little
signs-
less
if you
money?
got a team that signs bad players, they're historically known for going out and getting bad people and investing money in someone bad. So I just gave you more money to sign more trash. That's not going to help.
No, I'm talking about Aaron Rodgers could have taken a little less money to keep Devontae Adams.
They didn't want to keep Devontae Adams because they wanted to get more draft picks. And he didn't
How
even
does
want
how does that help Aaron Rodgers?
It's because you got to learn how to draft. That is the
Okay,
key.
but how about you learn to take a little less money on the
Why should
salary
he?
cap?
Why should he?
Because you want a better team.
No, the team is okay. So basically, what you basically saying is everything is built through free agents.
No, I'm saying not everything, but a lot of
No, it's not.
your salary cap.
Player in the NFL was drafted or undrafted. They were unproven until they got into the league. People get so obsessed on that. If a team is bad acquiring talent, there's been teams who spent a ton of money and they signed trash. That's what they do. What you need to do, his job is to be the best quarterback he can be.
Okay, but why not take a little less so that you can keep your top? So that you can keep your top.
Devontae Adams didn't even want to stay. Devontae Adams didn't even want to stay. They gave him top market value.
All right, well, then that's a whole different case. You talking about something different now.
No,
I'm talking about you said that he would have wanted better talent around him or a better receiver. Take a little less. So take a little less. So that you can
keep
the market. I'm sorry, Dad. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, didn't Tom Brady do that with the take last when he was Tampa and won that Super Bowl? This when he came in.
But what I'm trying to
that's
tell
my
you
point.
When everybody says that and say, "Oh, take less money," what is the scouting department doing? If they go out and grab bad players and sign bad dudes, taking less money is not going to help him because all they're going to do is go out and get dudes who are mediocre. During the time when Jerry got guys getting less money, he still signed bad players. You still
understand all of that.
Not my job is it's like this. When they hire somebody at your job, you taking less money, that's not your job. Your job is to do your job.
No,
we're
talking about something totally different.
No, it's not.
You're the quarter. You're playing in a league where there's a salary cap.
Right. Everyone has a budget.
And you already know that. So why wouldn't Joe Flacco take a little less to keep Anquan Bolden?
Because he didn't want to.
And you see, they never made it back to a Super Bowl.
Cincinnati made it.
Hold on.
Cincinnati made it. Hold on. Cincinnati made it. If you look at the current trend, a lot of people are moving on from these name wide receivers and replacing them with dudes who are ready. So let's go with Kansas City since we mean elite quarterback.
No, that doesn't.
No.
We're not bringing up. Why not? You're not bringing up Mahomes because
we can't bring up
Mahomes is a different animal.
No,
he's a whole different person.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
They both elite quarterbacks.
No.
I'm
not giving you that.
I know you're not gonna give me that because I'm gonna take that.
I'm not giving you Mahomes.
They didn't keep Hill. They didn't keep Hill.
Okay, I concede you. I concede him.
Oh, so you concede that?
Yes, Mahomes.
Because they have. What I'm saying is they have.
No, it's not they. It's him. That dude he's been starting 5 seasons.
Dude,
been to 5 AFC.
Up there.
No, it's not they. It's not they.
It's about running the system of how your team is built. It ain't about, let's take less money. No, it's about them fighting to get players that fit their system. They don't need to overpay. So they let Hill walk. Hill was considered a top 5 player. He did a lot of great things. And what do? They went and won another Super Bowl. So that's based on them building the team.
You're talking about Mahomes.
Oh, and Aaron Rodgers wasn't thought of that at one point throughout his career.
He's not. Nobody is Mahomes.
So hold on. So during Aaron Rodgers' time of playing, he wasn't considered that motherfucker.
No. When did he win a Super Bowl outside of his rookie deal?
Dude, that has nothing to do with that. That has to deal with the team that was built around him.
You didn't answer my question.
That has to deal with you're not doing full context.
But you're not answering my question.
They lost Colin Jenkins. That had nothing to do with him. It's about reloading, bringing in your players, and knowing how to do that.
You still didn't answer my question.
So since you want to do none. So since you want to do that, when did Joe Montana win? He won without his rookie deal. Troy Aikman won without his rookie deal.
When? Whoa. When did Troy Aikman win outside of his rookie deal?
Wasn't his rookie deal.
Why not?
Because it was an extension. What are you talking about?
Okay, and how much was he making?
I don't know how much he was making, but he was making more than Emmitt Smith.
Look at it.
More than Emmitt Smith. He was making more than everybody else on the roster. What about Peyton Manning as well? Oh no! So it's not like that. It's about building the team, my dude. First thing you want to do is you only want to look at one thing, but you don't look at the other positions of the other players. So let's go with your Tom Brady thing. So here's the thing: Richard Seymour, All-Pro player, no Pro Bowl player, All-Pro, not just Pro Bowl, which is voted by the fans. They moved on from him. Chandler Jones, also a top pick. But they continue to reload, bring in players. Wow, a lot of people say Tom takes less money, and they like to compare it with the Dak Prescott thing.
He does.
Tom's third year, he had $3 million, which is more than Dak made in 4 years. Also, in his fourth year, he made $13 million. Also, throughout his career earnings compared to Prescott, he dwarfs him. But what the Patriots do is they keep him because he's the most important one, and they get rid of everybody else, rookie deal or not. That is the way the structure of how the team is built. You're not looking at the context of that. You have to replace the talent around them. See, what you're doing is you'll say the rookie deal, but you're not pointing to all the other bad deals that these teams making.
I agree with that. But
it has to do with roster management and team construction.
I'm looking at the percentage of what those guys are making of that team's salary cap.
Context of everybody else around them. You can't just
I agree with all of that
and not put everything else in there.
No, I agree with all of that. But what I'm saying is, if you look at the percentage of the amount that quarterback is making,
I know what the quarterback. He's always going to dwarf. He's been dwarfing since the beginning of the league.
So why not take a little less so that you can keep your top target?
Your team, dude. You still keep overlooking if a team is not good at acquiring talent or know how to build it. You're just giving them more money to go out to get worse players. When Jerry used to run,
no. I'm not saying to go out and get worse players. I'm saying to keep your top receiver. Why wouldn't Joe Flacco take, instead of taking $108 million, take $100?
Yeah, but you're also overlooking Ozzie Newsome moved on. He was the dude who built the team.
I got you with that. So
you're basically just saying, let me avoid how they constructed the team because I just want to point to this one thing. And you're not looking at the construction of everything else that comes around the team. You say the rookie deal. Hold on. You say the rookie deal, but you also got to look at everyone else's rookie deal. So like when Seattle won the Super Bowl, it wasn't just Russell on a rookie deal. There was a lot of players on the rookie deal.
Right.
You got to know when to move on with people and when to keep people.
I totally understand. So why wouldn't Russell Wilson take a little less?
Why should he?
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna tell you why. So that you can keep the Legion of Boom.
Yeah, you're right.
So that you can keep.
So which they did.
So that you can keep beast mode.
So did Russell have anything to do with them trading Jamal Adams, a safety, for 2 first-round picks?
I'm talking about Thomas.
I'm talking
about
roster construction. What I'm saying is, like you just said, it's still who would trade 2 first-round picks for a box safety? That's bad construction of building the team.
But you talking about somebody else. I'm talking about Earl Thomas. I'm talking about
But I'm talking about how you build the team. Just because you got more money, Phil, don't mean you're going to be better at it. You just
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? That way you can keep the guys you got.
Sometimes you gotta walk away from dudes, bro.
Why? Why would you walk away from them and they helped you win?
You right. So when Earl left, what did he do? He went to a team.
Not just Earl.
He went somewhere else, signed a lot of money. People kicked him off. Then he went to another team, signed a lot of money, and kicked him off.
But we're not talking about just
I know
Earl.
You don't want to talk about that, but that has everything to do with the
no.
context.
I am talking about it. I am talking about it.
No, you're not.
I'm not.
How are you talking about it? Keeping dudes and saying, okay, this dude is the best guy. Dallas did it. They kept Jason Witten for too long. You have to move on. It's about constructing cheap labor.
Dallas didn't win a Super Bowl
that way.
Dallas didn't win a Super Bowl. I'm talking about Russell Wilson. I'm piggybacking off of Hot Rod, what he said. What did Hot Rod say? What we talking about is these quarterbacks taking up too much of the salary cap.
The most money.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
No, they haven't.
Yes,
we haven't always had a salary cap. I'm talking about just in the salary cap era.
Bruh, when they did the salary cap era, every position before and after, quarterbacks have been the guy who has gotten the dominant most money. There are exceptions to the rule, of course.
We got you.
So that's but that's like any business. If someone gives someone $100 million, 2 different people, everybody's going to go about it differently. Some people's going to know, okay, I can do this and go about building my business one way, and some people is going to burn money. It's about roster construction. That's my key point. You keep looking and saying rookie deals. There's a lot of teams that have quarterbacks with rookie deals.
And they all win. They all win. They all win.
All right, dog. You don't even know what I'm trying to talk about. I keep talking about how you construct.
I totally understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I agree with you.
I agree with you. What are we talking about?
Because what he was saying was, before you jumped on him, he was talking about guys like Jared Goff that made it to the Super Bowl on his rookie deal.
He was talking about scheme. You're the one that started all this shit with
no. All right, well, let's go back to Hot Rod. What were you talking about with the quarterbacks on the rookie deal?
This between me and you. He was talking
about. Let me jump in because he's right. I mean, you're right. I was talking about scheme at the time. However, I do agree with Phil as far as building your team around a quarterback on a rookie deal. I personally, every 4 to 5 seasons, I'm drafting a new quarterback.
I'm a
matter of fact, every 3 years, I'm a draft a quarterback, and within year 2 to 3, I'm drafting this replacement.
Hold on. What if you? So are you saying if you had Pat Mahomes, you would have did that?
I agree. We agree with you.
Pat Mahomes is an outlier.
Thank you.
Pat Mahomes is an outlier.
Hold on. I'm not finished. So okay. You would have did it with Peyton Manning. You would have did it with Montana. You would have did it with Troy Aikman. You would have
Peyton Manning. That was before the sketch.
I'm just throwing names out there. I know it's all up. I'm just saying. Since you say every 5 years,
Peyton Manning is an out. He's another outlier.
Andrew Luck.
I'm drafting another quarterback. Yes.
Based on because he got hurt bad, or because of what?
He had never proven nothing to me.
No, I mean, but do you think he had a good team on his rookie deal?
Yeah, he had a great team on his rookie deal. I still would have been drafting this replacement.
So you think the team that Luck was on was great?
No, good. I didn't say great.
No, I asked you. I said, did he have a great team?
He had a good team.
Okay. All right. Well, we just agree to disagree. I ain't doing no shit like that. But
you think he had a great team?
No, I don't think he had a great team. That's my point.
Okay.
But my point is, I'm talking about roster construction. That's my main point. My main point is, if you find a guy that you think is the guy, then you do that. I do not think Joe Flacco was the guy. I have no problem upgrade for somebody like him or
that's all we're saying. That's all we're saying.
No, that's not what you're saying. No.
Yes, it is.
No, I don't know.
We're saying if you find Mahomes or if you find
I don't need, but the thing is, I don't need a Mahomes.
You're not letting me finish. If you find Mahomes or Peyton Manning, then fine. We'll consider them an outlier. But if you got Jalen Hurts for right now,
we can talk about today's NFL.
Right.
How many quarterbacks in the NFL now are the guy?
One.
The guy is the guy's the definition. What I mean by the guy is if an organization believes that this dude can be part of the solution that can lead you somewhere to win a championship, then you keep that guy.
Right.
Saying it's gonna be a new solution every 5 years.
All right, so you go ahead and tip. So I hope I'm under you or over you because you're gonna roll the
dice. I'm gonna roll the dice, and every 3 to 5 years, I'm trying to draft this replacement.
Right.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with drafting a quarterback every year.
So for instance, this year, if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, you draft a quarterback right now in the first round.
It's fine drafting a quarterback.
In the first round.
And I'm not talking about picking up one late either. I'm talking about early.
I know you're not. I know you're not because you co-signing with him. But I already have my arguments with him.
But why would you want to draft a quarterback in the first round every 5 years? I'm just curious.
He thinks you can get a rookie dude, and the rookie dude is going to always make sure that you can build everything up. I would love we was GMs.
So Dink, right now, if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, are you going to pay Jalen Hurts $55 million a year to be your quarterback?
No, but I will do this. I will see how this season goes right around November. If he balling out, I'm gonna pay him. I got my quarterback. I mean, what I'm waiting on.
But you're gonna wait until November instead of drafting one right now in the first round. You got 2 first round picks. Why not draft a quarterback with one of those first round picks?
All right. The only way I would draft a quarterback this year with that pick, unless I know I'm getting another Patrick Mahomes or Justin Burrow, somebody like that.
No, neither one of them.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
Here's
the thing.
Let's be realistic.
Here's the thing he's not saying because of context. As much as you want to say the dudes on your rookie deals go, you ain't talking about the bust rate of quarterbacks in the first round who are rookies. You're not adding that.
We are.
No, you're not. Because when you talk about something, you gotta add all context.
I'm giving you an example right now. If you're the Philadelphia Eagles, you got the number 10 and the number 30 pick, right? With number 10, draft whoever's there at number 10.
Who?
That's all I'm saying. Let's just say it's either. I'm getting ready to tell you either Levis or Richardson at number 10.
Richardson, you want a quarterback? And I ain't no Eagles fan by before I can't stand.
I'm not either, of course. I hate the Eagles, but I could draft the quarterback. After seeing what Hurts did
to the Super Bowl,
I couldn't.
You want to take a top 10 pick on a flawed quarterback and blow a resource like that? Okay, you won't have an NFL job as a GM in long unless you own the team.
Shit, the damn 49ers doing exactly what we're saying.
They build a team around him, though. That's
what we're saying. That's what we're saying.
That's exactly what
we're saying.
No, it's not. Because Prudy wasn't picked in no damn first round.
I didn't say
exactly.
Draft.
No, I didn't say you did.
I didn't say draft the quarterback.
I didn't say that. No. Hot Rod, I'm not saying that with you. I'm talking about Phil. He's talking about drafting every 5 years in the first round.
But their quarterback isn't really Brock Purdy. Their quarterback is really Trey Lance.
He ain't played.
But my point is he's their quarterback.
Yeah, but once again, it reinforces on what I just said about if someone thinks is the dude. How many draft picks they gave up for him to move up to go grab him?
We're not even talking about that.
I know because
what I'm saying.
You're looking at a part of the conversation. You got to.
I'm giving you. I gave you the Eagles as well. who have Jalen Hurts on his rookie deal.
What you doing is you only giving.
I'm giving you several. I'm not giving you one.
But you're taking all the full context out of it. You're not talking about who is also the scheme fit. You're not talking about the organization. You're not talking about the offense they're running. You're not talking about the team fit. It's just you're just throwing all of that out.
I'm not. I'm giving you
several. Team that has the ability to reload with talent.
Every team can do it. Every team can do it. I'm giving you the 49ers right now with Jalen.
Jacksonville spent a lot of money. They still was fucking trash. Tennessee spent a lot of money. Spending money and keeping guys don't mean nothing. Something Dana said earlier. She said, get a player and have them young. Young is through the draft, my dude. You don't continue to just spend money.
Every 5 years, I'm drafting a young quarterback in the draft. And I might
and listen, I have no problem with drafting a quarterback every year. Phil talking about doing it in the first round.
Yeah. And the only reason why I'm saying the first round is so that you can get them for 5 years. I'm not saying that they're going to be a superstar.
Yeah, for you can spend more money by doing a fifth-year option. So if he isn't your dude in the third year, and you know he's not your dude, you move on, regardless if you get him second or the first. You want to just spend more money. So you're going to spend money and put in a fifth-year option on a dude who could be mediocre. When you would have known who he was by your third year.
So do you think Jalen Hurts is a superstar quarterback?
I don't think he's a superstar.
You think Brock Purdy is a superstar quarterback?
No, I don't. But
do you think Trey? Hold on.
As much as you want to use your outliers, all outliers don't win Super Bowl.
You just talking over me every time. Do you think Jared Goff is a superstar quarterback?
No, but
he made it to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And they built the team around him because he was on his rookie contract. Do you think Carson Wentz?
But I also thought.
Hold on.
If you go,
do you think Carson Wentz?
So you're not going to let me rebuttal for any of the quarterbacks.
Do you think Carson Wentz
go along with everyone?
I'm giving you multiple examples.
Yeah, but I also want to be able to counter for anything you're saying. If you just want to name a list and not give you a chance to rebuttal against anything to add additional context.
All right, go ahead. So what's your rebuttal to Jalen Hurts?
What's the thing? No, I do not.
They built the team around him because he's on his rookie deal.
What was their record when he didn't play for them?
But they built the team around him because he's on his rookie deal.
What was the record when he did not play for them?
Same with Trey Lance.
So you can't answer that question? What was their rookie when he did not play for them?
What was their record? What was their record?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
I don't know. Like, 0-2 or 0 what?
So he's 0-2. They didn't win no game. This is the reason why I keep saying
they played 2 games without him. What was Trey Lance's record without him being there?
Dude, Trey Lance ain't even. It's not even the same conversation.
That's my point.
Oh no,
he didn't even play.
Bro, your point ain't that. What you doing is you picking and choosing.
No, I'm not. I'm giving you. I'm going down the line of every quarterback that's on their rookie deal.
Phil. Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just showing you a point.
No, you're not showing me shit because you're not putting no context to it.
Yeah, I am. I'm showing you every quarterback that's been on their rookie deal that has been successful. because the team doesn't have to have that quarterback to be a superstar. They build their team around.
When did I ever use the word superstar?
You just said, you just asked, what does that quarterback do to make that team successful? I'm telling you, that quarterback doesn't have to be a star.
I never said star.
But all you're doing is building your team. You're building your roster around that player because they're on their rookie deal.
No.
And you can't do that when you pay your quarterback that much money. No, you can't. No, you can't.
Bruh, what are you talking about?
We just showed you. Just pointed out.
What you doing?
You just pointed out Aaron Rodgers.
You only looking at it from a financial standpoint, and I keep telling you
that's what we're doing. You're correct.
Doing. That's what you doing.
No, Hot Rod is doing the same thing. We're both telling you the same thing.
I don't know what Hot Rod is with roster construction.
We're saying the same thing. That the quarterback takes so much money.
We are saying the same thing.
No, we're saying the same thing.
No. Hold on.
He just told you he's saying the same thing.
Hold on.
Okay.
I agree with Hot Rod saying about quarterback. He didn't say the first round. That's what you're saying. I agree, and I've never disagreed that the quarterback takes the lion's share of the money. I've said this. I've never was against either one of you about that. But the context of it is, I said, you also got to know how to build around the football team. I said it is, you got to what I mean by the guy is the guy for your particular football team. Every player is not created equal. Every player can't play in New York. Every player isn't that. So sometimes that guy may be the fit for you. He don't have to be the GOAT, because I know the GOAT got beat by a guy who's much more lesser than him, and Eli Manning was perfect for New York. He was that fit for that particular environment, that particular situation, for that particular organization. And so when you find that guy that fits in that particular organization, that can thrive in that particular environment, then if that guy has that success, then that's what I mean by that is your guy. When I say that, that does not mean a superstar. It's the same thing when Phil Simms was with for Bill Parcells. He was perfect for that head coach.
Right.
Every quarterback is not going to, you can't necessarily move this guy and say this guy's going to be good for your what.
But hold on. But when Phil Simms left, when Phil Simms got hurt, his backup came right in and won another Super Bowl.
Because he was also a guy that Bill
Jeff Hostetler.
It was a guy that Bill picked. Every guy is not going to necessarily thrive in that particular situation for that particular quarterback or that particular environment.
They both didn't take up the big amount of the salary.
You're not.
I'm just going by I'm going by what you just said. You bought Phil Simms up, not me.
I know I bought Phil Simms up, but I'm trying to tell you, everybody doesn't fit in the same environment. Every quarterback is not going to thrive.
We all understand that. We all understand that.
So when you get a dude every 5 years, that doesn't mean he's going to fit what you run. It's like
if you don't take up all the salary cap.
Okay, whatever. All right.
I don't think you understanding what we're trying to say. That the quarterback, if they're not taking that much of the salary cap.
I've already said that the quarterback takes up the lion's share of the money. What part of it? You didn't hear that? I said this.
Okay, so then you agree with what we're saying.
No, I don't agree with either one of you. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
What is it? This is so funny.
I totally agree that they take the most money. I've never said that they don't.
So that's all our point is. Don't take all of the money. Take a little less. So that you can keep your. So that you can keep your. What? Listen, why wouldn't you take a little less of the salary cap so that you can keep your top pass catcher? That's all we're saying.
Because if you have a good team that can scout, that can get talent, he can replace that guy. That's what I'm trying to say.
So when did the Ravens replace Anquan Bolden?
You do know they won a Super Bowl without him, right?
No, they didn't.
Really? So when they beat the Giants that year, Bolden was on that thing.
So you going back to 2000 now, right?
That's the Ravens.
That wasn't Joe Flacco.
That's my point.
That was Trent Dilfer, who was not taking.
Ozzie
Bolden wasn't on that team with
exactly. He just switched it up to Trent Dilfer, and Trent Dilfer wasn't making that big of a percentage of that talent.
My point is, I pointed to Ozzie Newsome. He's the dude who constructed the roster. He's the dude that built the team. I'm saying is, if you construct the team correctly and you know how to do this, you'll be able. We've all talked about how Jason Witten should have been gone. Sean Lee should have been gone. These are certain. We talked about the Ezekiel Elliott should have been gone.
Okay.
That's how you understand about building a roster.
Okay.
I'm not saying that if I had a Kirk Cousins, I'm paying him $30 million. That isn't necessary. That's my quarterback. I'm not saying that if I get a dude that I know is mediocre in my mind, I'm going to pay him. Somebody else can pay him. But I'm saying if you find a guy that thrives in your system and the team plays for him and he fits exactly what you want to do, then you pay that guy.
You mean a la Patrick Mahomes, right?
No, I just said this shit and you literally didn't.
Okay, wait a minute, hold on.
I mean, but who are you talking about?
Let me jump in. We're gonna talk about that Ravens team because you had Ray Lewis, you had Ed Reed, you had T. Scissors, you had Ozzie Newsome built that team. You are absolutely correct.
Right.
Soon as they gave Flacco that money, they brought all that stuff blew up because you couldn't afford to keep everybody.
If you go back, Ray was on the back end. They never replaced him. Earl Thomas. So you're trying to say Ray wasn't on the back end?
Regardless.
So y'all can't see what y'all doing is y'all only pointing things.
You talked about the team that Ozzie built. You gave Ozzie all the credit in the world.
I did, but I'm also saying if you don't replace the talent, you still have to replace.
Well, that's self-explanatory. We all know that.
It doesn't seem so because I keep saying this and no one sits here. Everybody keeps saying, well, Pat Mahomes is an outlier. But y'all not looking at how Kansas City run things. They still know how to run things. They still know who to keep, who to move on from. I know Pat is the man. I know what Pat can do. But they still found out who to keep, who not to keep, who to build, who to move on from. They let guys go. Hill was a top 5 player. They let him go.
Using Pat Mahomes, though. Pat Mahomes paid. Those dudes can erase a lot of deficiencies with.
So y'all are basically saying, but you still have to build a team around him.
I agree. But can you take some other quarterbacks and put them in Kansas City instead of Pat Mahomes, and they're not going to the Super Bowl?
I'm sorry, didn't Andy Reid go to the Super Bowl with Donovan McNabb?
Okay, yeah, okay.
Hold on,
has Andy Reid gone to the Super Bowl every year?
No, he didn't. But he was always in the mix, and his teams were built very well. He built really deep foot. That's all the thing is, made us
agree about a lot of teams. We agree about a lot of teams.
I agree with you on that.
Listen, I'm not. Here's the thing of the disconnect. People don't understand when I say the man. That does not mean that you have to be the top player. I'm saying for a particular team. Every place that you play in is not. Some dudes can't play in certain environments.
I agree.
Right, that's all I'm trying to say. And so I'm saying is if you find another dude, that don't mean that dude's gonna thrive in that environment. And so if you find it, and I'm with you about drafting a quarterback. I think you should draft a quarterback every year. Because not only are they valuable, you can flip them because people are always quarterback hungry.
Right.
I only use Pat because I was like, okay, I'm gonna use the best guy. But if you look at it, they still construct because he said Pat takes less, he don't take as much, but they still moved on from guys. Meaning is they have a system there. They didn't keep Hill, so they moved on from guys. They moved from Frank Clark. He was the top rated guy for them, but they decided to keep their core. That is all I've been trying to tell him and trying to say. When teams win Super Bowls and have success,
we agree with you on that though. We agree.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, we agree with you on that.
Oh, okay. I said okay. I'll leave it alone. We ain't gonna talk about
it. He's getting frustrated, and we agreeing with him.
No, because every time, only thing you talk about is
he arguing that we agreeing with him.
You look at the rookie thing, and then you don't look at the context of everything else around. So I know what you're saying. You're saying the success of the rookie deal, but the players usually within their rookie deal, there's level of success with them as well. And so then when they go into that next cycle, everybody wants to get paid. So you talked about the rookie thing. Go back and look at all of those teams with their rookie quarterback, and then look at all those other players who wanted starters money. And so now they have to decide on who to keep and don't keep. And you've heard me say this many times. Teams, no, not to you, Hot Rob. You seem to be more like this. Phil seems to be with me, but then he flies off somewhere.
No, I'm very consistent. I'm very consistent.
I didn't say you wasn't consistent. I'm just saying the path I was
But you saying I'm flying off? I ain't flying off. I'm consistent with what I'm saying.
But you only talk about the rookie deal, but you don't talk about all the other guys that come with that. Like there are other players that are sometimes overvalued, and there are teams who keep those overvalued players. And it's just like, dude, you can't make no moves because you decided.
I'm not disputing you on that.
All right,
I'm with
so
you.
we all on the same. Okay,
Yeah, we good. We good on that.
I might gotta make a skit about this shit, man. Cause this been funny as hell tonight.
Well, Dink, this is something that I've talked about, and I talk about it with like so many people,
right?
And it gets under people's skin when I say it, and they're like, "No, you can't get." But I give you Mahomes. I give you Brady because Brady always usually takes less money on that salary cap.
Yeah,
and I give you
how the teams are built.
I'm with you on the team.
But the reason I use
construction
Aaron
of the team.
The reason I use Rodgers because at one point he was considered the top flight guy.
Yeah.
If you look at how they did the construction up at Green Bay, they started to let talent go and they never replaced it. And so, you're going to play this dude, but you're still not acquiring talent. I get what you're saying. I'm not sitting here. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Let me finish. Because I want to make make you understand. I am listening to you. So I understand what you're saying. Let the quarterback get less money and then you'll be able to pay everybody else. But still, it's like you still have young talent coming in. Green Bay was horrible at reload. So you still have to reload. Even if your quarterback takes less, he's still going to be more. If you have an organization that's bad at acquiring talent, having more money is not going to help anything. Either you're going to keep people for too long or you're going to overpay. Jerry did it all the time, and a lot of other teams do it. Look at the teams that roster construct better. They have better chances of going into it and moving on.
So here it is pretty much. If you got a high dollar quarterback, you almost got to bet 1,000 in the draft.
No, you don't.
You do. You really do.
No, you don't. Because New England didn't bet no 1,000.
But Brady,
they wasn't paying Brady a lot of money.
They paid him the most money on the roster. When you go back and look at the players,
Brady made the most money on the roster, but he still took a hell of a lot more money. I mean, less money than what he could have made.
Yeah, but they also didn't keep Chandler Jones. They also didn't keep Randall. They still what they kept still doing is I get what you guys are saying about the money, but it's like you completely deleting the people that they built around them, which is bringing in better talent, whether it's via the draft or you're hoodwinking something. Like they get Julian Edelman, Wes Walker, for teams that could not utilize them. So but even if he's taking less, he's still the guy who's taking the most on the roster. So it's still about building around.
We know that. I mean,
we agree.
A quarterback not on a rookie deal is going to make more money than anybody else on the team for the most part.
If he's a first round draft pick, and depending if you're there, he's going to take more money.
You don't even have to be a first round draft pick. Tom Brady wasn't a first round draft pick. Russell Wilson wasn't a first.
No. I'm not.
Russell Wilson wasn't a first round draft pick.
I'm not talking about that. You didn't even hear what I'm saying. I said if you're taking a dude that's high ranking, more than odds your team is bad anyway. So he's going to come in if he's a first round draft pick in the top. He's going to come off and command the most money to begin with. And if you decide to extend him in his third year, which most teams do, if they believe that is their guy, like all the guys who were Dak Prescott peers, they ended up taking a lion's share. But also people don't look at is how the teams was constructed around them. So when teams do that, then they get in the panic mode. Oh, we can't get rid of this wide receiver, so we got to pay him a lot of money. Oh, we got to pay Todd Gurley a lot of money. And it's like, dude, you guys found them. You're not comfortable enough to figure out who it is you can do to replace them? And teams don't ever do that. But what teams do is, because owners do this, it's the quarterback that's making the most money. But nobody look at this. A lot of other players are making a lot. I mean, look at wide receivers. They're making $25 million. Pass rushers are going to be making $35 million. The top end guys. So you got to figure out what guys are important, what guys.
And see, another one. I wouldn't have a $25 million receiver. Not named
I'm with you. Hey, listen. But see, that's what I'm saying. I'm with you. But a lot of teams don't do that. But then people look at it and say, well, if the quarterback taking less money, well, then the wide receiver ain't taking no damn less ass money. And the running back ain't taking no less money. And the pass rusher ain't taking no less money. But everybody always say, well, it's the quarterback.
I'm personally going to invest in my offense and my O-line and D-line.
That's what the Patriots did with Tom Brady all them years.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's what the Patriots did.
The D-line
but everybody always do this. Will Tom take less money? Yeah, but
man, they paid Tom on the back end too.
So it's all about roster.
So so Dink, that's all we saying is Tom Brady took less on the salary cap. He still got his money, but he took less on the salary cap so that they could pay other players on the salary.
They didn't pay other players. That's my point. They moved on from guys. The majority of the guys
not on that O line or that D line.
So they kept Nate Soldier. They kept Nate Soldier. Oh, they kept Chandler Jones.
Man,
you're right. They kept Richard Seymour too, right?
Soldier was horrible with the Giants.
Yeah, but a lot of other teams keep players like that. That's what
like you just pointed out, they did a good job at drafting.
But they kept Chandler Jones.
They did a good job at drafting. They did a good job at picking up free agents. They did a good job on their roster. We're not disputing you on that. I'm just saying, if you're a quarterback, you can take a little less money on the salary cap so that you can pay other players.
But that's all we saying. What I'm saying is, Tom taking less money had nothing to do with them paying other people more because they didn't pay other people more.
So how did they have money? How did they have money for Randy Moss? How did they have money for Brandon Cooks?
Because they do not get the majority. 90% of the guys that they draft in the first round do not get second-year deals. They don't go to that. They recycle and they bring in.
That's not true.
I said majority. I didn't say everybody.
Terrell Reeves broke the bank with New England.
1 year. 1 year. And they did not bring him.
2 years, wasn't he?
He was there 1 year.
It was a 1 year rental. Remember, he left. He was with the Jets. Who was he with before he went to New England? Was it Tampa? Yeah. Did he go to Tampa 1 year?
After New England, I think.
He went a couple places for like a 1 year.
Yeah, 1 year deal. What New England will do is they will do a 1 year deal because they did it with Cooks. Yeah. They traded for him, paid them money, and then they traded him again for a first and a third. They got Randy for a little bit of nothing. But when that money to them gets to a point of somebody they don't like, they move on from it. A lot of teams don't do that.
What John is saying is that what the Patriots, for example, all right, say they give Brady whatever, right? He got his money. Mm-hmm. In the meantime, they are upgrading that roster with other better players. Yeah. So it comes across like, Tom getting less money, but they took the money and did this.
Yeah. And Gronk and Hernandez were getting paid too. Both of them was getting paid.
Who got paid?
Gronk and Aaron Hernandez was getting paid.
All right, that's two. Nah, Hernandez was on a rookie deal. When he got his extension,
better check
when he got his extension, that extension got voided once he went to jail.
But regardless, he was getting paid though. He had just signed like a $50 million contract.
You're gonna pay him, but you gotta pay him.
You mentioned 3 players, which I said earlier.
So that's what I'm saying.
Of 5. I say you focus on 5 players that you consider super important to your roster because you can't pay everybody.
We know that you can't.
I'm not denying that.
That's why there's a salary cap.
No, I understand that, but the narrative sometimes get lost because people will always assume, oh, if the quarterback's taking less, but it's like, dude, they paying a bunch of other people they shouldn't pay.
We know the quarterback and the left tackle will be the most likely the 2 highest paid players on the team.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you have what team in the league that you guys would consider is bad at drafting and acquiring talent?
Shit, the
The
most
Commanders.
a lot of them.
Just give me any of them. I don't care. Give me one.
Yeah,
It's no
I'm just
right
throwing
answer.
that-
I don't have the answer per se.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean,
Arizona.
last year Jacksonville.
Okay, we'll use
Yeah.
Arizona. So if
Arizona,
if the quarterback takes less money, they still are not going to be any good because all they're doing is spending more money on bad deals. That's all I'm saying.
That's majority of teams in the NFL.
I'm
Honestly.
not denying any of that. I'm not denying.
I mean, you're telling us we all know that there's a lot of bad.
Yeah, but my
Well,
point,
you know-
my point is just having a dude on a rookie deal does not guarantee anything if you're not good at constructing the team around.
Oh, what? No, we're not saying it's guaranteeing.
The
Nah,
Browns
it's not
are
gonna
going
guarantee.
They've been getting top
But
10
guess who?
picks
Believe
the
it or
last
not,
50
ironically,
years.
guess what team is really doing what John is saying? This team right here was Cowboy Jones. The Cowboys are really doing what John is talking about. Dak
They've
get
been
what
better for the last 5 years. Yeah.
Dak
But
is
they-
getting.
but-
Dak, see, Dak's gonna get what he's gonna get because he's gonna get the market value. But if you look at the way we drafting, we hitting on key free agents. Dallas is doing exactly what John's saying and what we wanted.
Well,
And then even
Cowboys
paying
doing
Dak Prescott the money they paid him, that didn't stop them from signing everybody
Yeah.
else to
but
high
we
market.
always drafted good. I
Yeah.
think now we finally starting to pick up the right free agents.
Yeah, well, we got the right. I mean, the last couple of years, like we got Malik Hooker.
Right.
We signed Curse.
First,
We got
yeah.
Cooks this year. We got Gilmore. Let's take Gilmore and Cooks right now. Gilmore can still play.
Absolutely.
Top 3 percentage-wise, he as a corner.
Absolutely.
Cooks could take you and your mama all the way to damn Maryland.
Absolutely.
He'll clear out the damn offense. All right. We're going to get somebody in the draft that can come and contribute, or somebody going to step up this year. I just believe that.
Right.
And it goes to everything that we all saying and what John said. That we're really constructing a roster with that getting the lion's share of the money. And we in a win now mode, and we can do it. We hit on some draft picks. I don't see nobody stopping us. And it just goes
We're definitely in the win now mode because I think, in my opinion,
no, we are.
We got this season and next season, and if we don't get in the next 2 seasons, we got to start reevaluating the quarterback.
I'm about to throw a stat at you. The last time the Cowboys,
I think from your standpoint, High Ron, that would be the smart thing to do. I don't think they're going to do that though.
what's that?
What he's saying.
They can't.
We got 2 more seasons after 2024 without a Super Bowl. I'm letting that go.
What you say,
They
Phil?
can't. They still in the hole
How are they in the hole?
because they
I
just
mean-
restructured his contract.
I'm honestly.
All they did was add a voidable year to his deal.
I know. So in 2025, they already have like 36 million that they owe Dak.
You can move.
Yeah.
You can walk away from that.
Yeah, I ain't.
Why would you?
honestly,
But
Again.
So here it is again. You talking about you can walk away from it, but then you'll be starting over with another quarterback. But you're paying Dak Prescott 36 million, and he's not even on your roster.
honestly, I don't think
There's
that's what
always
happened.
there's not a team in the NFL that don't have dead money on their contracts.
Yeah, but
Okay, but not 36 million.
I don't see that.
Philly
Didn't y'all bring up Philly?
Philly
earlier?
had
They
dead
34
money.
million.
Philly had like $30 million dead money with Carson Wentz.
Right. There's always going. There was dead money
Now
when Tony Romo got hurt.
Yeah, but
I mean, I'm
don't,
not
yeah.
saying.
There
I'm
you
not-
go. And
I'm-
that's
but
what
that-
a lot of people keep
but-
asking.
but
Why
he-
didn't Dallas take advantage of Dak Prescott's rookie deal while he was on his rookie deal?
That's
Because
the same-
And I
the
have to
same
keep
reason
remembering. I got to keep reminding them because you still owe Tony Romo and Dez
Nah.
Bryant money.
Bro, they the ones who
wait.
they the ones who decided to sign Ezekiel Elliott, who was in 2017 because he
James
played.
We talking about when Zeke and Dak were on their rookie deals.
I know what Zeke set out on his rookie deal.
No, I'm talking about when he was on his real rookie deal. Like
Zeke
in
set out
2000, in
Zeke
2017,
Zeke set out-
2018.
Zeke set out in his rookie deal.
Zeke played in 2017.
Bro, he got his extension during his rookie deal. He didn't get his extension in his fifth year.
You're not hearing what I'm saying.
No, you're not hearing what I'm saying.
2017, Zeke wasn't sitting out.
I didn't.
2018, Zeke wasn't sitting out.
I said he sat out during his. When did he get his extension?
But we're talking about
when did
2017, 2018,
2021. No, he got his extension 2020 when he sat out. He got a case.
Thank you.
Wait.
No.
No, he didn't.
No, it was like 2018.
He didn't get his extension in 2020.
When he get
like 2018.
2018. That's on his rookie
deal.
Like
2018 when Zeke sat out.
That's when they got
like his third season.
It's been that long ago. Dave, I thought it said it was just recent. He got that $90 million deal.
That's his rookie deal.
Yeah, so that's when the money kicked in.
Well, they the ones who decided to do that. That's why it goes back to roster construction.
But what I'm saying is that's great point. But what I'm saying is they couldn't take advantage of when Dak and Zeke were on their rookie deal. How? They still owed money to Romo and Dez.
Well, Romo did not cripple them. If it crippled them, then how did they give Ezekiel Elliott top money and running back? Dude,
Zeke's money didn't kick in then. Zeke was still on his rookie deal.
Zeke never should have got a damn extension. That never should have happened.
We agree, but what we're saying is while he was on his first 4 or 5 years, he still was owed. He still was making rookie deal money.
Right.
Yeah, so they couldn't take advantage of that because they were still paying Dak and
But you understand, Dak was still on his rookie. Dak was making shit. He was a 4th round pick.
We agree.
Well, you could do anything. You could take advantage of anything. You could take any of them players that they decided on the roster, turn any of their guarantees into bonuses and base salary. You could do anything with the cap. It's whether or not you wish to do it. That's what owners are saying. Owners are always sitting here because they don't want to pay quarterbacks. Oh, we crippled. No, not crippled, because if that's the case, then why everybody suddenly have money? Everybody talk about Prescott's deal, but how is it they after this, they still give DeMarcus Lawrence a big deal. They still give Lyle Collins a big deal. They still give Mari Cooper a big deal. So it ain't preventing anything. It's about roster construction. You got to know who to move on from and who not to move on from. They're the ones who decided to sit and wait around and figure whatever it is they wanted to do. But they're the ones that didn't want to move on from people. In 2016, we talked about it. They could have moved on from some of the older players that they decided to keep. Yeah, that was on them. That ain't got nothing to do with Prescott.
I would have kept him too. You got your quarterback on that rookie deal,
man. I would have.
I ain't keeping no Jason Witten, man. I would have moved on from him.
I would have extended Dak Prescott. Damn,
I wouldn't have kept no Sean Lee either.
They knew Dak was their franchise quarterback. I don't know what they was waiting on. They waited.
And you got to remember before, if I'm not mistaken, when was Dez Bryant's deal done?
What year? He signed it 20. He signed it in right after the 2014 season. We lost to Green Bay. So
exactly. So they had a deal for his before Prescott even showed up. And then when did they release him? They released him
2017.
When they had Prescott. And then they got Cooper. So you can do whatever it is you decide to do. It's just about roster construction. Every year you should be seeing.
Witten last 4 years, he couldn't outrun me.
Exactly. No, they're the ones who decide to keep that slow ass receiver around.
and the sad part is Dez and Romo went downhill like they declined like this. Like
the problem is that we were still paying them when they weren't even on the roster.
Yeah, but that's
they weren't even playing.
But that goes back to what John said.
They still was giving. How is it? Why they still on the roster? They still signing Collins, Jalen, all these dudes. That ain't
and while you're doing all of that, you're still paying guys that aren't even on the team.
Every team does it. There's always dead money.
Yeah. We're not saying that every team doesn't do it, but you still taking away from money that you could have been signing other players.
Money. It's about replacing the players and moving on.
Yeah, I think
nothing to do with that. There's always going to be money to players that is going to happen. You can
I think Phil is saying. I think
the coaching was terrible under Jason Garrett. Honestly,
I don't really disagree with you.
It's all about roster construction. Like I hear what you. like Phil is saying, Phil's thinking, hey, if I got this money over here, I can do this and that with it. John is saying, look, if you construct your roster the right way, you ain't got to worry about the money. It's everything gonna take care of itself. And
exactly. It's always about cheap labor.
It's two different. Yeah, it's the way. It's just two different views. Like I used to believe, oh, if you take money here, you can put it here. Just like you said with Dalton Schultz, prime example. We didn't have to re-sign him.
No,
we didn't. That's no franchise tag. Dalton Schultz, $10 million right there could have went somewhere else.
He's just an average tight end.
Yeah, he's decent. I ain't gonna take nothing from him. Now he's decent, but
yeah, but hold on. He got top end money. But they paying a quarterback a lot of money. But they paid him top 5 money.
Now you take that $10 million. We could have invested that on the offensive line, defensive line. And we could have ran. Look, we could have.
That has
those two rookies.
Quarterback.
Those two rookies.
Decision of what they decided to do.
Hendershot and Ferguson. They exceeded my expectations this year. We could have rolled with them and another veteran damn tight end. And we were set. We good.
Because Dalton Schultz couldn't block a parked car.
No.
So it doesn't matter.
He can't park a damn car. That's how damn he is. Yeah, he couldn't even park a damn car.
It's terrible.
But see, that's the thing. See, when you don't give money to Dalton Schultz, now you can be smart and say, we got a savvy veteran that could be on a.
But hold on, let me ask you this now.
Go ahead.
Because now they're about to go into the same thing. They got 3 players. They got Diggs, they got Lamb, and they got Michael Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
And they got to decide on who they want to keep and who they don't.
Hey, you not agree with this. That Hot Rod and Mailman Phil think we crazy with this one.
Go ahead. Let me hear.
You go first.
No, I think I told Phil this though.
Okay, let me hear.
Well, we both agree. Well, John and I agree. We agreed.
Let me say this because I don't know what y'all, but let me say this. How would that Diggs walk?
No, we said we trade him.
My thing wasn't the walk. My thing was the trade.
Trade him.
Yeah, I trade Diggs. I would trade Diggs.
We'll do a Jimmy Johnson and trade his ass.
I'll trade Diggs. I'll trade Diggs.
So what's crazy about that? I agree with that.
No, because a lot of people thought it.
A lot of people, man, you'd be surprised, Cowboy. Man, you say some shit like that to Cowboy fans, they think you crazy.
Yeah, you guys. Well, you got some.
Listen. I invited you two to this. I invited you two to this because y'all know football.
I'm gonna tell you something else.
I agree with y'all.
I read something. I forgot what I read. Just said it might have been a documentary too. Jimmy Johnson he knew the only way he really could get the Cowboys back, he had to trade somebody. I'm saying to say this. If the Cowboys were to trade Diggs, we're going to get some picks.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And here's the thing. You can find you another corner. You don't have to.
Exactly.
You can find you another corner.
The Lions just traded Jeff Okudah to Atlanta for a first-round pick.
And let's be honest. You got Bland, you got Gilmore. Let's just say you trade them. You get some picks. Oh, you sitting on house money now.
Absolutely. Yep. I'm trading Diggs.
And I like Diggs. But if you giving me one to trade, I'll trade Diggs' ass all day.
I'm
he ain't Parsons, and he damn sure ain't Lamb.
I would trade Diggs now before the draft.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but see this. But this is where it comes. But this where it comes back to the roster management. Mm-hmm. Based on what he is now, he's 20 million. The wide receiver is 25 million.
He got
Parsons right now is 35.
If he ain't Deion Sanders, he got to go. I'm sorry.
So the thing is, you have to figure out who's more important and who's not. Once again, that has nothing to do with the quarterback. That has to do with the front office, the inner people talking and figuring out who's important and who's not. Mm-hmm. And so,
think about how much we'll be far ahead of the game if they do a Jimmy Johnson and trade Diggs, baby. Yeah, somebody
they won't though.
They gonna fail for the banana in the tailpipe because they gonna say, yeah, we take them. Yeah, we'll give you a first round, second, whatever the hell it may be.
I would trade Diggs.
That's what I would do.
I like Diggs. I don't love Diggs, and Diggs don't tackle.
Look, if he ain't Deion Sanders, what's
Diggs
the cat? What's the guy from Pittsburgh in the Hall of Fame now?
Rob Woodson.
Rob Woodson.
I see Diggs playing.
If he ain't nothing like that, shit.
I don't see Diggs playing too many times
like that, bro.
when they run to his side.
I'm good, bro.
I see Diggs playing Matador too many times when they're running to his side. He old laying, man. So
we agree with you on that one.
But see that's what the Cowboys need. And Jimmy, you know, being a genius, he figured that shit out. And that's what Dallas needs. Because think about it, man.
Yeah.
We know we need Lamb and we need Parsons. Diggs got to go.
Yeah.
I'd take an above average corner and roll with him and get some draft picks from Diggs versus keeping Diggs. I mean, Diggs ain't worth $20 million, man. I think he's a good talent.
But if you trade him now, you can get a first round pick with Diggs for Diggs.
You damn right.
If Jeff Okuda just went for a first round,
You damn right. You damn right. You trade
today
Diggs.
the Lions traded Jeff Okuda to Atlanta for a first round pick.
I saw that.
No, they got a fifth.
You look again. Is
Okay.
a fifth?
I know they traded him. I didn't see the draft capital, but I did. I know they traded him. I don't know.
You talking about the cornerback?
Cornerback.
But we know Jerry and his dumb ass. He'll sign all damn three of them. So. But I mean,
I don't know if they can afford all three of them though. Can
that's
they
why
afford all
you let
three?
them walk. You
You
let
can.
them walk. The lesser one got to go.
Right. I don't know
No,
if
you
you can
they
afford
getting the
all
fifth
three.
round, my guy. They're not getting the first.
That's fine. I take a second. That's top. That's the one in the top 100. So I take that.
He struggled though. He wouldn't. Diggs at least will have much more value. Yeah, I just put it in the chat. According to reports, they sent the former first round pick Jeff Okuda to Atlanta. They're reportedly getting the fifth round pick, 159 overall in turn from the Falcons.
Yeah, I would
first
trade
round.
Diggs, man. But see, this goes back to constructing your roster. You can walk from here. We got my boy right here. You know, we got my man over here. We good. And you
Right,
get
that's
that
why
draft capital.
I don't. If I had to, I'm not worried about the player taking less money. I'm gonna build a roster. That's my job. His job is to be the best player he can be.
Yeah.
My
I can
job
see,
is to build
Because
the
Diggs
finance.
pissed me off when he didn't hit Kettles. He pissed me the hell off with that bullshit. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? He walked by that dude like he was the downtown DC or Chicago. I'm like, what the fuck you doing, bro? You know.
That was disturbing.
But they gonna
That
sign
was
him, man.
disturbing.
Yeah, we know what they're gonna do. They're gonna sign his ass. And
Yeah, they're gonna sign him.
I'm-
You're gonna sign him or tag him.
Who's that?
I mean, and
I
I
wouldn't.
like his skill set, man. But if you give me all of them three, he got to go. Cause
So
Parsons
you
and
paying
Lamb.
CD 25 million?
See what now?
You paying CD Lamb 25 million?
Nah, I don't even pay him 20. I ain't paying nobody 25 million.
I let him walk too. I'm trading him
I'm gonna
too.
tell you something, Brad. I'm gonna tell you what I learned about the NFL and the way college is now.
Hold on, I'm finished. Wait a minute. So
Oh,
you
I'm sorry,
keep Michael Parsons?
I pay Parsons. That's
Y'all paying him 35 million?
Yeah. You
If they be
keep the
35, you know what? If
Well,
I, on all them three
maybe-
Hold
cats,
on, I'm waiting for Phil to answer that question.
I'm just listening.
Hold
'cause,
up.
like,
Is Parsons a linebacker or DN? What are you paying him at?
He gonna,
he want both.
That's edge. They paying. That's edge money.
I'm
He
keeping
want
Using
both.
the edge.
I'm
See,
keeping
that's
him.
Last year
They
he
should have
lined
played him
up
at. They should have played him at linebacker and blitz him every now and then. See, so they mess their own money up doing that.
Blitz him every play.
He's a freak of nature, man. That cat is a unicorn.
So hold on, I ain't still getting no answer, y'all.
I never saw Lawrence Taylor going back in coverage.
Every now and then he got a pick six.
Well, look, man. I'm about to pay somebody. I pay him.
So
That's
you
right.
paying him 30? High Rod, you paying him?
Parsons? Yeah. I'm gonna trade CD too. I'm gonna trade CD also.
Well, I trade the
Gotcha.
whole every damn
Deal.
body.
Oh yeah. I'm paying Parsons.
I'm paying.
So you gonna pay him quarterback money?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So
And what about you, John Madden?
I'm gonna
I mean,
trade.
I'm cool with it. I like edge rushes. I mean, but for me, I would get me a defensive end this year. I don't. He's getting beat up. So if I'm paying him that money, I want to preserve him.
I think they're using Micah wrong. I would play him a linebacker, blitz him every now and then, and only use him as a pass rusher on like third and long.
No, I'm cool with it. Unleashing him on every play. I just don't want him lining up.
I'm not because
I don't want him on the. I don't want him. What'd you say?
The replacement's getting him beat up.
Oh, I'm gonna draft his replacement.
No, what I'm saying is you playing them at edge every play is what's getting them beat up.
Oh no, what I'm saying is I play him from the linebacker spot. I don't want him being strictly like the third.
You gotta use.
I would move him around.
Like, that's how.
Exactly.
I'm paying him 35 because if you use him the way he needs to be used, the versatility, moving around, that cat will last a long time in the league.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're gonna do that because he was beat up last year a lot.
Yeah,
And see, that's what I'm afraid of. That right there is what I'm afraid of.
They used them best the first year they was using the right way. And after
exactly. That's the reason why I mentioned edge. I want to give me a real defensive end and kind of preserve him and use him in a lot. I want to use him like they use him in his rookie year.
And see, that goes back to your point. You draft somebody like that, you're like, well, I ain't got to pay him 35 because I got a true edge rush over here, 6'6", whatever, 285 pounds.
No, I mean, I'm fine with paying him that amount of money because I think he's that special of a player. Yeah. But I want to preserve him more.
Yeah, and that's how you preserve him. Yeah, that's how you
move on from. I'm trying to find Tech Morris replacement.
Yeah, you got to. You got to do that. But yeah, I think they should move on from. Yeah, they should definitely trade Diggs. That's the moves you got to make, man. And they
ain't gonna make that move.
I know they ain't, man. I know they ain't.
CD, man. They already trying to make Dak happy, man. Man, what Dak gonna need to be happy for? What? He ain't done. I mean, look, man. He ain't Mahomes. He ain't.
Well, ain't nobody Mahomes or the guy.
They too busy trying to please Dak, man. Nah, dude, you fit the system. You playing whatever fit in our system, man. You the quarterback, man. You make it work. We will give you some.
Well, I don't know if he can just make it work. But I mean,
I mean, hey man, that's what practice for, man. Y'all keep running until y'all get it right. But I'm not having no $30 million receiver. I'm not. Not named Randy Moss.
I'm with you, Randy.
In his prime.
I don't even know if I pay him that. But
in his prime, Randy Moss in the prime?
I don't need to pay that. I mean, I'm sorry. How many Super Bowls he won? Oh,
none.
So
he won't.
I can find me some fast.
He was more talented than Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice, that's different. That dude was a damn. I don't know what the hell that was. That was an alien or something.
I mean, Randy's talented.
Wait, hold on. Jerry Rice, though, you got to remember he played with Montana and Steve Young.
Oh yeah,
but I'm just saying, West Coast system. I knew Bill Walsh.
Remember that. But Jerry would take a pass. I ain't never. Jerry Rice was just something different. Y'all know how the motherfucker played.
But it was under that Bill Walsh system, though.
Yeah, and
that's also. You also how Randy Moss did that one year in New England. He got a quarterback.
No, Randy Moss was the most talented.
The year they went to the Super Bowl and lost.
Man, they lost, but I mean, that wasn't his fault.
But see, hold on. I'm with you.
Well, y'all crazy, man.
Remember, you said we can, and I'm with you.
But see, Randy had some mental issues up there, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He
was talented, man. He was super talented.
No. He was no most talented receiver I've ever seen, talent wise. But I'm saying
the most talented.
Physical attributes, yeah, absolutely. I
got behind Megatron.
Calvin Johnson, Calvin Johnson, the most talented wide receiver.
Right behind Megatron.
I would. They about neck and neck, but I slightly give Randy.
He bigger than Randy.
Yeah, he's bigger than Randy. Yeah, but I would. I put him
and he can run routes.
Yeah, he can run routes. I'll put him about neck and neck. And don't wrong. Calvin Johnson is all world beast, but I put him and Randy neck and neck.
Okay.
All right. Randy was super talented. He was very talented.
But Randy had something mentally. He just, I don't know, man.
What do you mean?
Sometimes just some of the games he would, when he left before New England. Hell, when he was in Minnesota, behavior running. Then he runs him over the car. Just his emotions, man. He didn't know how to handle his.
That was more with the Raiders. What you talking about?
No, he did it in Minnesota too.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the way he couldn't control his emotions. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So you're saying he was demonstrative?
Yeah, his mental. He didn't know how to contain his anger. Even when he went to Oakland, man, it's just you take Michael Irvin for example. Michael Irvin wasn't the most gifted, but his work ethic and the way he approached the game, his mindset. People like him.
I agree with you, but
I'm not
trying to make an excuse, but sometimes dudes who are really naturally talented are not always the hardest workers.
Irvin played a different era too.
Yeah, but see, here's something Troy Aikman said about Michael Irvin. He said Michael Irvin would go to whole training camp and maybe drop 2 passes.
Oh, I know how good he was.
Yeah, he said some guys do that in one practice. I'm just saying that to say is that Michael's work ethic mentality, you take him, Chris Carter, Jerry Rice, just certain guys that work ethic versus you take Randy. I'm not saying Randy didn't work at it, but his mental issues, the way he would behave and stuff like that, it's just like they say, but give up, they want to play. You know, it's just stuff like that.
I mean, he did admit he didn't play hard all the time.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You know,
I feel you. I agree.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I mean, his talent is off the damn charts. I'm not taking that. I'm just saying from a mental point of view, you know.
So who would you guys take, him or Terrell Owens?
Who? Randy Moss?
Okay.
I'm going Calvin Johnson, Randy Moss.
No. I was just saying between Terrell Owens and Randy. Who would you take?
Randy.
I'm oh man,
Randy.
That's a tough one.
Suspect to me, man.
It's a tough one because
He had suspect hands to me.
Yeah, his hands was not as soft as Randy.
It wasn't soft, but I know T.O. wanted to win. As long as you doing the right things, he cool with that.
True.
Randy, I don't know. He might take the water bottle.
Well, Terrell cool with you that first year.
Yeah.
You good with you that first year.
Hey, you right though about Terrell Owens, yo.
Terrell is, man, he model citizen that first year. You do that second year. Oh my God.
He want to sleep with your wife and every damn thing. What the hell? Shit. You know. But that right there is a toss up. Hey, John, that's a toss up right there, man.
Everybody, he gonna bring the electric cord out, throw it in the water.
Yeah, that's like asking me. That's like saying who I want to get killed by Chucky or damn Michael Myers. Hell, neither one of them motherfuckers. So
both are talented, though.
Yeah, they both talented, man. But that's the only thing.
Who? Chucky and Michael Myers?
Or Michael Myers and Jason. Pick whoever you want to. Freddy Krueger and damn, you pick somebody. It don't matter. It's like which one you want to kill you? Shit, neither one. But I ain't got no choice. I can't reason with them.
Hey, fella, look at the bobblehead, man. I'm checking out. I'm tired, man.
Oh damn, man. You know what? My bad. I'm in Central. I should have cut this when Phil said he wanted to get off. Like
it's all good. Hey, look, I'm off work tomorrow. It's all good.
Yeah, I apologize. Phil got me all hyped up. Now I can't go to sleep and shit.
Yeah, you got John Madden hype.
Yeah, bro, he does it all the time. This is the third time.
Yo, I do this to him every time. I didn't got on his.
You know what? I'm not falling for this.
I go into his Twitter space and got him all riled up.
Yeah, got me roused up. Then I'm not doing this. This is it. He done did this to me twice.
Hey, Hot Rod. All I gotta do is mention this quarterback thing, and he just
I ain't doing it.
Yo, you saw? Did you see him walk off? Did you see him walk off?
If you I'm a cash app somebody. Like whatever.
I always try to tell John, John, just slow down, man. I'm just saying this is what could happen with the Cowboys. But no, I don't believe in the hope. I say it ain't about.
I don't deal with hope.
I said, John, just for a minute, just focus right here, brother. It's okay.
With you, but the thing is, I'll get hyped with you. Phil, it's like he's been sent by God or something or Skynet to get me going.
Well, y'all laughing, but his man Willie gets on if scared too.
No, but Willie. Yeah, Willie is. Yeah, he frustrated.
Talk about driving the quarterback every 3 years, man. He lost his mind.
Willie frustrates the hell out of him like a baby mama.
Oh, say another motherfucking thing.
I'm cool with drafting the quarterback every year. This dude want to do it in the first round every 5 years.
Every 5 years. Yep. I got it strategically down packed. Every 5 years.
It's fun to have these conversations because everybody got a different point of view or whatever.
Right.
And,
exactly.
It's just good to hear it. You know, I wouldn't draft a quarterback in the first round every year, but to hear you say it, I'm like, okay, all right.
No. No, I wouldn't draft one in the first round every year.
I mean, every five.
Yeah. So like for instance, last year in Lamar Jackson's last year of his contract, I would have drafted what's the quarterback that the Steelers drafted? Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
I would have drafted him last year if I was the Ravens. Let him sit last year. And he's my quarterback now for the next 4 years.
Yeah, but then you got to realize Lamar's offense was tailored towards him. You got to get a new coordinator. You got to figure out.
I think it depends on the quarterback. I would
totally understand.
I would have drafted the boy that the Texans drafted. I would have drafted the boy the Texans drafted for Lamar. I would have drafted him.
Yeah, that fits more a little bit.
Who did they draft last year?
Right. The
Who
brother,
did they
the
draft
black dude.
I know who you're talking about. I forgot his name. He fits that a little bit more.
Okay. But so like for instance, this year, like I said, I would draft either Levis at number 10 if I was the Eagles. I would not pay Jalen Hurts $55 or $60 million.
I'm not saying they should pay him that. I'm not saying.
I don't think it's
so. If you're not going to do that, draft a quarterback this year.
But here's the thing.
If I'm Philly, I would draft the boy from Miami, the quarterback from Miami.
In the first round? Or you saying just later? Okay.
No, in the first round. He's going to. I mean, this year, if I was Philly, I would draft the boy in the from Miami in the first round.
So you saying with number 30, with that last pick in the
Miami got an early. I mean, no, Philly got an early pick.
They got number 10 and number 30.
I'm gonna draft him in number 10. He ain't gonna be around for 30.
What kid?
Who's from Miami?
Yeah, I'm looking at
Florida. My bad, Florida.
Oh yeah, Richardson.
Yeah, Richardson.
Yeah. That's what I just said.
If I was Philly, I would draft Richardson.
And let him sit this year, right?
Let him sit, and I'm trading Hurts.
To who?
That's my point.
Whoever won him.
Yeah, but you also got to look at this. Everybody's not going to take what you want to trade based on if he's strongly a real strong system quarterback.
I understand, but I mean, it's a quarterback. I mean, I draft him. I draft him in the second round, so if I can get a second for him, great. I want a first, but if I can get a second and a third, I'm taking it.
Right,
and
then you got your quarterback.
Right, so what about,
you got your quarterback for the next 4 years.
Your kid that you don't pick, he just completely bombs and don't work out.
But what are you saying? Completely bombs? Why would he completely bomb if you got that talent around him?
The reason why I'm saying that is because there've been quarterbacks in the first round that's gone to some good environments and they just turn out to be busts. The one thing is you have to say with Jalen. And I'm not disagreeing with you about the money because I knew that was going to eventually happen. It always do. That's why at one point they should have went early. Like now you waiting until his last year. He took you to the Super Bowl. His value goes up. So if you thought he was your guy, sign him in his third year. If you think that's your guy, the value will be less. But you also got to realize he played on the big stage in college a lot. Right. He's changed different systems. So it's makeup. It's mental makeup. Everybody ain't the same like that. You know, sometimes you get that dude and it just don't work out for him. I know this is a long time, but you think about Ryan Leaf. Mentally, he just so it's just I get what you're saying in theory, but all quarterbacks, man, all that pressure comes because what happens when the shit don't go right? Who the first one they blame? The quarterback. The quarterback. And so all dudes don't that's why I'm saying when I say the guy, I'm not just talking physical ability. Is he that dude that's tough and is going to stand in the media? Is he that dude that throw 3 interceptions in a game and come Monday he can look at his teammates and keep rallying them? Jalen is a system dude, but that team seems to thrive on him. And so that's where you have to make that decision.
All right. So you telling me that you would take, if you had your choice, you think that San Francisco, you think that Brock Purdy is a better fit in San Francisco than Richardson or Levis? You don't think you could drop one of those quarterbacks into San Francisco?
I think in how San Francisco is, they make a strong, because I like this, a strong emphasis on the running game. And they make a very strong, but they also make a strong emphasis on somebody who can release the ball quick. Both of the 2 rookies that you just mentioned, I think Richardson is super athletic. It could fit his skill set, but I've also looked at him. His release is horrible. He has a very, very slow release. So, yeah, he would have to sit and develop. Levis is kind of interesting because he has a real good arm, but I've seen him mentally crumble in games. And I ain't talking about winning. I don't always look at that. I'm just looking at seeing how they playing within the game. Right. Now, I'll say this, and I know that wasn't your answer. I think if this was a last year, what year did Trey Lance come out? Was that last year? 2 years ago?
2021, I think.
I think if Lamar was on the market 2 years ago, they would have gave up all of that and more and I think he would fit the system. He's mentally tough. There has to be a level of toughness there. It has to be somebody that has a quick release. Everybody can't fit their system.
Right.
You know, it's just always schemed sometimes. And some guys can fit it good, and sometimes guys that won't. But I do agree with you. I would be very reluctant.
Let me say this:
Jalen Hurts that much money.
Let me say this: with Philly and Jalen Hurts, I hope Philly get that motherfucker $80 million a year. I want them to give him so much money they can't sign nobody else.
Right.
So Jalen Hurts, get your money, Slim. Get that money. Break the bank. Get 80 million.
The only thing is, I think if they do sign him, he's gonna have a long deal.
Yeah.
And they're gonna always change his money, just like they did Pat. I'm not saying he's Pat. I'm just saying the approach of what they're gonna do.
Yeah, it's gonna be long. Yeah.
That works for me.
He has a lot, and I'll say this, brother. I do think he's a ascending quarterback. I think he's gotten better, but I don't think he's what Philly fans think he is. He's definitely not an MVP, but he's an MVP for their team.
I hope Philly give him $75-80 million a year.
Well, he about
to give him 50.
Fully guaranteed.
It's going to be somewhere in that 40-50 range. But I also think they're going to give him a long-term deal.
I think
his money is going to get stretched.
I think he's going to be like 50-55.
Me too.
I don't know.
I hope so. Pay that man. How they say it? Pay the man.
Yeah, man.
But the thing is,
he deserves all of it.
I think he's a better quarterback than some people give him credit for.
Oh, absolutely.
That's cool. But he ain't Mahomes.
So he doesn't have to be though.
If you making 50 to 55 million, you do need to be Mahomes.
Nah, not necessarily.
Okay,
I mean,
what
I'm basically saying is, if somebody decides, if somebody decides to pay that money for it, they just think that's their quarterback. That's all. Man, like, I'm not saying I would pay him that. I'm just saying, but they're a different team with him.
Right.
He works for that place. I don't think you can take him and put him anywhere and he'll thrive. I just don't think.
I want to give Jalen Hurts $60 million a year campaign. I'm leading the parade, baby.
Well, here's the thing: if you give him that, Dak Prescott's gonna get a ton of money.
And that's
but it won't be with us.
That's my issue. Why do you give somebody that much money?
Because it's the market.
Because that man got it. No,
it's the market. It's the market. It's like anything. If you've been working hard at what you're doing and some do less than you get a raise, then you want a raise. It's just the way it is. Yeah. We only say this. You only say that. And everybody say this because we don't get paid that amount of money. If we was there, I ain't giving shit. Like, nah, ain't my job. My job.
Look at Aaron Rodgers. He ain't taking a pay cut for no damn body.
No pay cut.
So he keep them on the hostage and still get money.
So this is my point. As great as Aaron Rodgers is, when did he ever win a Super Bowl outside of his rookie deal?
I get you, and he didn't. But also, you got to look at it as far.
Why pay him?
But you got to look at it as this. Something Dana said earlier. She said you want to be in the dance. And when you have that guy, he gives you the opportunity to get there. The problem is the team itself, the way they constructed it. They're the ones who decided to stay with players from their Super Bowl year a little bit too long. So go back and look at the guys they signed in that Super Bowl year. There's a lot of guys they kept they shit in. And they didn't reboot. So I get you. It's a delicate thing. You just gotta figure out this one though. Do you pay that dude that really is a top 10 guy, or do you pay that dude that's like Kirk Cousins? See, because Kirk Cousins is a guy you should look at and say, I think he's actually made $235 million in guaranteed money.
See,
and why? Why are you paying him that much?
No,
but he ain't winning you nothing.
No, but the quarterback position is so important because when you don't have that guy, listen, Phil, when you don't have that guy, people don't make the play. I get what you're saying. You don't win the Super Bowl. But when you have a guy that isn't that, you're never in the Super Bowl.
I think Dak and Kirk Cousins are on the same tier.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and say. No, I'm not gonna sit here and say that you can't look
They're on
at
the
it.
same tier.
But when I look at his first couple of years when Prescott went blow to blow with Aaron Rodgers and they lost, that wasn't on Prescott. When they lost against when they lost against the Rams, that wasn't on Prescott.
Nope.
So yeah, the game against San Francisco, you could say he could elevate it that, but I'm not sitting here and saying that what you guys are wrong. What I'm just saying is when you don't have, even if you don't have that dude or Ryan Tannehill, you don't even get a chance to get into the tournament. So when they don't have that dude and they got the Sam Darnolds of the world, people are looking for a dude to say, I just want to get a chance to be at the
49ers had Brock Purdy.
Yeah, they did have Brock Purdy. And what I'm saying is they had him because they had to go to him. But look at this. Let's not forget. They gave up 3 first-round draft picks to go after Trey Lance.
Yeah, true.
Because the quarterback position is so valuable to them and to everyone. So I'm not disagreeing with you. My roster construction idea don't just go towards everyone around the quarterback. You also got to, because remember, Phil, remember I told you, I said if it was me, even after Flacco had won, and I can't prove it, but this is how I felt. I told everybody, I said, okay, he won a Super Bowl. I'm still not paying him because I didn't think he was that type of quarterback.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
The Ravens let Trey Dilfer walk after he won.
Yeah, but everybody is not always. So when I say roster construction, it doesn't end with like the quarterback. I'm okay with an upgrade, but sometimes there's some guys, even though they may not be a Pat Mahomes, you're like, this guy's perfect for us. This guy is good for us. He may not be Pat, but this guy is good for us. That's why Eli stayed with the Giants for so long. He was good for that environment, and they paid him a lot of money. They didn't pay him $40 million, but he wasn't, it wasn't cheap. So you just got to figure out if this is the dude that you think that can lead your team, and then you just got to make a choice. So yeah, unlike you, not every 5 years, I draft a quarterback every year, every year. But I'm not drafting in the first round unless I really need to. So we're in the same. I'm just not doing it every 5 years.
Give me Jamarcus Russell. Give me some more of the worst. Give me some more of the worst first round quarterbacks you can think of. What's the dude from Detroit?
Ryan Leaf, Jamarcus Russell.
The dude from Detroit. What's his name? That came from Oregon. I think he came from
Harrison, I think, something like that.
Joey Harrington.
Yeah, Joey Harrington. Give me all those dudes, right?
And you won't.
But I'm dropping them into a situation like Philadelphia,
but see,
or San Francisco, where I don't have dead cap money, and I can have a bomb roster.
But here's the thing:
built around those guys.
Was lazy. He was a lazy player.
I got you. But if you drop Jamarcus Russell in San Francisco, I'm sorry, yo. As much as you want to laugh at him, I know he was terrible, but you drop Paxton Lynch into one of these.
He can't read off.
I totally agree with you, which is what this is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to give you like a top tier quarterback,
but you got to
give me. I'm giving you the worst possible.
If you're gonna do that, you can use people like a Brad Johnson.
I got you. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to give you something.
No, but
good.
What I'm saying is,
I'm trying to give you something bad and putting them.
Yeah, but bad ain't gonna get you to the bad. Ain't gonna get you.
I'm out, man. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay. All right, Hot Rod.
I'm about to go. Man. I'm about to check out too. I gotta get up early in the morning.
All right.
I could keep doing this, but I know.
I'm sorry, fellas. This is over.
I know if I don't make myself go, I'll stay up to 6 o'clock talking. So I'm gonna force myself to go because if I don't, I'll be up all night, man.
All right, I'm finished. No, I'm going in.
I'm gonna send y'all the link on Thursday, man.
Okay, if I don't, I might can't do it on Thursday.
All right,
I might have to host this show.
All right, Rod. Nice
okay,
meeting you.
I do it. But anyway, man, enjoy y'all, man.
I like you, man.
All right, Phil. All right, John.
Go ahead, Phil. Don't get off, Phil. Finish.
All right.
So go ahead.
No. I'm just trying to say I'm giving you the worst case scenarios for the quarterbacks, and I'm not trying to say it a good quarterback.
No, but the only thing is when I talk about that, you still need some type of traits. And those guys don't have those traits. That's why when people talk about Prescott, I'm with you. I'm with you as far as the amount of money. And I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is you have to figure out who's worth that and who's not. It's like how we talking right now. Like say we was in Philly. We all sitting around and saying, is Jalen worth $50 million? And they have to make that discussion because the thing is, if you get that wrong, you're in a damn bind. And so you're either going to have to try to trade him, eat the money, or move on. So we'll use Tony Romo. Tony Romo was, I consider, above average quarterback. I say very good. The problem I had with his extension was he had a back injury. Why would you give a dude who's constantly breaking down all of that money? So I'm going to stay with Dallas. So Willie one time tripped on me. Remember when Dak Prescott broke his foot? That was 2020. And I think we was positioned in the top 3. And Willie said, well, who would you get with in the top 3? I said, Justin Fields. He said, why would you do that? We got a quarterback. I said, well, here's 2 things. One, I got a quarterback that's coming off a major injury. I don't know if he's going to fully recover. And I said, 2, I got a good quarterback. I said, he's not an exception. He's a good quarterback. I said, I don't know. Fields could be better than him. And so with that, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with moving on from dudes that may be considered mediocre, like the Brad Johnsons and the Joe Flaccos and the Kirk Cousins. But if you have a dude that you think is that dude and he's winning and he's getting you to the dance, the Super Bowl, it's hard to walk away from that.
What's so hard to walk away from Dak Prescott? What is he?
I never said that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right. I never said that.
Okay.
I said what they should do is they should play his contract out. He has 2 years. They added a voidable year. A voidable year doesn't mean anything. So for me, Mike McCarthy has 2 years. Prescott has 2 years. I'm not extending him. I wouldn't extend him. They are going to do it. And so I'm going to play his deal out. He's 30. At the end of this current deal, that's 32. A lot of quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls past 30. It's not a lot of guys doing that. And so I would be okay moving on from him. Like, I don't have a problem with it. The only thing is with your method, I wouldn't do it every 5 years. See, I would do it every year.
Right. I heard you.
And then what I would do is, if it's a dude that's good or considered good, I would flip that dude, get me more draft picks, and more draft picks mean more talent. And therefore, I continue to do that. But you do have to come to a point and realize who you have. Is this a dude that raises the level, or is it a dude that needs more help than the average guy? And if it is that, you also got to realize when to sign. Because even if he's mediocre, if you let that dude play his deal out, you're going to be paying more money. And that's what the Giants did. So they should have been, see, I like what you want to do to that 5th year. I don't want to get to the 5th year. I'm drafting his dude in the 3rd year.
Okay, that's cool too.
Right.
That's
and then
cool.
If I see that that's my dude, that dude's going to be more than likely, he's going to bump that starter next year. And then when I got that, see, here's the thing, what I'm going to do. If I got that dude still on that rookie deal, and he's shown that he's a good, productive quarterback, so I'm going to flip that dude. I'm going to flip that 1st round pick or that 2nd round pick or that 3rd round pick, that quarterback, and I'm going to give you multiple picks. So I'm not paying that 5th year deal. Now I'm bringing draft capital back for a quarterback because it's a quarterback-hungry league. And if I find that guy that I really like, so I'm not going to use Pat Mahomes. I hate doing this, but I'm going to just use Philly.
I'm good with what you just said with Daniel.
Right, but I'm going to use
Daniel Jones. Just keep drafting the quarterback.
No, I'm going to use another quarterback, Philly, when they had Donovan McNabb. That was a dude that always was getting them to the dance. So I looked at that and said, okay, there's nothing wrong with that. If they want to pay him top-rated money, he was the highest paid player. That's cool. The problem is they never really got enough dynamic guys around him. But also, you had a great system with Andy Reid. Most quarterbacks under Andy did well. So with knowing how good Mike McCarthy is, I would draft a quarterback every year because we've seen what he does. Now, if it gets to a point where you can't move on and find that guy, then that comes to a point where you say, we got to go get a guy. What I mean by that means that's a dude in the first round. You got to say to yourself, we need to go find a franchise guy. But sometimes a franchise guy can slip through the cracks.
Mm-hmm.
And he can be there in the 6th or the 5th
Yep.
or the 7th.
I agree.
And so if you do that, then there's another thing that comes with it. If you have early Super Bowl success, majority of the time quarterbacks will take less. Because I'm not going to say Brady didn't, but Peyton did too, and Drew Brees. But that was because they had success.
Yeah.
And if the longer you wait, I think it's insulting to a player because he's like, okay, so you let me play out my deal. I outplayed everybody. I was underpaid, and now you want me to take less money on top of it? So throw that dude more money in this beginning, and you can stretch that. So they should have did Prescott in 2018. That's when they should have extended. They could have got him on a good deal. He didn't have any money, and we wouldn't be where we are. Because if they extend him, you talking $50 million.
Yeah.
And that's
well, you know what his hit is for next year, right?
I think it's 52.
59.
59? Yeah, figure it out. They're gonna stretch it. They always do.
Again, when you stretch it, now you adding more years on.
Nah, but when you stretch it, that means voidable years. And so then if he's done, it means if you decide to move on from him, the money won't escalate at that particular hit. It just goes the way it is. But I don't like the way they do their deals. I like the front load my deals. I like front load.
Yeah.
But
I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm in the front load. Front load for money. And then if that player pops later, it's less money. And you can be able to walk away from it if you decide.
Totally agree. I totally agree.
You know? So
that's
we'll see. But if he wins the Super Bowl this year, ain't nobody gonna talk about his salary.
Nope. If he wins the Super Bowl, you gotta extend him. Like Flacco.
I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would. I don't know.
You gotta extend him like Flacco. Like what's the quarterback from Jared Goff? Because he made it to the Super Bowl with the Rams. You gotta extend him like Russell Wilson.
Are you saying you gotta extend him because
once you make it to the Super Bowl, you gotta extend them.
You ain't got to. You don't have to extend them.
Yeah,
they will extend them.
Exactly.
Because they still got a year.
It's etiquette, John. It's etiquette. You gotta extend.
You know what I'm doing? I'm shaking his hand, saying, "Thank you very much for that Super Bowl you won. So let's go get another one under that contract you got."
There you go, and that's what I'm saying. In that 5th year, draft another quarterback.
I draft year 3. You want to go to 5?
No, 3. 3 is fine too. I'm good with that. If you don't care about the 5th year option,
see, because
I just say to draft them in the first round so that you can have that 5th year option. But with your way, with just drafting one every year, you don't need to draft them in the first round. So that's cool. That's cool.
And the thing is, because the only reason I don't want to let them walk is because I want to get value back for them.
Yes, I agree.
So that's why I'm like, you have to ask yourself in that 3rd year, is this my guy?
Right.
And if he isn't your guy, you got to replace him.
So with that being said, if you are only saying that in the 3rd year, that means you aren't drafting him. You aren't letting him play as a rookie, though, right? You're not going to make him start as a rookie.
It depends on the makeup of the player.
Right. See, I would.
Because hold on, let's look at it. Let's look at this.
See, I don't want to have my quarterback starting as a rookie, so that's part of the reason why I said.
No, but you got.
That's why I said draft him in the first round.
Right. You move on from that because you don't know. Let's look at you mentioned Russell, so we'll use that as an example. They went out and got Matt Flynn because he did well. They signed him and they drafted Russell. I'm quite certain that the plan was to have him sit and learn, but he took the job. Right. So if you get a dude, I'm not gonna say I'm. Listen, what I'm saying. I'm not saying if I draft him, I'm gonna force him to play. But if I get a dude who comes in and he takes that job, then I'm playing. Now, if he doesn't show that, I'll be willing to sit him and let him learn. So it just depends on the makeup of the player. Because some players gonna come in and be like, "I don't give a shit who you got on the roster. I'm taking this," and they'll take the position. So if you have that dude and he comes in and take that position, ride that, and then that other quarterback you have, you trade him. Because the San Francisco, when I was like, okay, you got Trey Lance. why don't you trade Jimmy? Like, you could probably, and there were people that wanted to give him a 3rd round pick, but they didn't want to do that. And so now they lost him, and they don't get no compensation except comp picks from him. So that's the only thing. I would never do like every 5 years. I get what you're doing. I just wouldn't do it every 5 years. And if I find that guy, I'm gonna ride.
Hey, look, I haven't had one person agree with me yet.
Because I think you need.
So I don't expect anybody to.
Well, Phil kind of agrees with you. Phil kind of agrees.
You mean Hot Rod?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Hot Rod.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to do it in the 1st round. I get what you.
I'm only saying the 1st round because I don't want my quarterback to start as a rookie. So I want that 5th year so that I can let him sit.
So from
I want to let him sit.
So what about from a coaching standpoint? If you in training camp, he killing it, and he's better, you gonna sit him?
How is he gonna be better than my guy that's been there for 4 years?
Some guys are like that.
All right, well, if he is, then we got us a winner. Okay. But for me, I still prefer like Mahomes, like McNair.
Yeah, but he was flawed. Mahomes was flawed.
I regardless, I still have never seen a quarterback other than Marino come right in as a rookie.
What about the quarterback that's up in Cincinnati?
He was good.
What about the one with the Chargers? Hold on, Dak Prescott.
Dak Prescott wasn't great as a rookie. He threw for 23 touchdowns.
Hold on.
He was. Come on. He was.
Hold on.
And let's be honest. Let's be honest. If it wasn't for Romo getting hurt, Dak wasn't going to start as a rookie. If it wasn't for Kellen Moore breaking his foot,
I agree with all those.
He wouldn't have been starting as a rookie.
I agree with all those variables.
Yeah,
that's why I was talking about context.
Yeah. But if something happens, then fine.
Yeah, but something could happen in the sense that I'm assuming you're going to be objective.
Mm-hmm.
The context can happen. Dude can come in and just outplay your veteran.
Yeah, if that's the case, then so be it. But if I have it the normal way that most quarterbacks go, even as great as Mahomes is, as great as
but even those situations are outliers because normally the NFL starts those guys.
Even as great as Lamar was, you brought him in and to let him sit behind Flacco.
Yeah, those are outliers.
Yeah, I mean, I love it though. I love the way they brought those quarterbacks. I
don't have a problem with any of that. Like, I'm never one to like force a quarterback in there because I think that ruins guys a lot when you throw them in there. I've seen young quarterbacks, and I'm like, this dude is never going to be good because he's ruined. He's taking hits. He don't have no success.
Thank you.
But there are some dudes.
Even what Dallas did with Aikman.
He was ready.
But he got beat up when he got.
No, he did. But Troy.
But Walsh came in there and looked better than Troy.
Yeah, but that was only because Troy got beat up and Walsh played against the Washington Redskins. They was trash. But when you
even the other games, he still looked better. He wasn't winning the games, but he looked a little better.
He only looked better because he was playing against trash teams. But when Troy was there,
and he was in there,
Jimmy admitted he was in there,
and he looked a little more comfortable because he was from Miami, so. He was playing with Irvin and for Jimmy Johnson.
He didn't have a game against Philly. He got sacked 11 times.
That's true. That's true. That's what I'm saying. I don't want my quarterback coming in there starting as a rookie.
No, I'm not against that. I mean, of the quarterbacks that's coming out of the league out right now.
Yep.
I think CJ and Bryce are ready.
Okay.
The rest of them are flawed.
Right. I still wouldn't want CJ or Bryce to come right in starting.
It depends on where they go, though.
Yeah, I got you.
If they're in a good situation,
yeah,
and things.
So for instance, I think CJ Stroud is a better quarterback than Davis Mills. I'm gonna just say for Houston, right? But I would prefer to have him come in and just. Look at Davis Mills for a year.
Oh, well, I'm not going to disagree with you because he got a shitty ass team. I mean, that team is terrible. So it would be a lot of heavy lifting on him. So no, I have nothing against that. But let's say hypothetically, Let's
say he goes to Philly right now.
Oh, I play him.
You play him over
CJ is a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts.
Okay, all right. Now I think so too. I agree with you.
He's a better
but I would prefer to let him come in and let Jalen Hurts finish this year, and then let CJ come in.
If they ended up doing that, I would trade Jalen Hurts.
That's cool too. That's cool. Yeah,
but
yeah.
He's a better quarterback.
Right.
He would fit that too because he doesn't have to do a lot of heavy lifting. That would be a good thing for him. It depends on the situation to me.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you about sitting because sometimes it's like all you're gonna do is just get him killed. You don't have no weapons, no offensive line. But if you got a team that's kind of built ready, but they don't have that quarterback,
right?
You may want to roll with that dude if you think his pedigree is that. Like Bryce Young, I'm scared of because of his size.
Okay.
He doesn't have any. He's such a small.
Bring him in there. Bring him in there. Let him learn behind Jalen Hurts.
Who, Bryce Young?
Yeah, franchise.
He's better than Jalen. He better than Jalen.
I agree, but I wouldn't want him to start this year as a rookie. So I let him come in there, and then I put the franchise tag on Jalen next year. If somebody wants him, they got to give you 2 first-round picks.
So you talking about you'll put the non-exclusive tag on?
Yep, and then they got to give you 2 first-round.
But that's only if somebody negotiates with him.
If they don't want him, then I still got my quarterback, and I still allow Jalen Hurts to say, you know what, I want to play for Philadelphia. Yeah, I'm going to take a Tom Brady type deal.
But if you do that on his first deal, you still paid him like 45-some million.
What you mean? You mean
like,
if I put the franchise tag on
the non-exclusive on it?
Yeah. I got you. But somebody's probably going to take him and give me 2 first-round picks.
You mean like somebody took Lamar? Ain't nobody gonna go on that, man.
Yeah. If they don't, I'm prepared for it. But I got my quarterback for the next 4 years after that year on a rookie deal. And I can continue to keep all of my free agents because I got my quarterback on a rookie deal, and I could have gone out this year and gotten OBJ and D-Hop. Because I got my quarterback always on a rookie deal.
Yeah, but you paying money to dudes that in the draft, guys are better than them.
Okay, but I'm still going to be able to draft too.
But you just wasted the
time. Because I always got my quarterback on
I think in theory,
deal.
I think in theory, what you saying, I get the theory. I just don't think it'll work.
Okay. It's probably not. It's probably not. Because think about it. There has been nobody that has agreed with me yet on this.
Yeah, the theory of it.
So apparently what I'm saying is not a good idea because nobody has agreed with it.
If you tweak it. If you just tweak it a bit.
Right. So that's why I'm putting it out there to football-minded people such as yourself.
Do the wrong. If you do the
somebody's gonna help me to tweak it, and then we're gonna send it in. We're going to send it in to Jerry Jones and Will McClay.
I don't pay for it. I don't give away dollars free. Jerry would never do it anyway. He like his stars, man. He like his stars. He just maybe McCarthy would get him to think that way.
They haven't listen, John. They haven't drafted a quarterback in the first round since 1989.
Oh, I know, bro.
So ain't no way they gonna do it.
No, I can't. No, but the only reason why I won't say that is
they ain't gonna do it, bro.
No, hold on, I'm gonna tell you why. Let's hear me out. Look at what they've done the last 2 years. Like, they wouldn't have moved on from Ezekiel Elliott, but they did. They wouldn't have ate that money. They wouldn't have ate that money with Dez Bryant. They wouldn't have ate that money with Jaden Smith.
Right.
If somebody's there, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to get a first round.
But they restructured Dak's contract again this year.
Yeah, you can always.
So you already know they already are planning on extending Dak Prescott. Let's be real.
How long ago did they extend Zeke? What was his last extension?
Right, but we not talking about a running back. We talking about.
I know, but I'm just saying, Jerry.
We already on the books for $36 million in 2025.
Let's see something. Let me go and look at this contract.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's $59 million for next year.
I don't think he's on for
2025. And then 2020, that's 2024. 2025 is like $36 million already.
Yeah, they can move on from that. In 2026, there is no dead hit money.
In 2026, but he's only under contract till 2024.
No,
but they already owe him 2025.
They added avoidable year
in 2025, right?
No, 2026. That's why I said he has 2 years technically left on his deal. So if they decided they want to just ride with him, that's why right now I wouldn't do an extension.
Yeah, his actual regular contract is up next year, which is 2024, right?
Oh, no.
What did he sign for that extension?
He didn't. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not an extension. It's just an avoidable year. So when a team had avoidable year, it's not really an extension. It's just a way to stretch his money.
Right.
If they let him play on these 2 years, so he has a cap hit for $59 million this year. In 2025, he has a cap hit of $25 million. It will be $36 million in dead money. So, but if you ride it out, don't extend him in 2026. If they decide to release him, his dead cap hit is 0. There is no cap hit, but they're not going to do that. They're going to extend him.
Thank you.
Which is what
we already know that.
Now, if they don't do it, I'll be like, okay, I like this. So we have to see. Yeah, but I wouldn't. And see, even and let's say this. Let's say they did move on from him after this year. His dead cap is $36 million. Yep. All you do is make that a June 1st and you stretch that. So it's $18 million 1 year, it's $18 million the next year. You just move on from it.
And then you got your new quarterback already in the hole for $18 million.
They ain't got nothing to do with that.
No, stop doing that to people, man.
No, because
so now you're doing the same thing to your new quarterback that you did to Dak.
That has nothing to do with the new quarterback. Because what you do is because then there are deals that you walking away from. Tyron's coming off the books. D-Law will be coming off the book. So there's other places that you look at. You have to look at the whole roster. Not just
I hear you.
So I get what you're saying.
I still am mad that they still had to pay Romo and Dez while Dak and Zeke were on their rookie deals because they couldn't really fully take advantage of Dak and Zeke being on their rookie deal.
They could have. They didn't want to. That was just something they don't
I hear you. Even
Jerry said it. He said it late. He was like, yeah, we could have. No, Steven said it. He said, yeah, we should have took advantage of it. Really?
But how could you take advantage when you still owed money to people that weren't even playing on your team?
Because you got to realize they signed Jalen Smith, Collins. Those are guys they didn't have to sign. They kept bringing Jason Witten back, Sean Lee back. So there were players that it was like you got out of the hole of playing those guys, but you decided to bring them back. I'm not in the age.
That's credit cards.
Football
is credit cards, man. That's credit cards.
That ain't credit cards,
that's
man.
Credit cards. You paying somebody for something, but you paying for it down the road.
Yeah, but you also looking at it as this. One, as I said, roster construction. One, I would have never gotten to the Dennis Bryant thing because I wouldn't have extended him. I got to just tell you what they could have did.
Right. No, I got you.
So, yeah, they knew they didn't want him because you also got to look at this. Even though they wasn't paying Dez, they didn't stop them from getting Amari Cooper and giving him money. So it just depends. They should have. That's why I said in your third year, they knew they didn't want. They knew they didn't want Bryant. So instead of trying to find somebody to replace him, they decided to go out and get some guys who wasn't as good. So that forced him to make the trade. That's why I'm always like, you should already, like we're talking right now. In theory, that's what they should be doing to say, all right, who do we like, who we keeping, who don't. All right, we're gonna get hit with $5 million here. Let's make it a June 1st thing so we can stretch the money out. Mm-hmm. That's how they need to be doing it. But for me, there are times guys won't get second year deals.
Nope.
Like, you're not getting into your you just not getting
I'm
into your
with you.
second year.
I'm right with
But
you.
a lot of teams have a hard problem recognizing who's important and who's not. And they're afraid. And I get it. Because here's the thing. You say you want to keep guys. And I get that because people do like this. Well, I know what he can do. But I'm always like, yeah, but I'm confident I can go find a guy. Now, I'm not saying I'm not saying it's like when we had DeMarcus Ware and he had 22 plus sacks. I can suddenly find a guy that can replace him. But I can find a guy to replace Anthony Spencer.
Yeah.
But instead, they did
Greg Ellis.
Exactly. So you got to find out who's important and who's not. And that's usually the problem. And I know people say, what's the quarterback? Well, if you bad with just constructing a roster, you just going to have more money to keep dudes you probably shouldn't keep anyway. Right. And I'm not saying if you running it, but how other teams were running. If it was that case, bro, we would probably have Jason Witten still on the roster. Jerry Jones would have signed him to a long deal. We'd all be like, seriously, you don't want to let this guy.
Man, Jerry still would have had DeMarcus Ware on the roster. He still would have had Dez Bryant on the roster.
It would have just been more money to keep guys that you need to move on. You gotta move on.
Hey, so look, good thing Jerry didn't know about my philosophy right now. He'd have all those dudes still on there.
Bruh.
Because he would have had Johnny. He would have had Johnny Manziel.
But you know what? Willie was something that brought up. Jerry was behind the salary cap.
Right. You're right. Yeah. But I'm saying he would have drafted Johnny Manziel.
He wanted to.
And then when in Johnny Manziel's last year, he probably would have drafted Paxton Lynch.
They tried to get Paxton.
Yep, I know.
And I hated that. I was like, I've seen that guy play. The guy did one. I'm not gonna lie. I was fine with Dak Prescott. Now, I'm not gonna say I knew what he would become, but I was like 4th round developmental quarterback.
Right.
Like,
Dak was supposed to be battling Jamil Showers that year.
And I was sitting here, was like, that's absolutely ridiculous. I'm like, he's further ahead than he is.
Right. Yeah.
I'll say this.
When they drafted him, you already knew he was going to be better than Kellen Moore.
Your theory, I would do this. If I'm doing that, then you better have a prime Bill Parcells on your roster. Because he could take an average dude and lead you. Everybody don't do that. They don't have that ability to take that type of guy.
So do you mean Parcells or what's my man's name that went to the Saints? That's in Denver now.
No, I'm talking Bill Parcells.
Okay.
Remember when we mentioned the Phil Sims, the first thing you threw was Jeff Hornacek? That was Bill. Right. Bill was the one, he had the
You mean Jeff Hostetler?
Yeah, Jeff Hostetler. Bill had the Jets. I think it was the Jets. He lost his quarterback, and they had Ray Lucas, and he went 7-9. And I was like, how the fuck he had Quincy Carter and went 10-6.
Right.
But I would give Bill more than just a bad quarterback. I would try to get him like somebody good.
Yeah. I agree.
But most people don't have people like that.
Right.
And when you don't, that's why people panic. And I agree with you. There are a lot of guys I wouldn't pay this amount of money. But the league is the quarterback position is always going to get more money. Until somebody says, I'm not paying this. Until somebody says that, the money going to go up. Once somebody do this, and it could be Lamar.
I was going to say it might be the Ravens right now.
It could. Because the Ravens are basically saying, okay, you think you worth whatever you think.
Right.
Cool. Go out and find that deal.
But they should have drafted Kenny Pickett last year. Then that way they would have had their quarterback already.
The only thing is Kenny don't fit what they like to run.
Right. No, I got you. Well, I'm only saying Kenny Pickett because he was the top quarterback. So they could have drafted him instead of Kyle Hamilton. But maybe who was the next quarterback?
I can't remember.
Okay.
But they had opportunities. We'll see how this is.
Brock Purdy could have been there.
He probably could have played for that. But usually the OC they like, he usually like flawed guys with big arms because but he's not there no more because he's the
Right.
same OC that was in San Francisco when they drafted Kaepernick. So
Okay.
he has certain guys that he
There you
likes.
go.
They don't have that guy. So we'll see. Because Lamar, they got leverage over him.
Yeah.
Like they just have a lot of leverage over him.
And then you got OBJ. So my point is, if you would have had Kenny Pickett, right? You drafted Kenny Pickett last year.
Right.
You could have picked up OBJ and D Hop and had Bateman ready to go this year.
Or you could have
So that's what I'm saying. Stack your team around your quarterback on the rookie
but
deal.
you could have did this, and you could have just invested in some nice wide receivers in the draft.
That too. But you already have Kenny Pickett. That way, you got your quarterback that already set last year. That now is coming into his second year. He's your quarterback for the next 4 years on a rookie deal.
The only problem you have with that at times, when you have a young quarterback and you have veteran receivers, they will be in his ear and that will mess things up at times. So that's why I'm saying is,
but he's in year 2.
Sure.
He's not a rookie no more.
Year 2 ain't. Put it this way. Oh, I'm not saying Odell Beckham is saying this.
Okay.
He could say this. What can you tell me? I don't want a Super Bowl. I done been here for 10, 12 years. So that's why when you looked at what Dallas did with Bryant, they were starting to get rid of veteran dudes and trying to get dudes on his timeline because it just helps the quarterback. You don't need that dude all in his ear. That's why Terrell Owens usually never stayed nowhere long with younger quarterbacks.
Right.
So I get what you're saying in theory. I like it. I would just do the Ron Wolf way and draft a quarterback every year.
Okay.
Draft one every year. Every year. If you hit and he better than your guy, he can subplant him. But if he's not, you can always trade him and get draft picks and get more talent. New England did it for years. Green Bay did it when Ron Wolf was up there with Brett Favre.
Yeah. Well, Aaron Brooks and all those dudes.
And I'm not disagreeing with you about the money thing. You just got to come to a point and figure, is this the dude that we're going to pay this much money? And sometimes teams will do that, and you end up with a dude that you like, well, he was always this dude. You just have to pay him a lot of money. Right. And now there's all this other expectation. Because usually when teams, they will do this. So what they do is they pay this dude a lot of money. And they have dudes that they have, but then they say, well, he can elevate them. And it's like, no, he really didn't elevate them when he was the rookie. So it just depends on what you're looking at. And so, it's just, it's tricky. It's tricky.
Yeah. Oh, most definitely.
Yeah, because if you do a show way and you miss, you're going to set your franchise back. You're going to set your franchise.
That's why I keep on bringing up the worst case scenarios like Paxton Lynch or.
And I don't think any of them dudes,
Ruff.
I think even if you would put those dudes in good environments, they'd have flamed out.
Okay.
Because if you want to play, you will play. You may have to move to another team, but you will grit that shit out, and you will be up. And Russell had a ton of talent. I mean, what you gonna do? Follow him over the offseason, make sure he don't gain 30 pounds. Remember how big he got? That was work ethic on him. Yeah, it's a lot of them guys didn't pan out. But I always use like Brad Johnson, Hofstadter, Trent Dilfer. Right, those dudes were grinding.
Don't hold on. We got more. We got Jim Plunkett. We got Mark.
A lot of people overrate. I'm like, he wasn't great of a quarterback. I'm like, he's just a solid dude. But but all of those dudes had mental toughness. And
see, I'm old school. I can go back to David Woodley and Don Strock.
And see all those dudes you named, dudes are mentally tough. Every dude you draft every 5 years.
But I'm talking about Bubby Brister. Put all of them in there.
Those are all.
But I'm stacking the team around them.
Yeah, but they still.
And all I need you to do is drive this bus.
Yeah, but some dudes may get in that headway collision driving that bus, and now they panicking.
But why they gonna do all that? Why they doing all that? They're a first round pick.
No, because some dudes aren't worthy of being first round picks. Like let's look at Ryan Lee. He got into a good environment. I'm not gonna say it was a great team, but it was good. It was a good team. He had a good coach. and he just imploded.
Yeah, he was in a bad environment, man. That
Who's
was
his head? Who's his head coach?
who was his head coach
Let's go back and look.
with the Chargers, right?
Yep. And try to find out who's his head coach.
Because was he there with Natron Means and all them? Or he was after them?
What year did he get drafted?
So the same year with Peyton Manning.
Hold on. Let's see. 2008. Chargers, 2008. Coach. He had North Turner.
Oh, that was North? Okay.
North is a good guy. I'm not going to say he was a great head coach, but he's a good guy developing quarterbacks.
Yep.
Ryan was just, he's admitted. He was like, it just wasn't for me. It's like Johnny Manziel.
Because when he came to Dallas, he did all right. It was just a terrible team. He was a terrible team.
Yeah,
that team was horrible.
Yeah, but anybody would be. I would be an upgrade over Quincy Carter. I mean,
that team was horrible. Clint Sterner. They had Clint Sterner.
Yes, they were. They were horrible. What I'm just saying is, I'm not expecting the dudes that you're naming to elevate the team, but there's still those things. I need mental toughness. Can you listen to the coach? Because the coach gonna be hard. You still a quarterback.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
All of those dudes are not built the same. They're just not. And I know you can draft one every year, but man, they all not the same, man. They just not. When I bring that blitz and I punch you in your fucking mouth, can you sit there on that next play? And some of them dudes, they be shaking and seeing ghosts. And so when you got that guy, sign the guy. But I do agree with you.
We gonna see somebody's gonna come up with this, and I got all of this documented.
You know what? You know what somebody do? They do come up with it. It's called college football.
Exactly. Yep. That's it. College football, and even what I'm saying as far as red shirting them for the first year.
That's the same thing. Sometimes you have to do it. Because here's one, even though he wasn't drafted, people forget Tony Romo didn't play his first 3 years.
Right. He was undrafted.
Right. So but that was Bill Parcells again. Once again.
No, that was Sean Payton.
No, that was Bill.
Sean Payton found him.
Sean found him, but it was on Bill's watch.
Okay.
So, yeah. Right. So it's just, I think somebody else would have started Romo early. And Bill was like, nah.
Well, they already had they had Bledsoe and who they had before that? Was it
Bledsoe.
Was it Vinny?
Quincy. I know I always get Bledsoe and Vinny together because they always link with Bill Parcells.
Right. But I think it was Vinny before Bledsoe.
Hold on, let's go look. Dallas.
It might have been Ryan Leaf.
Could have. They had a lot of that was dope, but I don't think it was on Bills.
Because they were going. Watch. They went Drew Henson. They went
because he wanted to find.
They went Vinny.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Bill got hired when? Bill got hired in 2003. So he had Quincy Carter.
Yeah.
He had Vinny. He had Drew Henson.
Yep.
He had Bledsoe. He had Tony Romo.
And then Tony Romo. I named them right in order too.
Yeah, I totally forgot about Vinny. And so Parcells is one of them dudes that'll do this. Bill will do this. Bill will get a young flock, but then he'll go out and get an old ancient 32-year-old dude, and he'll play him. So I'm fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are guys, if you coach them hard, kind of like Ryan Fitzpatrick. I told people I think he could have won if you made sure he didn't throw the ball more than 25 times.
Right.
He had an arm. He was tough. But he was always in an environment where people was like, go ahead, you just throw the ball. And it was just like, nah, you can't you can't win with that. So, yeah, I agree with you. I just think you got to be careful because if you get the wrong guy, you're gonna set your whole team back.
Right.
Like, big time. If you draft that dude, you get that wrong dude. If you got a good dude, roll with that dude.
We'll draft one every year, like you said.
Yeah, draft one every year.
We'll draft one
I'm
every
into
year.
that. So
But I'm not signing a quarterback unless it's Mahomes or Manning, or if you're gonna give me that Tom Brady type deal. Other than that, I'm just going to keep on drafting that quarterback every year, and one of them is going to hit.
What about Phillip Rivers?
Phillip Rivers?
Phillip Rivers was a really good quarterback.
Really good, but I'm not giving him $50 million. Like, if he's in today's game, I'm not giving you $50 million.
Okay, so let's put him in today's game. And these guys, if you had to look and say who the better, the prime guys that are better than him, of course we'd say Pat, without a doubt. After that, Pat, who else?
Maybe Dan Fouts.
No. I'm saying in today's game. We're just taking Phillip and we're dropping him in this era.
Nah.
Pat, I'll give you and say he's better. Nah. Who else better than Phillip?
In today's era?
Yeah.
Nobody. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
I mean, do you consider Peyton Manning this era?
No. Playing right now, 2023. That's why we use Pat Mahomes. Yeah, so I'm just saying, if it's a prime Phillip Rivers and you're dropping him into 2023 based on the things that you've seen. Yeah.
Who am I giving a second contract to?
No, what I'm saying is you said you wouldn't pay him. And I have no problems with you saying that. And I would concede and say Pat is better than him. But I'm also saying Rivers was a really good quarterback.
Very good, but he's no better. To me, Rivers is no better than my guy from Cincinnati or Josh Allen.
You talking about Josh is good though.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So
but it's not Josh that's losing.
I'm not giving any of those quarterbacks a second contract because they can't win a Super Bowl by themselves.
No quarterback.
Mahomes can win that thing.
There's more to it than just him, though. Nah, because if that's the case, then he would be 3-0 instead of 2-1.
Yeah, but he ran into Tom Brady, who took less money to have a better team.
Yeah, but let's look at this. People act like Tom went to the Bucs and they didn't have a good defense.
Right, they already did.
Yeah, so they went into a situation where it was still built.
He took $25 million where Aaron Rodgers was taking $50.
Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers didn't have that type of team.
Right, but what I'm saying, that $25 million allowed them to re-sign what's 14, the wide receiver?
Mike Evans?
Nah, not Mike Evans, but Mike Evans too. But the other receiver too, the slot guy.
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember his name. I think Goodwin.
Goodwin. He also bought Fournette with him. He also bought. Hold on. He also bought Gronk with him. He took. But what I'm saying is, they bought a lot of people with.
Yeah, but they also looked at it as this dude's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. This is an opportunity for us to win. Players do that. Now,
I agree.
Let's put it if it was Fournette doing his prime, he ain't taking no less money.
I agree, but he wanted to go and play with Tom Brady. Right. Oh, don't forget Antonio Brown.
Yeah, how much did they pay? He ruined his money.
They all came with Brady though.
Yeah, but he also ruined his money. His market value was so trash.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is because Tom Brady took less against the salary cap, it allowed them to have more cap space to sign those guys.
Like you just told me about the Dak Prescott thing.
Don't forget Ndamukong Suh too.
He's a mercenary.
Regardless of what you say, they wouldn't have had that money
The
if
Bucks
Tom
wasn't-
Brady
the Bucks-
didn't take
The
less.
Bucks was not over the cap though, even when he got there. So
Right,
they were
good. That's good for
fine,
them.
but they were fine with the way the things were set up. It's kind of like the part which you mentioned where I said, "Well, what about Dak Prescott?" And you brought context because I did throw that in there. You said, "Yeah, but Romo got hurt and Moore broke his foot. Broke something. I forgot what it. He broke something.
Yeah, it was his foot. It was his foot.
Oh, it was his foot. So what you brought in is true. I can't dismiss what you just said, even though I presented it and said, well, he started, but you brought additional context. So what I'm saying is, I know you're saying Tom take less money, but it wasn't like the Patriots wasn't a really good football team when he got there. The majority of them dudes were already there. They also had, it wasn't over the salary cap. So even if he requested $35 million, they still could have made all of that work because they had young players they could have extended. So I get what you're saying, but it always goes back to who you keep, who you move on from. And I always think that.
Oh,
so,
yeah. I agree. It's got to be the front office. It's got to do a good job, too. Yeah, I agree with that.
And it just depends on who you decide. Phillip Rivers, though, I would not have no problems paying him top 5 money.
Top 5 money, but I ain't paying nobody except for Mahomes right now.
If Phillip was here right now, depending on what team he's on,
you put Phillip in Kansas City instead of Mahomes. They not winning the Super Bowl. They're not winning the Super Bowl.
Yes, he would.
Without Tyreek Hill.
I think you said you put him there, right?
Dude, yes, wasn't Phillip Rivers in San Diego when they went 14-2?
Yeah, but they played against a prime Patriots team who knocked a lot of people. He ain't playing them now. So you hold on. So you taking that out of the context? Come on now. So you gonna take that out of the context?
I would take that Kansas City team that just won this year to beat that New England team.
Oh yeah, you right. Because
they got Mahomes.
Hold on. Because they did beat that old Patriot. Oh no, they did.
No,
remember the year the Patriots knocked them out the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that wasn't Mahomes now. That Mahomes now is better than that Mahomes.
Hold on. So
that was Mahomes in what, year 2?
So hold on though. So that Patriots team that I just named that knocked him out was an old version.
Was who?
Was an old version. Was a team on his tail end.
Yeah, but
hold on.
They were deep though.
So but they were old. So the prime team I'm talking about knocked out people like the great Peyton Manning on a regular. Who knocked out Phillip Rivers. You talking about the ones with
Lawyer Malloy and what's the corners, number 24, Ty Law and all of them, Teddy Bruschi. Yeah.
You bring your Papa Halls and try that. I mean, I'll take that Patriots team against that Kansas City.
Yeah, either one, they fine. They neck and neck, but that's because Brady took less money, so they can have all those.
That's because Belichick was smart with building the team around.
I agree with that too. I agree with that too. I love but you can't keep that roster without Brady taking less on that salary cap.
But they wouldn't keep the roster because they never did. That was what I'm trying to say.
That was a heck of a defensive roster,
bruh.
They just had what was the safety's name? What's the safety's name? That
you talking about the one
they used to hate.
They had a lot of safeties there.
What's the safety's name that they used to hate? This Rodney Harrison.
Yeah, but
they had all those dudes on that defense.
But they also let go Lawyer Malloy, who was there before Rock.
But he was on that team too.
No, but they also let him go. They didn't
okay.
Keep him.
They let him go later once they got the
McCourties. Let him go early.
Once they got the McCourties,
he ended up going to Buffalo. He got really mad. Go ask Teddy Bruschi and all.
No. I believe you. I wasn't a Patriots fan, so I might be wrong on some of these. But I just remember a lot of good names where it wasn't just Richard Seymour on that defense. It was
Richard Seymour Richard Seymour was someone I just mentioned.
Right. But they even had the dude from Baltimore that came there. Adelius Thomas. They had some good people on that
but
team.
the thing is, when they would do that, they'll bring a dude in, they'll have him play 1 year, and then they'll move on from him. That's what I'm saying.
They were able to bring him in because of Tom Brady.
They was able to bring him in because they won Super Bowl.
Even guys like Corey Dillon and different they
wanted to win Super Bowl.
They had the cap space because of Brady.
But they wasn't paying them top end money. The only two dudes they paid top end money. The only guy they paid top end money was Revis at the time. That's the only dude they paid top end money. Right. These dudes was taking less money because they wanted to win.
And they were deep. And they were deep though. Don't forget
because of roster construction.
Yeah, but they had depth though because of Brady too.
They had depth because they was drafting.
I don't think you give Brady enough credit for taking less money.
No, I never said that. If you would have read my last article, I said, yes, Tom has taken less money. But now let's look over the fact of how they constructed and the model they did. As much as the guys that they would have, they would never keep them. The Patriots would never tag a dude like Dalton Schultz. Hell, I don't even know if they would have brought back DeMarcus Lawrence because they moved on from dudes that was actually better than him. So
hold on, they did pay their 2 tight ends though. They paid them good money.
But at that time, Gronk was considered either 1 or 2. So he's an elite level dude. But what I'm saying is they never paid dudes who were non-franchise guys franchise money.
Right. What did they pay Hernandez before he started?
His extension at the time, he was a top level guy. The only reason he went in the 3rd rounds because there was always these rumors about him in college. But let me look at what Hernandez had.
And don't forget Edelman and Amendola. And
they wasn't paying them dudes nothing. They was recycling those light-skinned wide receivers
and Moss.
But when Randy started to ask more money, bye-bye.
Right. But then they got Will Fork and Seymour,
Seymour they moved on from.
And Bruce and Brewski. How much they pay Adelius Thomas? And Ty Law.
Yeah, Ty Law had 1 deal and they moved on from it after his 2nd year.
Yeah, see, they were deep. They were deep with
drafting. They knew how to draft.
Right. No, I agree with you on that. That's why I was saying me and Hot Rod weren't disagreeing with you as far as the roster build, but they were also doing a lot of good moves because of Brady.
They were doing good moves because of Belichick. I can't talk. Listen,
some of those moves they couldn't afford though.
But they never paid nobody top end money. It wasn't one of them type of teams. They didn't do that. That's what kept them being able to move on. Regardless of how we felt about Nate Soldier, and I agree with you, they decided they didn't want to keep him. But the Giants ended up paying him top end money. And the Patriots was like, we're not doing this. It's the same thing with Chandler Jones. They used to do this all the time. Whereas they were like, okay, you guys want this type of money? All right, that's great. Get it somewhere else because we're not going to pay that type.
Right.
That was always the thing. So I don't never discredit Tom. I've always said that. But like you just told me, I can't forget that Tony Romo broke his back and dude broke his foot. You can't forget how they constructed the roster.
Right.
So even if they did pay Tom the most money, it still wouldn't have prevented them because they wasn't always retaining their free agents. They were like, okay, that's good. We can find somebody else. Move on. We can find somebody else. Move on. And so with that, they still had money. It was the Patriots way is always good. Everybody always talking about doing the Patriots way until it's time to actually do the Patriots way. And people don't want to do that.
Their way is fantastic.
Yeah, they know how to do it. And they lucked up on getting a franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, who they found in the 7th round, who they extended in his 3rd year. So they didn't offend him. He was getting his bread.
And he started
getting less later when he started to win.
Sent Bledsoe to us.
Yeah, Drew. Yeah, and that's another thing. They moved on from Bledsoe. They were just like, all right, we good. A lot of teams wouldn't have did that. A lot of teams would have stuck with the guy that they think is the guy. It's like, nah. He learned all that shit from Bill Parcells. He was always willing to move. But I know it's super late, man. You're on the East Coast.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
I appreciate you.
Hey man, this was great.
I enjoyed it immensely. You never get me with this quarterback thing ever again. You tried to get me again before we got off. Well, like, he ain't pulling me in on this. I ain't acting like a psycho again with you. So, but I appreciate you bringing me on. This was super fun.
Yes, sir.
Everybody was fantastic. You got a great group of people. I appreciate you, brother. I always support. I'm gonna drop.
Any Tuesday or Thursday, come on in here.
I'll be in, man. I'll probably jump back on a Thursday. I know Dink be shooting movies and stuff. But, for sure.
Tell him come on here with that robe, man. That was funny. I saw a little clip of him earlier. That's why
to try to get him to do that. Yeah, he may do it. Hold on. Here's the people they moved on from. They had Deion Branch, Ben Wilson, Emmanuel Sanders, Wes Walker, Brandon Spikes, Chandler Jones, Jamie Collins, Daniel Graham, Richard Seymour, Adam Vinatieri, Damon Woody, Ty Warren, Laura Malloy. Those are dudes they just moved on from.
Right.
Other teams would never move on from.
Yeah, but they had those dudes though. They had those dudes. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is they were also willing to say, it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
But we can find somebody. And let's remember Gilmore.
Yeah.
So I think unless you got a general, and then usually the people they kept Tom. And they helped him and Gronk together. But if you remember, Bill wanted to move on from Tom. And then Kraft was like, no, let's keep Tommy.
Right. When they got Garoppolo, right?
Yeah, he wanted to move on.
And they wanted to move on from him when they got Brissett.
Yeah, they wanted to move on from it. And they knew they could have got drafted.
And what's the quarterback that we had for a little while? For that 1 year.
You talking about Matt Castle?
Matt Castle, yeah.
Yeah, and what he did is he traded Matt Castle for a first round pick.
Yep.
So that's why I said
because he went 10-6.
Draft a quarterback every year. It's kind of like this. Imagine if Cooper Rush was a guy we drafted under Mike McCarthy.
Right.
And he went 4-1.
Right.
You trying to tell me you don't think you can get a third rounder for that dude?
Or Ben DiNucci if he had done that.
Yes.
Right. No, I got you. That's what I said. I agree with you to keep drafting.
To draft. They need to do one this year. Continue to draft the quarterback.
And my choice of saying to get them in the first round, it has nothing to do with their ability.
I know you want to control for the 5th year.
For 5 years, so that way in that first year I can let them sit. Because I don't want my quarterback to start as a rookie. That's the only reason why I want him in the first round.
I got you. I got you for sitting them. So if I was going to do that for this year, I don't know, it would be a first round as a kid named Tyson Bagent. He's from Shepherd. He's probably going to be a 6 or 7 rounder. He would be a guy I would draft.
Okay, there you go. And you just keep drafting one every year. How about the dude from Houston, Toon?
I'm not against that either.
Yep. There you go.
Then you just see, and if it works out, you can always flip him.
Right. Yep.
And you can get something even more than what you drafted him as.
Yeah. Like they drafted Mike White a couple years ago.
And once again, they didn't even develop him.
No.
They just got rid of it. Yeah.
No.
He could have been a guy that could have been a dude. I know McCarthy, I'm more confident. But if I was hoping somebody would fall, and I know he won't, it would be Hendon Hooker.
Oh, yeah.
I think he could fit based on his talent.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to go in the first round.
They saying he might.
He probably would because people value quarterbacks.
Right.
They value quarterbacks. I'm not against – a lot of people don't like Will Levis, but I think there's a kid also from UCLA, Dorian Thompson Robinson. They call him DTR.
Okay.
I like him a lot. I think he's also going to be another late round guy that If you draft him, you may hit on something, especially if you got somebody like McCarthy. But all right, man, I've wasted all your time, man. It's like 4 in the morning.
Hey, man,
I
this is
appreciate
good.
it. Appreciate
We went
you
over
blessing
5
me.
hours on the here.
Yeah, I appreciate you blessing me. I hope everybody enjoyed the show.
Yes, sir.
Follow my man. He is fantastic. Mailman Phil. No matter how much he got me upset with the quarterback thing, this dude is my brother. Love him. I appreciate him bringing me on.
Yes, sir.
I hope everybody enjoyed the show. We entertained, and hopefully we talked about a lot of stuff that you guys know. But definitely follow my brother here. Retweet, subscribe to this man's channel. Follow him. This cat really loves football. He thinks out the box, but he really thinks about it. He really puts a lot of work into what he's thinking. He's just not saying anything. So even if you disagree with him, I disagree with some of the stuff. I know he's put in the work.
Look, I welcome you to disagree with me. Just talk about it. Talk about it with me.
Yeah, but that's cool. So thank you, folks. Thanks everybody, man. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it, Phil.
All right, man. We'll try to holler at you Thursday.
Okay, brother.
Okay, man. I appreciate you.